What the hell is Thursday, May 7th, 2026? This sports program begins now. Sports are happening. Holy hell. That was fantastic. I think that's an indicator of how today is going to go. We have a guest host alongside of us here in the Thunderdome on this glorious What the Hally Thursday. And it couldn't be a better time for this man to be joining us because obviously we're in the middle of some hot cooking in the NBA playoffs. The Knicks continue to do what the Knicks are going to do. I guess that's an unstoppable force over there in New York. And then the Spurs answer, and Wemby says, hold on. Everybody's talking about Ant-Man. Perk said, if we lose game 2, we're going to get swept. They come back and beat the hell out of the Timber Wagons, and the NBA playoffs is only heating up. And just 1 year ago, the man that we were riding alongside of in the NBA playoffs, all the way to the finals, game 7, in which he was going to score 50 to 60 points. Yeah. Become an NBA champion, and stamp his name in the history of holy hell. What the hell is that guy on? Some real clutch shit. Ladies and gentlemen, Indiana Pacer legend, Iowa State Cyclone, Tyrese Halliburton.
Appreciate it.
See, man, I'm the only one to clap. They just chose not
That's
to
not sure. It's okay. They like chanted. They were loud.
That's Toxic Table at Boston Connor and one half of the Hammer. Dad. Cowboys Toxic Tone. What do you got going on there, pal?
Well, I don't have any masks, but I don't know if he's contagious or not. So
that's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. All right, let's address it. Let's address it immediately. Okay, we have seen a masked world before, and I'm not liking what I'm hearing. Okay, and I am not certainly on that one, but your current recovery from the Achilles tear in Game 7 of the NBA Finals last year, gets hit with a speed bump, if you will, called shingles. Can we open up a little bit more about that? Are you still currently in the middle of that? How's the rehab? Did the shingles slow down the rehab? Like, how do you kind of piece it all together now in your story of recovery?
Yeah, I was starting to play 5-on-5, and then got shingles that kind of stopped things, for like 3 weeks, and so that kind of halted things for a little bit. But I'm getting back there now. Just started playing 5-on-5 again as the summer's going on. And, we got like a little team mini camp here in a couple of weeks, and I'll be full go for that. So it sucks for a little bit, but I'm good now.
How do you feel playing 5-on-5? Do you feel like yourself? Is there like mental hurdles you have to get over? Because like when I had a knee surgery or something, especially in my kicking knee, which is vastly different than your life, because you got to run. I just got to kick every once in a while. Mentally, I didn't want to blow my shit back out for like the first month, and there was a little bit of pain coming back because you're working things back into it. My biggest issue was like the fear of tearing it again or breaking it again. Do you have that mental block that's taking place? And with what Tatum's doing, does that help everything?
Yeah, for sure. Seeing him and DeJounte Murray was having a lot of success, for at the end of the year as well. No, I don't really think about it. I think the biggest thing is like defensively, I could tell like I'm a step behind. I'm not a great defender already, but I'm playing against interns, and I'm like, why is this guy kind of he's frying me a little bit here? So it's just the process of like planting and turning those things. But offensively, when I'm in control of my movement, I feel great. Defensively, we're reacting to others. That's where it's going to get better as time goes on.
Okay, we got enough of the time. Obviously, these NBA playoffs are still happening. The Pacers actually in an okay position to potentially get another legend to come join us here in Indiana. This season has not gone anywhere near as well as last season went. Did we find ourselves maybe not paying attention as much to the NBA this year because you weren't playing? No. Well, we wouldn't do that.
Never.
That is not how this show operates. But on that note, we enjoyed the hell out of it last year, and we're finding these storylines of this year that are fantastic as well. Whenever you watch what happened down in San Antonio with response to what Ant-Man did and Wemby, I think the big thing about Wemby is he's a savage, right? We need to be looking at him as a guy who loses in the playoffs at home, is going to come back pissed off on the other side. Like, what do you think is kind of misconstrued about the big tall man from France. It's unbelievable.
Well, I think San Antonio being, the higher seed, a team that when you lose a game like game one, you expect them to come back and respond, and that respond is what they did last night. That didn't surprise me at all. You look at like game one, Minnesota made a lot of tough shots, a lot of tough shots. So going into game two, like a guy like Wemby, the paint is kind of like it's not really a thing when Wemby's on the floor. It's kind of like you go in there, you expect to probably get a shot block. So like you got to make jumpers to beat San Antonio at a high level, and Minnesota didn't do that last night. So that's why the score looked like the way it did.
Can the Knicks win it this year or no? You said you watch every single game. Is it different than last year? Whenever you ran into the big bad rookie.
is saying the exact same thing, you need to respect them.
Very
Don't
true.
dismiss the chat.
Very true.
Hail to the people. Feed Forces, Mel got destroyed last night in Chrissy's stream by the chat. I'm not even sure what you guys are talking about. I'm just gonna pretend that I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just gonna spend 2 hours taking your money and pretend. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's what I'm gonna do right now. Okay. So I'm just gonna pretend that I am oblivious. I'm just gonna pretend. I want you guys just to keep sending me money, and so I can say, "What are you guys talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. You mean there's drama with the quartering, and he's apparently flagging channels? Oh, the oranges? What are the oranges for? How was my weekend? Well, why are you guys asking that? My weekend was great. I don't know what you were talking about. The most embarrassing thing I have seen in a long time.
Preach it, good Jared. Preach it.
Yeah, Geeks and Gamers, shout out.
My
Geeks and Gamers.
goodness. So that was bad. And if you didn't pick up on the opening of my stream, this is what I was talking about.
Just how plain and how simple he puts it. You know, because it's just a different presentation. So I'm rapid fire.
Yeah.
But sometimes just the simplest way of shutting down these delusional people is to just keep it simple. This was bad.
Yeah,
it was. Yeah, it was.
You always respect the chat. You never dismiss them, and you don't play stupid because the chat will always win. All right? Chat will always win. That was an absolute beatdown last night to a level that I have not seen in a long time. And
since
I got
Tuesday when it happened to Jared. Honestly, this is happening at a rapid rate. Like, these are brutal destructions that are happening on a near daily basis right now.
Yeah.
And like, these people really should just go into hiding. They should go into a witness protection program for months and then crawl back from a rock and hope to God that it's blown over then.
No, and be a VTuber when you come back.
Yeah.
Be a VTuber.
Yeah. I mean, like, you go out there and you think that nobody is going to press back on your bullshit. You pissed off everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like I see it. Absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable in every way possible. But yeah, that was something else, man. When the whole chat says, "We want Venti," literally, there was a point in the stream where the entire chat just said, "We want Venti." And it went on for like 5 straight minutes. It was fucking wild.
Is he a
And I'm just sitting
leftist?
there going, how?
Is he a leftist? He's a leftist! Like, fuck off, Chrissy. Fuck off.
Do you allow this to happen? Whatever, though. If you're going to play stupid on the internet's going to destroy you, okay? And this right here is a classic example. You can pretend that you don't know what's going on with this drama, but the internet knows better. And so when you disrespect the internet is going to go after you. But here's the bottom line.
Friday might be interesting, huh?
Yeah.
False flagging is bad for any content creator.
It's true.
False flagging is the single worst thing any content creator can do. When a content creator, regardless of how many subscribers they have, is promoting false flagging, especially a content creator that has built his entire following off of
Of course. Also, the fact that he used a YouTuber as Kimball's channel from like removed as well. Also,
sizing other people
Within minutes of each other, clearly coordinated.
Yep.
Clearly, yeah.
you have to stand against
when I had no videos that were posted and I was human reviewed.
that. Period. End of discussion. If there's no we all have our own opinions in this sphere of the internet. We all have our own opinions. We
Very
think
true.
what we want. We can praise whatever video games or movies or shows or politicians or takes. We can all have whatever opinion we want.
Yeah.
But it is an unwritten rule among all creators that when someone has threatened to false flag another channel because that channel is being mean to them, everybody unifies against that person.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
And
such a
when
simple and strong position that it's completely unassailable by Jeremy and by Melanie Mack, and that's why they won't ever show up to a confrontation with somebody like Jeremy Prime here or Yellow Flash, because they know that if the person they're going on with is prepared and has the receipts, there's nothing they can do. They're going to be destroyed. So they just have to pretend to be ignorant and that nothing is happening. It's pathetic.
you decide to either A, defend that person, or B, act like you don't know what's going on, that's a serious fucking problem.
Yeah.
And
Again, it's not just like one hater.
Yeah.
It's
No,
the
it's
world.
not just like nonsense coming from nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming from crazy people, psychos. No, it's not. This is not a psychopath. This is a very well-established man with one of the most popular live streams on YouTube, one of the highest earning live streams on YouTube. He's putting his reputation and his name on the line for this position. You think he's going to do that?
Yeah.
And there's nothing to it at all, and it's all just bullshit and hot air? Obviously not. Obviously not, Chrissy.
whatever happens from here, I promise you, last night was only the beginning.
It is. It is only the beginning, and that's what they don't understand. They think, oh, this is it. It's blown over. Everybody is appeased. No, people want blood. Like, maybe if there was some level of humility and admission of wrongdoing earlier, maybe people would be appeased by
Yes,
that.
exactly. Yeah.
But when you keep acting so stupid and so ignorant and insulting everybody's intelligence and pretending that nothing is happening, people get fucking pissed.
Yeah.
And they get bloodthirsty. And they want to see actual accountability and actual responsibility, actual consequences for you guys because of what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only going to get significantly worse from here. And nobody's going to have sympathy.
No one
Simple
has
as that.
sympathy.
And I'll just say this as far as like Melanie, I've never
Like quartering ruined his whole career. It's over.
said anything bad about Melanie, but Melanie decided to block me on Twitter.
What?
I followed her, she followed me. I've
Really?
had interactions with Melanie.
Oh, but she doesn't know
What
what's
a coward.
happening at all. She doesn't know
Yeah,
what's
she doesn't.
happening.
She doesn't know what's happening.
Why would
Guys,
she
she
block-
hasn't paid.
Why would she block him?
Yeah, she didn't see Jared Prime talking about. Why would she? It doesn't. What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how can that be? But she tells the
Interesting.
truth. She tells the truth for Jesus, though.
I've hung out with Melanie. I've never said anything bad about Melanie publicly, and my chat can confirm this. You watch me every day. I've never said anything bad about Melanie Mack. So then she decided to soft block me on Twitter. And
A soft block. So
Well, he
block
said block, and then he said soft block. I'm not actually sure which is
No,
which, but I
I think
guess
it's
she
soft.
unfollowed him.
yeah. So she blocked him and then unblocked him, so it will remove the follow.
so
Right.
at that point in time, I just took that as, all right, I see where you stand. Fine. Don't expect me to ever, say
Back
anything
you
good
off.
about you ever again.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Sammy Ryan says, I missed it. Why is Melda's favorite? Because of Hambly? I think it's there's a various amount of reasons why people are kind of
Well,
upset
I
with
think
Melanie
the
Mack.
DMs with Stuttering Craig and leaking those to Jeremy so he could blackmail Craig is honestly the worst thing that she did so far.
Yeah.
And that there's an actual reason to be upset with her for that. Like there really is. It's crazy stuff.
It's like using Jer as like your mafia boss. Like, hey boss, did you hear this? Look at this news right here.
She pretends like she's stayed out of it and she's not interested, she's not invested, she doesn't know what's going on. But she actively got involved with Craig and went back and forth with him and tried to deplatform Smash JT from being on side scrollers. And then she sent the DMs to Jeremy, and then Jeremy said that he was going to release all of them and scalp Stuttering Craig and end his career the next day. Melanie was a direct, not just an enabler, but she was a direct collaborator. She was an active participant in that. And we just have to pretend like that didn't happen. It did happen.
Mm-hmm.
I can only speak to the fact that she blocked me on Twitter for absolutely no reason, and I'm assuming the reason she blocked me is because of my opinions on Jeremy Hambley, which is the gayest thing in the world for
Yeah.
someone to get mad at someone else for having an opinion on someone else.
But I gotta ask, like, imagine burning the Geeks and Gamers panel
Yeah,
for Jeremy Handley.
but
Why? You didn't even have to do that. You didn't have to soft block him. You didn't have to do any of this. You didn't have to engage with Craig. Even if Craig DM'd you first, which I don't remember who DM'd who first, but even if Craig reached out, you didn't have to respond and engage and battle with him and then try and like catch him and then leak it to Jeremy. Like, you didn't have to do any of that. But you're making really bad decisions, Melanie. And it's worse than what Hannah's doing because at least Hannah is sitting there, shut her fucking mouth, collecting her fucking paycheck, probably negotiated a raise out of this. You're going out there and sweeping it up for free like an idiot.
But here's the thing: is if you're Mel, don't you realize, even if you're his friend, even if you want to be paid, don't you realize that this is bad? Like,
Here we have today's special ingredient, Ritz crackers, requested by you. Now, if you're unfamiliar with these, let me tell you something. They're delicious, and that's because of one reason. They have a lot more fat than others, making them delicious. You guys asked it to be used as a steak crust, so we're definitely going to be running this experiment and see where it goes. Now, in order to use them as a crust, the first thing we need to do is to crush them up. So for that, I threw them in a hand blender, blend them up real good, and check it out in the end. It is now ready for the steaks. And for today's experiment, I'm going to be using 3 of them. They are New York strip, 1.5 inches thick, and perfect for it. However, since we have 3 of them, this is how this experiment is going to go down. One will be the control. The second one, I want to make a flavorful Ritz cracker powder. And here's how to do it. Into a pan, I threw in some butter, followed by garlic. Cook that up real good, and immediately threw in some thyme. Mix that up a little bit, followed by a generous amount of Ritz crackers. Mix that up a little bit more until everything has been combined, and this I'll be using to spread over the top of the steaks once they're fully cooked. Talking about that, we can't cook steaks without seasoning them. And in order to have a true comparison, I kept it real simple. A good amount of salt, followed by freshly ground black pepper and garlic powder. I made sure to season them properly, and as you can see, every single edge of the steak is perfectly coated with it. Now into the bag they go, vacuum seal them, and they are now ready for sous vide. I'll be cooking all of them in the same container at 135 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 hours. This will cook them to perfection, as in the end, we'll be using the Ritz cracker crust to see which one is actually going to be best. And just in case things did not go well, I decided to go ahead and make an awesome side dish. This one is my take on shakshuka. So into a pan I threw in some oil, followed by onions and garlic. Cook that up a little bit until I got a little bit of color. Then I threw in some cumin, chili powder, paprika, and of course salt. Mix that up real good. Then I went ahead and added some tomato sauce. After recooking for 5 minutes, it was time to add this special ingredient that I love, chorizo. So that goes in, followed by 1 egg. Then I covered the whole thing up. I added some cottage cheese on the edges. Then into a separate bowl, I mixed some sumac with extra virgin olive oil, and that goes right on top of everything. But of course, to eat with it, I went ahead and toasted some baguettes, nice and thin, as the only thing left to do is to plate the whole thing up. And to make it pretty, I went ahead and added some dill, and of course a tiny bit of extra virgin olive oil. And this is today's side dish, my take on shakshuka. Not traditional, but I can promise you one thing. It is delicious. Don't believe me? You just wait and see, as I have a feeling this is going to pair perfect with today's steak. Talking about that, by this time they were fully cooked. So just like every sous vide steak, they don't have a nice crust. But we all know the next step is to add the Ritz cracker crusts. Because I know exactly what you're thinking. My steaks don't look that good right now. But watch this. All right, everybody. Here we got our beautiful steak with an incredible side dish. What do you guys think, gentlemen?
Side dish look fancy.
Not fancy. It's so easy to make, everybody. Shout out to everybody that loves shakshuka. Right? Say, enough talking. Kevin, your experiment going on right now, okay? I want to know your honest opinion. I want to see if it improves a control steak or not. As you can clearly see, we got a little something on the top, and we got a lot of something on the top. Enough talking. Let's give it a try. We're going to start right here with a control steak, please. All right, you ready for it?
We're hungry today.
I can eat, bro. Let's give it a go so we have a true comparison. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Wow. How many steaks do you think I have eaten during my lifetime?
Like 200,000.
How about you?
How many days in a year? How many years you been alive?
I'm old, bro.
I used
Shut
to
up.
have-
Million steaks. Damn, bro. Look, I've eaten a lot of steaks. It doesn't get old.
The steak tastes freaking delicious, all right?
Tastes delicious. That is our baseline. I want to know if these little things on top makes an improvement or not. Now, I must say, everybody, this next steak we're about to have right now is extremely easy to make. There's not much to it, and there's not that much extra stuff.
It looks like you put like pigeon food or something on top of
Exactly
the
what
steak.
it is, Leo.
Pigeon food?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
The pigeon food steak experiment? Is
I
that
got you some pigeon food, bro. Give me your honest opinion. Let me know if it makes it better or worse. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, I like that.
That's not bad at all. Yeah, I'm sure a pigeon would love this. Nothing really super special, you know. It's kind of nice because you have that like crumbly, crunchy texture when you're taking a bite of the steak. Flavor-wise, it doesn't have like a huge impact. You just say steak with a little something extra.
I mean, it works. It's something simple. You just put it up on top.
I must say, it's not out of this world, okay? At all. Okay, now, I want to give, what's the name?
Shakshuka.
Yeah, shakshuka. Enough talking. Let's give this a try. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Oh, my God. I can eat this every day for the rest of my life.
That was a surprising flavor. I thought it was going to be really rich because it looks like chorizo and the egg yolk. It tastes really nice. The tomatoes add a little tartness that's really nice and enjoyable with this whole thing. Overall, it's freaking delicious, bro.
Shakshuka delicious, not the traditional method, but my version. You know, can we try the last one? I want to know your honest opinion. Let's dig in, guys.
If the last one was pigeon food, what is this?
Pigeon got fried this time.
Damn.
Enough talk, let's give it a try. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Oh,
That's better. I like this one more than the second steak we tried. The crust is a lot nicer, although the flavor is a little bit more mild.
by the way, it's Ritz cracker.
Oh, that, yeah. The crust is so brittle, it just like breaks as soon as you even try taking a little bite.
Highly recommend. I would do it a little bit different since this was an experiment. The next time I do this, and I would triple dredge it. If possible, quadruple dredge it, everybody. If possible, because that is phenomenal. Okay? We on the same page?
I completely agree. Is that the best snack on the steak?
We shall find out. Let me know in the comments down below what you want to see us try. But anyway, these. You know what's funny? What's that? This is when you would normally have a massive problem with the way an athlete is conducting himself, talking, but then he's yours, it's not. Or, for instance, let's say an all-time great shortstop, one of the greatest human beings on planet Earth. Let's say his name is Derek. Okay. Let's say he decides to retire and makes it be known this is my last year. And other franchises decide to honor you. You ask for it,
But because of who you are, wherever you go, you are honored. You're given gifts before games and things of that nature. And somebody would then look at that and say, that's making it about you. You're going on a retirement tour. I think that's weak. And then say somebody named Poppy does the same exact thing. See what I'm saying?
Don't think that's happening.
Okay. All right. That's exactly what happened. I sit in this chair in the same way you sat in that chair. Decade plus. I've been here, and I see it.
I was cool with the farewell tour. I am very anti-farewell
until it's Poppies, and then you're like, you know what? It's not that bad. I'm not going to go all in on it.
Gotta play the deal.
Okay. Listen,
That's a statement.
if another guy was talking like Jimmy, blowing a 3-1 lead, this guy be all over it.
You do know him quite well.
You know the answer.
I could say you should trade him like 2 years ago.
Or, you know, also like this. He was asked about, again, he's twitching, man. The guy who doesn't like flopping doesn't mind twitching. He's twitching.
He be twitching.
All right. So, on his Twitch feed, at least he's giving you answers, right?
I think this was an IG Live yesterday.
Oh, my bad.
With Kevin Garnett.
So he's IGing.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's KGing. Oh, he's IGing with KGing? No, this is Twitch.
This is?
Yeah.
He did go live on IG with KG.
Which is great. Anything KG does, I love. Did you see? I got, for some reason, popped in my feed, my algorithm, the moment where he told Sager about his clothes, just go home and burn it.
Yeah.
It was really wonderful.
Those two had a great.
Hey, man, I love Kevin Garnett. But this is about Jaylen Brown, talking about how people are wondering, is he disgruntled in Boston? You heard about this one?
Yeah, Tracy McGrady started this.
Okay, hit it.
I think that Brad even had a response to this. Like I said, me and Brad had a great relationship, and I've been playing Boston for the next 10 years. I love Boston. So, with that being said, moving on, I say this and I stand on this again. Y'all can clip this up. This was my favorite season of my career. Like, I will say it even louder. Like, this, I stand on it. I triple down, quadruple down, whatever y'all want me to say, chat. You know what I mean? And I'm coming on here to give context and talk about certain things, but I'm really not here to clear up no backlash or to. I'm really here to add context because a lot of people in the media or social media don't always kind of select to DJ Brown.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If Jaylen Brown wants to play in Boston the rest of his career, won't he play in Boston the rest of his career? That's simple, right? No.
He says there's no beef. Tracy McGrady saying that he's heard from Jaylen Brown's people that he's very frustrated with the front office.
What would he be frustrated with?
Unclear. Although Jay saying that this was the most fun season of his career is interesting.
Well, you know what that means.
Well, he got the ball and he was kind of the man this year.
He was, well, along with Peyton Pritchard and others, obviously, collectively.
That gives, air to the people saying that there's a beef with Tatum.
Is there really, though?
I can't imagine there is.
They were 2 seed this year. Everybody thought they were going to go down the route of the Indiana Pacers. Their star player blew out his Achilles in the playoffs, and that's it. They're not going to be able to do anything, and then they wound up shedding salary, so they weren't on aprons and things like that, and made it look like this thing is first, and then they wound up the 2 seed with a 3 games to 1. Yeah. But listen, he's an outstanding basketball player, no doubt, who would look great in Milwaukee if you want to take Giannis off of Jimmy Haslam's hands. That was a nice little twist too. How many people knew Jimmy Haslam was a part owner of the Bucks, co-owner of the Bucks?
I think he's majority owner.
I know, right now, right?
Yeah, so I don't know.
What do you got?
He's got, he's if they have me, if they'll want 10 years. It's like you're kind of in control. He's eligible for a 2-year, $140 million extension on top of the 3 years he already has left.
Yes.
He's eligible.
Yes.
He's kind of in control of where he wants to go.
Right.
So I don't know why he would phrase it in that way. If they have me. Yeah, we want you.
Imagine if J.J. Watt did that.
Well, does Jalen Brown have a barn with an elevator and posting workout videos all the time of him?
What about?
He's a barn.
You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? What if Aaron Judge did that?
Oh,
To be honest.
well, one person has a ring and an MVP in the playoffs. One doesn't.
Juan Soto? He has a ring.
Yeah, yeah. From years ago.
I don't think that's it.
Way.
Like, are you anti-money or something?
Absolutely not.
So why you always on my man about, making his family situation?
It's because he spurned his team.
I know, but
Because your team didn't want to give him a luxury suite.
Exactly right. So what do you admit? Like, if there was another player who was up 3-1 and then comes out and complains about flopping and then says, my bad, let's move on, and then he just keeps
I
talking,
guess it would be one
and then
thing
he keeps talking about how I'm fine where I am, but the season where I was the superstar all by myself that carried the team was my favorite year yet. What would you say about that?
I think I just said all kinds of stuff about it.
I mean, we don't know.
And flopping is really bad, and who he's complaining about, they are floppers.
That's true.
SGA and Embiid are two of the worst guys who do it in the whole league.
I just feel Embiid's uncool.
Again, we all know why Embiid can't stay upright.
He ain't got no ligaments.
No ligaments and no appendix.
Yeah.
Man,
Honestly.
I saw one of those things yesterday. I was driving by a car dealership.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
It
Pretty funny. I
does
thought
look like
it
Embiid,
was Embiid.
Everything on his
larger than life and just flopping around. The only difference is Embiid's not saying, buy this car.
I do not love.
I would buy a car.
Come on inside and find out a great deal for yourself.
I would buy a car from Joel Embiid Hyundai. I would.
You like that, Jay? Pretty funny.
I do not
Is
love
there a difference?
Jalen Brown
Tell me the difference.
talking so much like this.
You don't see it.
I don't love it.
You don't see that thing in front of a car dealership saying, "Oh, I can triple up."
I'm first all NBA. I don't love JB constantly streaming. I would like that to stop.
Do you think Embiid does have a Hyundai?
Huh?
You think Embiid does have a Hyundai?
He can't fit in a Hyundai.
Hyundai's a big dog.
Yeah, he's not out there going to make every day feel that bad.
Thanks for that.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Speaking of selling, you were telling me earlier before we started, and I said save this because I want to talk about this later.
Yeah.
That the Taliban gets how many millions of dollars a week?
$40 million a week. It all happened. I was on a podcast and they were talking about it, and Sean Ryan, and he had
Love that dude.
yeah, great American. I love him.
Good man.
He's a good Christian man. He's been through it. He's an incredible guy that they've asked to do horrible things. And people like that, I give them a wide path. I let them slide on a lot of things. But he's a good daddy, and he worries about our country. He reminds me a lot of my dad. Dad couldn't wake my dad up to the day he died over the top of him. Always by his big toe, because he might wake up on one of those islands. Ooh, pin me against the wall. Right. He's a Marine on Peleliu and Okinawa. And
Yeah.
Daddy's colonel was a guy named Chesty Puller, Colonel Puller. You can look him up. He was a Marine Corps legend, and my daddy loved him. But anyway, I'm on this podcast with Sean, and he says, "Hey, I want you to introduce Eli Crane. He's a Navy SEAL in Congress." He said, "I want you to go on this podcast with Sean Ryan." I said, "I don't know who Sean Ryan is. I'm not a podcast guy. My daughter always, give me your phone." I don't know how to do it. And all of a sudden I got a cool picture of her on there. I don't even know how she did it. But so I'm on there, and he calls me and says, "I want you to meet with this guy." He goes by the name Legend, and that's not his real name. but he comes up. He comes into the office and he can't use his real name, and says, "Look, they're getting $40 million a week." I said, "Who is?" He said, "The Taliban," and he's a Afghani that fought for us, and so he's dual citizenship. Talked to the last democratically elected president of Afghanistan through him on a call, and he's a dear friend, and he comes by all the time, and we talk, and so John Stout in my office, he's the best. I mean, this guy, his mom and daddy were in a very tragic car accident, and they prayed through it, and they both lived. I mean, daddy had to get, he was banged up, and his mom's head got banged up pretty bad, and John's he is the quintessential staffer because.
Fuck. Alright, so UFC 328 is finally here. Hamzat Chimaev defending the belt against Sean Strickland. A fight where a lot of people said that this fight's not going to happen. It's not going to make it to the octagon. There's too much drama. There's too much beef. Oh my God, this is crazy. We're going to need extra security. Sean Strickland going around saying, listen, if the guy wants to come and see me, I've got plenty of guns.
But if you come up to me with three Chechens who don't speak English, I'm going to pull my gun and I'm going to shoot each and every one of you.
Hamzat Chimaev and his whole Chechen mafia crew apparently hunting down Sean Strickland. Listen, there's a lot of backstory, there's a lot of beef, but I tell you what, there is also a tremendous fight going down this Saturday. And let me tell you, if Sean Strickland can't get it done against Hamzat Chimaev, I don't think anyone in the middleweight division anytime soon is going to be taking that belt off Hamzat Chimaev. Now, we know that they used to train with one another. Hamzat Chimaev told me to my face that he choked him out multiple times. And we know that whole bit where Sean Strickland went up to him and said, listen, you're going to take it easy. You're going to take it easy. You're so much better than all these guys.
Be nice. Come with us. Understand, you're better than everybody. So just don't hurt people.
That's all well and good. Training is one thing, a fight is another. Now, regarding all the drama, the beef, the talk, the hype, shall we say, for the fight, all these people that have been talking shit online saying this is crazy, this has gone too far, we shouldn't have this. Is this not what you want? A lot of people are out there complaining that, oh my God, the fight promotions have gone non-existent these days. Fighters aren't talking shit. We're not really interested these days. If you're not invested in this fight, you're not a true MMA fan. And not because of all the drama and the backstory and the beef and whatever you want to call it, because this is a great fight. Remember, Sean Strickland was the champion. Then he lost it to Dricus du Plessis, lost a rematch against Dricus du Plessis, came back against Fluffy Hernandez and beat the absolute brakes off him. Now we know Hamzat is a force of nature. The wrestling is ridiculous. The power in the hands is phenomenal. The gas tank seems to have been solved, okay? Against Dricus, he went 5 rounds. However, caveat, he took down Dricus and he led on top of Dricus. I'm not saying he led on top of him just stalling. He was trying to finish. He was looking for submissions. He was putting him in a crucifix and trying to draw little elbows, and Dricus was burying his head and stuff like that. That kind of pace, though, where you're stifling someone on top, is not the same as being on the feet and engaging in a war 4 or 5 rounds. They're two very, very different things. And Sean Strickland, if he has the ability to stop the takedowns, which, by the way, he is very confident that he will, right? He thinks he can stop the takedowns. He thinks if he does get taken down, he will get back to his feet. He thinks he can even scramble on top.
But I think a part of him knows if we do wrestle, I'm just going to counter wrestle. I'll get up, I'll get on top.
Those kind of fights there, they are grueling, and the pace is just insane. Well, that kind of fight, that favors Sean Strickland. That is, of course, if Hamzat doesn't walk out there. One punch, knock him unconscious, right? I don't think that's going to happen. Yes, the only person to do that is Alex Pereira, and then I think Santiago Ponzinibbio, way back when Sean was at welterweight, with a beautiful spinning wheel kick knockout. I used to train with Sean when he was at 170 pounds. He was walking around like a ghost. He looked like a gust of wind would blow him over. He was far too skinny, and of course, took a spinning wheel kick and got knocked out cold. Then he came back up to middleweight, and he's looked fantastic since then, and of course became the champion of the world, right? Is Sean better on the feet? I don't know if it's a case of being better, but he is effective, and he
The hotel has been shut down until I can unblock the drain. So I'll open this drain up, see if we can find the problem down here. Are you kidding me, mate? Guys, we are back for another block drain, and boy oh boy, have I've got a doozy for you today. We're at a hotel, and mate, have a look at this. So the hotel kitchen is causing this mess right here. And up there, that's where the hotel kitchen is. So come for a wander with me, and let's go and find it. Well, here's the kitchen, and here is the problem kitchen sink. Along with the basin over there, they run underground into this floor drain, and from there they run downstairs into the gully, which is overflowing. Well, I don't really feel like getting greasy boots, so we're going to have to try and find how we can open this side gate and get all the drain cleaning equipment in here and try and unblock that gully. Come for a wander with me, guys. And boom, here is the side gate we need to get through. So we'll just open this gate and there's no handle and it's locked. Alright, let's go back inside and speak to management and see what we can do. Well, apparently there's only one way in and one way out, and that is through this greasy mess all over the floor. So, oh yes, you at the back. Bruce, you a man or a mouse? Alright, mate, I'll be a man. Here we go. This is going to be filthy. Alright, enough fluffing around. Let's go get some drain cleaning equipment out the ute. You know him, you love him. It's Mr. Plungy. And sorry, Mr. Plungy, you're going to have to take one for the team here, mate. And I think the guests above can hear me. They think I'm absolutely nuts. Well, I am nuts. So anyway, let's get me plumber's chopsticks out and get this grate off. Let's get the show on the road, mate. So I've got me plumber's chopsticks out, and I'm going to try and gently remove the grate from the top of this gully. Then I'll have to add a diagram of how a gully is designed and how it works. But basically, if there's a blockage downstream of the gully, all the sewage will overflow outside in your garden rather than in your house or in your hotel. Well, there we go. The grate's removed, and now we have a nice access to the drain. All right, Mr. Plungy, this is your time to shine, my friend. We'll just try and shove you down this gully, and you never know. Couple of pumps, and Bob's your mother's brother, we could be out of here. Although I really do hope that you're not putting up a bit of a fight, because I'm absolutely loving this time at the moment, guys. How good is this? It's really thick though, isn't it? It's real. Here's an extra. I think it's got me plunger. The gully's got me plunger, guys. Alright, gonna give it one big yank. 1, 2, 3. Come on! Come on, Mr. Plungy, you good thing. Get out of there. Well, I thought I'd lost Mr. Plungy for a second, but Mr. Plungy, you're going down again, mate. Let's continue on, guys. Come on, Mr. Plungy. Now, the worrying thing is that there could be a massive grease ball down here. And if I send a grease ball down this drain, whoa! Have we got it, guys? I think we have. The only thing is, have I sent a grease ball further down the drain? Let's go back upstairs, go into the kitchen and test everything out. Alright, now we have all the taps running in the kitchen. That'll give us an indication if the gully's clear or if there's even a blockage downstream. But guys, if you wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing if you haven't, I'd absolutely love it, guys. Thank you so much for your support. Alright, well, oh no. There's water flowing out of the gully. This is not good, guys. Can you see that? We've got all the taps turned on in the kitchen, yet the gully's overflowing. It means there's a blockage downstream of the gully somewhere, potentially the grease trap. Alright, this job has just become a lot bigger than we thought. Alright, we need to come up with a solution quickly because the sewage is flooding inside to the hotel right there. Oh, yes, I can hear you. You at the back again. Bruce, just get the jet out, mate. And mate, I know I should really have the jet out, but I've got to try and plunge this. Have we got it? I know I said that before. Something really is not adding up to me. I'm getting a little bit concerned. I feel like there could be an issue in the grease trap or closer downstream near the grease trap. Now, all commercial kitchens are required to have a grease trap, and grease traps will separate all the oils and the food scraps that come from the kitchen sink. It'll prevent them going out into the main sewer, and it'll only let the filtered water go out to the main sewer. All right, let's go into the basement, see if we can locate the sewer and the grease trap. It should be down there or down there somewhere. Now, I was just about to pull the jet out. Well, I did pull the jet out because there he is. And what we're going to do is we're going to jet clean this drain if we can't unblock it. Now, this is the gully in front of the grease trap. And is it moving? It's this slight movement. But we've got to try and work out where on earth there could be a secondary blockage because something is not adding up. To plunge that gully and for it to reblock straight away, it's concerning. And right here, there looks like the sewer that's coming from upstairs. So we'll just try and take this cap off and there we go. We got some movement. All right, this is going to be very interesting. Very interesting. If this overflows, is it going to overflow? Is it going to blow? Although the drain looks clean. So look down here. I'll dangle you behind your leg, guys. Is that drain full at the bottom? That drain should not be full. The drain's filling up, so that grease ball, we've just sent it further down. This is a disaster. All right, this drain is chock-a-block, and we've got to work out how on earth we're going to clear it. I mean, do we jet from here? I mean, there's inspection points over here that we could try. We've got to get this sorted, guys. All right, now it's starting to overflow. We're in desperate need of unblocking this drain so they can reopen this hotel. There's some inspection points here, and there's a grease trap right there. All right, I've turned the taps off, and guys, we're under a little pressure, although I wouldn't change it for the world. How good is this, guys? Let's follow this drain to the grease trap. We might have to jet it, we might need to plunge it. There's inspection openings here. There's one there, there's one there. I mean, where do we start? Well, I'm just using the plumber's drumsticks just to open this inspection cap to the drain. And we might send the jet down here, guys. Are you kidding me, mate? What's the odds of opening the inspection cap and finding this, guys? I mean, it's so unlikely. And what is it? Is it a pair of undies? Try and reach down here. Now, I've got to be really careful here because if these undies go downstream into the grease trap right in here, mate, this could cause a major drama. It could get blocked further down the line and make the job a lot bigger. So let's just try and pull them out here. I think I've got them. Guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've lost them. No, I've got them. Hey. You little ripper. Woo-hoo-hoo. We're starting to flow down now, but what on earth is this? Is a coffee cup. A coffee cup. And what's this? A t-shirt? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. It's out of the drain, but we're not in the clear yet. There could still be a problem. All right, what I'm worried about is there being another grease ball or some sort of blockage in this drain. Let's go back inside and inspect the drains. Alright, let's see if the gully is flowing A-OK, and it looks like it is, guys. That's great news. We're still not in the clear. Let's go downstairs and make sure everything is flowing nicely. Oh, it's sounding promising, and it's looking promising, guys. I'm just going to stick you in this drain. Can you see much, guys? It looks absolutely fantastic. We'll just bang the cap back on. We'll close this up, but now we've got to check. Is the drain flowing correctly? Is it flowing nicely? Now let's check the inspection point. Oh, mate, if it looks any better, it'd look too good. The gully, how's she looking? Mate, look at $1 million. Now from the gully, it flows into the grease trap and out to the council sewer. And our last job is to clean up. So I always suggest use your pair of undies, guys. They work well. Anyway, thanks so much for watching, guys, and take the rest of the day off.
What is this? Is someone asking to turn the speaker down? What is it?
That'll be killing me, boy. He smoked got his headphones on. He told me to put my speaker down. And he got his motherfucking headphones on. You out your mind, my man.
Just why do you have to listen to the speaker?
I want to cut you. So shut your fucking mouth then. So shut your mouth then. Mind your business, you bitch. Why you have to jump out there? You got headphones on.
He's literally just trying to read a book. Just trying to read.
Bitch. What do you think I was a punk or something? Yeah, that's the best thing you better do. Move, you bitch ass mother.
Remember when I said before about how like anybody that has this crash out over being perceived of being disrespected, just lock them up. Just institutionalize them immediately.
Yeah. That's what you gotta do.
Uh-huh.
That's what you better do. Yeah. You don't want no drama with me, motherfucker. I'll cut your face open. Are you serious? You gonna tell me to put my speaker down?
Isn't it crazy how easy this problem would be to solve? And we don't do it.
I'll cut your face, man. You know I'm like this.
You know why? Because he's reading a book?
Yeah, so what? You don't mind your business then. Mind your business then. Mind your business then. Call the cops then. Call the cops, stupid bitch. You suck my dick. Whoever wants to leave, let me know. I'm ready.
Isn't it? They crave violence. Like, these people are animals. The sooner we realize that, the sooner everybody else can live in peace. The problem is that too many of these people that are on the subway are not okay with my solution to this problem. This is a crazy nutball that's running around and talking about stabbing and killing people. You need to arrest, institutionalize, and if they get violent, incapacitate them or shoot them. That's what you need to do. That's really the problem, is that not enough people will accept my solution to this problem. I think that there will be a critical mass of dysfunction, and eventually it will go away. There's a reason why this doesn't happen in China. I wonder if this is happening in Dubai. Geez, guys. This is such an easy problem to solve, but people don't want to solve it. That's the issue.
Rappaport getting very mad about Joe Rogan. Now, they've fallen on different sides of the Israel divide. That's basically what you need to know about this conversation. So Rappaport posted a montage. He posted a clip that was circulating from a new, what do they call it? Protect Our Parks episode of Rogan. It's like Gillis and Norman. And here's the clip. You'll see it. And then we'll bring in Rappaport's thoughts.
America does that. Yeah, we're like not the best people to handle stuff, and we're like still like we should handle it. You know who else does it? Who? Israel. Blame everything on Israel. I'm not blaming everything. Yeah, they're part of it.
It is amazing how many high-profile Jewish people they have an opinion about everything. But when it gets to this, like, yes. Avoid that or come up with some random way to justify annihilating an entire city.
Yeah. It's just funny to me when Americans are like, hey, this other country's overstepping.
Yeah, we bought the bad
twice. Yeah, hold on a second. Afghanistan and
those fuckers had it really come.
They were Jews.
Twice?
The second one was just going, hey, check this out, Russia.
Yeah. I guess so.
But yeah, whatever.
Well, that was a long time ago.
That's true.
Everybody did that's dead. But based on today, boy,
yeah,
it's a lot like Lebanon, bro. What they're doing in Lebanon right now is crazy.
What are they for Hezbollah?
They got to look under rubble.
Okay, so Rappaport, let's put his reaction up on the screen here. This is how he responded. Talking shit and gallows humor doesn't make you racist or hurtful. I guarantee you Joe Rogan makes jokes about gays, blacks, Asians, I think he says Latins and everything else off camera. But Big Bad Joe Rogan only makes jokes about Jewish people on camera. He's totally comfortable doing it weekly on camera. Has pigs like Tim Dillon, et cetera, join him doing it. Only Jewish people. Why? It's because the last form of acceptable hate, and one of the reasons it's so acceptable is because gays, blacks, Asians, Latins, and everyone else hasn't said anything about it. All right. So the point that Rogan was making there, and Rappaport, by the way, if you don't know Rappaport, is also kind of comes from a comedy background. He's an actor. But Rogan is talking about the Jewish state. And so it's not irrelevant in that case to make an argument that he believes, which I actually don't think is true, but I like Joe Rogan. I don't have a problem with him making this argument. I just don't think it's true that a lot of like high-profile Jewish people don't have anything to say about the situation. Now, I think what he actually meant is about atrocities and what's happened over the course of the war, and that actually is a different position. So, just trying to be charitable with how Rappaport was interpreting what he heard from Rogan, but I wanted to respond to this because it is so insane. It is such a crazy point. Joe Rogan has famously been under fire for years for all of the things that he says about race, about sexual orientation. The same goes with Tim Dillon. I would actually expect Rappaport to know this because he is in that space. If you don't watch Joe Rogan, if you don't listen to Tim Dillon, if you only encounter some of these comedians, Shane Gillis, from clips, you should probably not talk about them, period, unless you preface everything you say with, quote, I only watch the clips. Then you have license. Go ahead. Then you have license. Fire away. Say whatever the hell you want, because everyone then knows your exposure to these comedians is just from clips. But it's not at all, like what Rappaport is saying is not at all true. And anybody who remembers Rogan's history, this is why Bernie Sanders was so bad for thinking about going on Rogan, couldn't do it. Dem candidates couldn't go on Rogan. Kamala Harris couldn't go on Rogan because he was so politically incorrect. Nobody wanted it to happen. Actually wanted it to happen. So that is just a really, I think, a really uncalled for smear. I said this on Megan's show earlier today. However people disagree on these issues, just on a human level, think before you smear people. You should use your social media platforms if you're like getting in arguments to engage and not
The NFL Refs Association putting this to a vote on Thursday night. We believe, because how tight the Refs Association has proven to be over the years, this means that this is something that is passing. This is a huge, huge piece of information as we look ahead to the next season, because with the replacement refs of the past, it became state fair football. And with how popular the game is, where the league is trying to go, and everything else we got going on, especially with sports gambling and the amount of money being wagered and everything that's taking place, the replacement refs, I think, would have been a detrimental blow to the NFL and its steam that it has going on. I think it's a big deal. Tell me how we got here, Rap, and tell me what you think this means.
I agree with you. I think this is a really, really big deal. And, you know, it's weird because you have some topics like we just discussed that are hot button. People like have to get into it, have to weigh in, have to. This is sort of not one of them. You said, you know, you used the word quietly when you talked about the break of this yesterday. I would agree because people are, okay, well, it's going to get done. Yes, I do think eventually it will get done. The real story would have been if if it had not gotten done, what kind of disaster would it have been? For all the reasons you mentioned, it certainly seems like it's headed toward ratification. You're right. If the Ref Association is scheduling a vote, you got to believe that they have supreme confidence that there's going to be a deal that their members are going to ratify. And as far as like what this all means and kind of, looking forward, I would say it represents a pretty good investment from the NFL and from the owners in officiating, in training, in development, in, sort of using the referees more than just like on Sundays or Thursdays and Mondays during the season, making better use of them during minicamp, during joint practices, during training camp, sort of, shortening the amount of dead time that they have and just getting them on the field to work. And I think that's, that's something, just more reps is better. And I think that's something that's going to help. The other thing that I wouldn't be surprised to see is a little more focus on sort of accountability and less on seniority, right? Like more of a focus on if you are good, you will get rewarded, and we will see it. And if not, then we will not see you as much, and you will not have as many high-profile assignments. So I think those are sort of the hot button important points here. Is that this is going to lead to better officiating, which is good.
Okay, so the NFL wanted all those things. They wanted accountability. They wanted off-season work. They wanted a little bit more of that. The NFL Ref Association, I believe they wanted more money. I believe that was a part of the negotiation. We can assume that both sides probably put their swords down for a little bit of an agreement. And do we expect the NFL Ref Association to come out of this very, very happy and excited about what the new day could be alongside technology and development in the offseason? Or is this going to be like a process of weeding out all the old refs that are going to hate everything about this and a newer class of refs that are kind of coming through?
Now, there has been some, I would say over the last, maybe 4 or 5 years, there has been some weeding out of older refs or refs that haven't been, nothing related to age, but refs that have not been performing in a way that that they wanted. So we've sort of already seen that. I would expect the Referees Association, considering how much sort of drama was in this, how much angst and frustration all the way through, once you get to a point where you're on the cusp of a deal, I would expect both sides to be pretty happy. But, this has been stressful. Like I started calling around yesterday when I started hearing this before Seifert and Kalen scooped me. And I know, right? I know. Nobody would talk about it because they were kind of like, don't want to mess it up, don't want to do anything to spook it or jinx it. Like, I think everyone's in a good place. I think they just want to get it done, and it is extremely good for the game that it will get done.
Yeah, I think it is extremely good for the game. Shout out to the refs getting it done before the deadline. Okay, that's them wanting the game to get better as well, especially if they're being tasked with becoming more accountable, which no group wants to contractually sign to. I don't think that is something that necessarily a union wants to sign up for, especially when they haven't really had it for a long time. So thank you to the refs for getting that deal done, and also shout to the NFL for getting the deal done, understanding that this is a big deal. I think the money is going to have, I think there's probably going to be a little bit of a, if I had to guess, I think those refs probably got a good bit of more money, if I had to guess. And the good thing is, none of us will care. As long as they're getting better and the accountability is real. And I think that's what the NFL would probably realize whenever they were negotiating. It's like, hey, if we have to tell the owners that we're paying the refs this amount of money, but the game's going to get better, and the fans aren't going to care either way. Actually, kind of a good thing. We do this, way to get a deal done. That could have been a disaster.
And again, how quickly everything could be stripped away from you. All I wanted was my health, and I was just so grateful to be able to think again. So,
huge shout out to everything Candace has been doing. When you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And health is all that matters. And there's nothing quite like that can humble you and give you perspective and bring you back around to what really matters.
Information is the oxygen of democracy.
There's so much evidence out there, even if less than 1% is true.
good to see you all. Missed you all a lot. I figure I would start with a clip from Candace's recent episode.
Yeah, anyway, I, for whatever it's worth, I entered the space of politics with a very real understanding of how fickle it all is. I felt completely that I was at God's mercy. I wanted to sort of keep my circle really small. As you guys know, my cousin Mia still works with me. She is the person who actually helped me upload my first video onto YouTube. She filmed me. I feel like I went into politics just with the right attitude and not impressed by a lot of the things that the other people were impressed by. You know, I knew the importance of family. And again, how quickly everything could be stripped away from you. All I wanted was my health, and I was just so grateful to be able to think again. People get sick, okay? In fact, there are people who email us daily about their chronic illnesses and tell me how much this podcast helps them get through the
Don't act like he's not still here, okay? I'm irritated that he's being left out of conversations. He's 19-0, okay? You know how many rounds he's lost? 2. Ever. Period. End of story. Number 2, Hamzat Shemaev, 15-0. Also, only lost 2 rounds. And then you gotta go with Habib, number 1, 29-0. Also, only lost 2 rounds.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna say Hamzat because he has dominated as much as you can to start a career. John Jones might have lost rounds, but the people that he's beaten in his career, that's crazy. And the way he dominated those guys early, especially, I don't know that we've seen people take the UFC like we saw Jones. And Khabib number 1. Obviously, you could put Islam and all those guys on the list too, but I got Chimaev, Jones, and Khabib.
I'm just looking at yours. All right. I'm starting with GSP. I'm going to Jones, and then I'm going Khabib.
You don't think GSP?
Striker, right? GSP was great at jiu-jitsu. He was really great at a lot of
He's great at jiu-jitsu. He also, I mean, he lost to Matt Serra. How was that? Like,
all right, why are you guys just killing me on this?
No, I'm not.
GSP isn't one of the most dominant fighters in the history of the
He was dominant, but he was kind of like,
it wasn't like
just destroyed.
He wasn't like Chimaev where he was just smothered.
Yes.
But he was a winner.
Yeah, he was a winner.
Sabatini. You know, Pat Sabatini's a guy that has momentum going back in his direction again. Finds himself in a tough fight with someone. 145 to Pat. With a
I like Patrick's quote that he would have stopped me. I just want to know where he was in game 3.
I really heard what Jeremy says because I got like 2 Stanley Cup rings right in my ear.
Jared, so we had a little Thayer Academy talk a few games ago. The Bruins played Chicago, so the JR profile was done on Nesson. Obviously.
I saw that.
Yeah, it was great.
That was very cool. My brother actually sent that to me last night. I was really, really happy to see that. That made me that brought a lot of warmth to my heart. So thank you for that.
Yeah. No, of course. And I'm here, Boston, so Thayer. And there's all the connections, Mott's and JR, and there's always everyone's connected to you somehow down here. But going through the Chicago highlights, my favorite one is 96 in Patrick. The two of you going back and forth with the chalk in the rafters and then the rings. Just can you walk us through that series? I mean, that was prime time for me.
So remember I told you about my clipping in the mouth was one of the most times I was angry. That series was the other time when I was the most angry because we actually had a lead on Colorado in the playoffs. I think we're up 2-1 going in game 4. And in game 3, I just lit up Patrick Law on a breakaway. Just actually burned his jock severely bad.
You won't see him any prettier than this. Bonek has the ability to really pick up speed when he receives the puck and make great moves at a high tempo. And he totally fools Patrick Law
and scored a goal in the game 3 win. Well, game 4, we go into overtime, and I'm on a breakaway. I mean, clear all-out breakaway. And I will tell you, this is the worst non-penalty call in the history of NHL overtime playoff games. This ultimately pushes my feet behind in a clear-out breakaway and trips me. I mean, I have a breakaway and I don't even get a shot off after I just burned the shit out of Patrick Roy the game before, and I don't even get a shot. And McCreary doesn't call a penalty. I mean, I don't know if it was McCreary or Koharski, which one of the two. I think it was McCreary. And I'm like, are you fucking shitting me? They don't call a penalty, and I'm complaining about it. We end up losing the game. And Patrick hears me complaining about it. It doesn't matter if I would have saved it anyway. I'm like, oh yeah, of course. But where was he in game 3? I put him looking for his jock up in the rafters, and so on and so forth. And then he comes up with the best line to shut me up, right? I know Jeremy Roenick saved for the 2 Stanley Cup rings that are plugging my ear. So the only thing I could say is, can you please tell Patrick Roy of the United States we have plurals? So if he has 2 rings plugging his ear, his other one's in handy, so shut the fuck up. And it just went back and forth. And Patrick and I had a very big, deep respect for each other, and we played, the same type of mentality game in our minds, even though different positions. And he's just one of the best competitors that I ever played against. That was one of the cool parts of my career for sure.
So to that point, when you look at, you scored 500 plus goals. Who's the best goalie that you would have played against?
To me, it's Marty Brodeur. He played such a style because he was a big goaltender like Patrick, but his technique was so he covered the angles so well, and I think he was so disciplined in that. In that age in the early 90s, where Patrick and Brodeur, they pretty much revolutionized the butterfly style, which for a lot of us, it kind of confused us, right? It wasn't the Greg Millen, Grant Fuhr, kick out, knock it out with the stick, and don't want to go on the ice because they're too out of shape. They have to pick themselves back up, right? These are the goaltenders that actually started to get in shape, right? Marty Brodeur was definitely more, was bigger, was definitely more athletic, and always drove me crazy. And I can't tell you how many times I get in front of that net, and that little stick just would come up right in the smoothie, knock you out for about 3 shifts, man. Knock you out. Yeah. You know what that's like, Razor. You know what
That's so gutless. It's so.
He had support. He was only getting a couple bucks, and instead it's popping up all of these crazy names. It backfired so badly, bro. Oh no!
That is actually
Her expression was tough. And there's the like-dislike ratio on it. It went even higher than that. I think it broke 1,000 by the next day. But over double the amount of dislikes to likes, and then the humiliation of it all. After Quartering said that Side Scrollers was a slum show, you're slumming it if you go on there. My show's so much bigger, Melanie, than Sutter and Craig and Side Scrollers. Look who's actually featured on the front page of Rumble. Look who actually got the feature. Oh, looky there. It's Stuttering Craig.
Stuttering Craig's so nice. He's like the nicest guy ever. He's really cool.
Oh, no. Okay, before we do this, let's now go back up to the folders up top, and let's have a look at this live chat. Look at this. The Quartering mod. Look at how embarrassing this is for Quartering and his Janny. He adds Yellow Flash when he sees Yellow Flashes in chat. You might want to think before you chat. I want you to know, Yellow Flash, I'll ban you if you say anything. You better think. You better Yellow Flash.
That's
Well,
fucking
it's so beta. It's so pathetic. So Yellow Flash goes, "You coward, cunt!" And he got banned. He got banned. Now, here we have the boomers. These are the boomers. Jared's clueless boomers. Stop atting me about the friggin' oranges and asking me about my dang weekend already, liberals. I don't know what the heck you're saying today. Is this real? Is this real? I have to believe that that's real. God bless Donald Trump 24. I mean, it's an account that's been around since 2024. So
I don't know.
It's legit. God bless Donald. Me about the friggin' oranges, liberals. Then we have Mel's husband's boyfriend for $1. What do I do if I have a secret to tell someone? And then you just look, and every single message other than 2 have been banned and removed by the moderator, including El Buma, who was a whale, who was a financial donor. He was banned.
Well, Sellers for Darts.
Buddy, Sellers for Darts is banned, buddy.
Spaceman.
Oh no. Then we have Mel's faggot husband. Hey babe, I can't find my cattail butt plug. You didn't throw it out, did you? He actually does have a cat tail. I don't know if it's a butt plug. And there, Raymond Thoughts and Minds fell. The brave soldier Raymond on Tuesday, 07, he was banned by Jeremy.
I'm sorry, Raymond. Is Raymond here right now? How do you feel about that, Raymond?
How do you feel about that? Then we've got Serotonin84 says, 0 kids, 2 fags, and I still let my daughter watch your Bible channel because she likes you and the words you say. I think you're trash, but to each your own. Just like you have slurs and degenerate perverts. Holy!
This is a massacre.
It was savage, bro. So now there's a tracker. So just like the Jerilizer.
This guy's a king. By the way, J3LTE.
So
yeah, go ahead.
There is now an application that's going to track all of the bans and the rate at which people are banned. So Jared was averaging on Tuesday about 2.67 bans per minute.
No, about 20 minutes later, that guy added me. It went up to 3.45 a minute.
Imagine giving out almost 3.5 bans per minute, not per hour.
It went up that
per minute. Okay, so now we have a look at the comments that were going on Rumble. Oh boy, it's the Jares fans downvoted apocalypse. These are all of Jeremy Hambley's actual boomer supporters. 67 downvotes, 68 downvotes, 119 downvotes, 120 downvotes. And as we see, when you do this on Rumble, you take away their right to show up. Their posts are hidden. Just like how Jeremy, by the way, look at this fellow at the bottom.
120?
Yeah, but look at the guy at the bottom. 147 downvotes. Damn. And I hit show on this guy. The downvoting of innocuous comments is retarded. I agree it was a shitty thing for Jeremy to bitch out on Yellow Flash, but come the hell on. You can all look artificial and give Jeremy ammo when you pass downvote comments and not just the video.
Ammo.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, no.
Suffer, boomer. Suffer, concern troll, bitch. The downvoting will continue until morale improves. There we have the stop adding me about the friggin' oranges. Alright, that's such a classic. Now here's Flag a Day. This liberal brigading on anything the quartering does has got me seeing red. I'm a peaceful retired vet with a service dog, but even my medically necessary OG Kush can't keep my rage suppressed. Now, I want to believe, but I think with a name like Flag a Day, this may very well be a troll. But it's distinguish who's a legitimate boomer
Today,
and
I
who's
was
a
like,
troll?
I don't know. Who's real, who's fake.
Oh man! So this guy, I think, is a real quartering simp. Why not just ban all the keyboard warriors that want to ride the gay clown tranny chain? Tranny trains, they all want to redeem it. Contagious chatting cocks just want to get in their 2 cents. Enough buzzwords for you there, boomer? Holy, buddy! What a cope!
That aged me 3 years reading that.
These liberals. Look at this guy. This guy's a legitimate quartering janitor. I looked up what this orange thing was about and found a Wikipedia page about gay handkerchief.
Oh my god.
Apparently these dang liberal trolls are sending out homosexual dog whistles. Orange, for instance, means anything goes. So people like this are out cruising for fellow degenerate perverts and are willing to do anything.
There's no way.
Anyway, I've been seeing it.
A group of House Democrats is demanding that the United States break the taboo surrounding Israel's nuclear weapons. We can put our first element up on the screen. This was a story in the Washington Post that reported on a letter saying a group of House Democrats is urging the Trump administration to publicly acknowledge Israel's undeclared nuclear weapons program, a move that would abandon decades of U.S. policy but confirm what has been an open secret among intelligence officials since the late 1960s. Now, this letter was addressed to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The Post published the letter in full, and you can see, I'm very curious to get Ryan Good's reaction to this. Again, 30 House Democrats, not just squad type House Democrats either. You have like Al Green on there, AOC is on it, Becca Balint is on it, some of the, Greg Casar, some of the obvious types, Mark Buchanan, but it's not just squad types. Lloyd Doggett is on this, so we can also then, Ryan, take a little trip down memory lane to Jonathan Pollard years ago. That's a familiar name, but set us up, Ryan, because you know, pulled this clip to kind of understand the significance of what's really happening here.
Yeah, so Jonathan Pollard, one of the maybe the most infamous Israeli spy who helped build Israel's nuclear program by stealing American nuclear secrets and sending them to Israel. As we reported a while ago, this has been in books and other stuff, when Netanyahu came to the U.S. in the 90s, he mentioned to President Clinton that Israel had tapes of him in communication with Monica Lewinsky. Just mentioned it like as a friend would do. Not making any threats whatsoever. Just saying, hey, just bro, FYI, we've got these tapes.
Something to think about.
Not great. Then he also said, I need you to free Jonathan Pollard as part of this peace deal that I'm trying to get brokered with Arafat here. The George Tenet, who was the CIA director at the time, told Clinton, if you do that, I'm resigning, and saying that's why I'm resigning. Like, we as the American intelligence community will not allow this spy to be sent back to Israel. That was the 90s. He was eventually kind of given some humanitarian parole in 2015 by the Obama administration, and then the Trump administration allowed him to head back to Israel, where he promptly threatened to nuke the United States. So let's roll Pollard.
The Biden administration, as I called it, did threaten us. But I said, you're mistaken if you think there's never a choice. There was a choice. He said, well, what? Is it to have our weapons cut off? I said, no, let me bring you back to October 1973, during the Yom Kippur War, when Henry Kissinger instituted an arms embargo against us. He stopped the aerial resupply of our army at that point to extract diplomatic concessions from us. And what happened? What happened was an A4 Skyhawk was parked at Telenoff Air Base with some interesting weapons under its wings. And we told the Americans, take your eye in the sky and take a good look at the airplane that's on that runway. And the next day, the airlift started. So the guy that I was talking
Which airlift?
to Israel,
Uh-huh.
the arms airlift.
So in other words, we threatened their.
We threatened to use unconventional weapons. I'll leave it at that. And so he said, "Is this what you want us to threaten now?" I said, "Absolutely. Except this time, I want us to go forward with it if necessary."
No, and that nice. After that,
Unconventional weapons.
Unconventional weapons.
Huh.
Some fancy weapons under the wing.
Yeah.
After that, Mike Huckabee, our ambassador to Israel, met with Pollard, which then drew protests from American officials in the embassy who were like, "What on earth are you doing?" Meanwhile, Pollard is taking the hint. You put up E3 here. He's announcing, according to Times of Israel, he's planning on entering politics, slamming Netanyahu and Bennett from the right, obviously.
Yes, right.
So I look forward to when Pollard is prime minister, people saying that they condemn the Pollard government, but not Israel.
Mm.
So
yeah, that'll be interesting.
By the way, I was looking through the list of the 30 people that signed. A ton of them are not coming back to Congress next time. However,
super interesting.
Some that are, interestingly, one of them, Maxine Dexter.
Oh, that is interesting.
So Maxine Dexter, she beat Pramila Jayapal's sister.
Yes.
Sushila Jayapal. Pramila Jayapal signed this letter. She got more than $2 million from AIPAC that they secretly funneled through this group 314 Action.
Yes.
So she was elected with $2+ million worth of AIPAC, secret AIPAC money.
And is running again.
She has been, constituents hammer her constantly for that secret AIPAC money.
She's Portland area?
Yes.
Yeah. Very
and so that's interesting that she would sign this.
That's very interesting.
AIPAC spent $2 million to get her in there. She's telling Israel to out its nuclear program, which has legal implications because if the United States ever acknowledged that Israel had undeclared nuclear weapons and is not a signatory to any of these treaties,
yes,
we can't arm a country like that. It is illegal to arm that country,
right.
Which means it is illegal to arm them.
There is so much on the line, and I get that this is just like a silly little letter. People will say from House Democrats, but it's a huge sign that this taboo with massive implications is in the process of shattering. Van Jones on CNN was discussing this with Abby Phillip and had a little bit of, honestly, a crash out. You can see why. I mean, he's sort of calm throughout, but you can see he's pulling at the thread that Ryan's talking about. Why is these House Democrats saying it? Roll the clip here.
Here are some of the questions that Joaquin Castro is posing on this issue. Maybe this might answer some of your questions. What nuclear weapons capability does Israel have? Has the administration received any assurances from Israel that nuclear weapons will not be used? Has Israel communicated to the United States any nuclear doctrine, any red lines or thresholds for nuclear use in the context of the current conflict with Iran? Has the administration assessed what circumstances could lead Israel to consider nuclear use? What contingency planning has the administration conducted for such a scenario? I mean, we do. Look.
Is there? I'm asking an honest question. Why? I mean, has there been some rumor that says that Israel is going to nuke Iran?
Here's the thing. I guess the question is again, now there's been a change of status quo. There's a war between the United States, Israel, and Iran that is going on right now in the Middle East. And under those circumstances, that is actually different from what we've been experiencing for the last, 40, 50 years. And so under those circumstances, there's only one power in the Middle East that has a nuke, and it's Israel. And so the question is, what are the circumstances? What are the boundaries? Are there any boundaries? They don't acknowledge that they have them. People know that they do, but are there any boundaries? I think that seems like a fair question to ask.
I'm assuming that they're in executive session.
It seems like a weird question to ask, Abby Phillip says. But Ryan, Van Jones is saying why. I think because he's getting it exactly to your point. He's saying why because he believes the answer is because Democrats now want to stop arming Israel. I think that's what he was. My interpretation is that's what he's pushing at. He's saying, well, nobody thinks Israel's actually going to nuke Iran, so the only reason you're doing this, he didn't come out and say it, but it's because you don't want to keep sending arms and military support to Israel, period. And I think that's obviously what the real threat is to people like Dan Jones here.
Yeah, and the status quo position among a lot of Democrats at this point is, okay, we're not going to subsidize Israeli weapons transfers anymore, but we're still going to facilitate massive weapons transfers.
Right.
And the next terrain for the fight is going to be no. We should actually not be sending. Period. We should not even be selling Israel weapons as long as they are continuing this expansionist project into Lebanon, into Syria, into Gaza, into the West Bank. And then, in fact, they should be under sanctions. And if you're making the case that they should be sanctioned, having an illegal, undeclared nuclear program, I believe we're at war with Iran over its nuclear program right now. Although maybe we're pausing that Project Freedom momentarily. But yeah, so that will play in when if the U.S. if the American people are like, wait a minute, we don't necessarily trust the ability of this country to self-regulate its behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is this is a big picture conversation we've been having about Iran for a long time. So you look at polling in America, support is just cratering for Israel almost across the board, except for among older Republican voters. And you're starting to see, this letter kind of shatters the taboo in and of itself. Mm-hmm. And so as these conversations increase, you have like Pollard being somebody who's entering Israeli politics. You have a ascendant far right in Israeli politics because there's this idea that this is kind of the anthem when it comes to protection, that shield from the United States, because Americans no longer buy that the relationship is beneficial, is mutually beneficial to the American people. And so, sort of a sign that that's probably correct.
Yeah. I love the Van Jones response. Why these guys alone? Why are you singling out this Israel in the Middle East just because they're the only country with an undeclared nuclear program?
Seems awfully strange. We have Rohit Chopra standing by, so we are going to bring him in to talk about this crazy, how many acres, Ryan? 62 acres?
62 square miles.
62 square miles, that's right, data center in Utah.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
You want me to answer it?
Yeah, no, genuinely.
As we look at the chip counts here on our feature table, they chain now all the way up to near 2 million.
Yeah.
So, the range is just not doing particularly well in that situation. It happened to be another pair of the jack. It happened to be a pure random bluff by ace-6, but I think it's really important when you're watching from home to try not to buy too much into your biases, because you're just going to have them when you see the he had the best hand. Why would he just put all of his chips in? Because that's what he would have had to do. And if he did do that, and Chen had pocket kings, or the small blind in Cortazar did have ace-7 suited, suddenly you're out of the tournament. You're up against 2 uncapped ranges there. I just think it's like, there is going to be a situation where it's a random bluff, it's a middling pair, but most of the time it's not like that.
I love it. You are there from the beginning. Yeah, we're shoving small today. Aishan has rags and faults.
He has rags and riches.
Vieira continues to hover around 20 big blinds. It's the same for many poker players. We all went to the main, and therefore it's important to us to
nice bit of sarcasm from Damon on Twitch. This guy Vieira seems like a new guy to the game, shoving King 4. Great to see new guys to the game run deep.
2006.
From 2006.
Full stop pair, then goes along with King 4. He must be terrible.
But then 2006, 7, I was
Top 20 player in the world.
like Stuanga playing outside. What is, I don't know, what's his name, like Kaplan or something? Yeah, I think. Like a reporter. Yeah.
Rounds the blinds again, Icing in the small.
Yeah, they're the main outside too.
That was nice.
Gabe and AJ, they were the event. I think all the commentators. Karen and Lucas.
It'll be over soon, James. I'm sure they switch tables.
That's what people are going to say about Joe.
Well, I imagine we'll have a new fidget table for the second level of the day.
Back in the day. Famous comedian doing arenas. Yeah.
Just joining us, 46 players remain. A field of over 1,000 here in Monte Carlo. All playing for close to €1 million. The coveted title and the shiny gold trophy. So shiny.
It is an amazing trophy. Plus a place in poker history, no exaggeration.
One of my faves, my big gold EPT trophy.
Folded to Aishen, who is probably still tournament chip leader with close to 2 million. A7 suited. Oh no, that's Zaita's hand. Zaita's actually opened under the gun. Aishen with 10s on the button.
Yeah, I like this call. Staying very under-repped. Not creating a situation where you get 4-bet and playing and putting the too many chips pre-flop. Allowing Fast to get in there for cheap. I think this hand would make for an interesting squeeze shove off 20 big blinds in later positions, like if Zaiter, for instance, had raised the cutoff and Chen flatted the button. Twos are going to get a lot of folds, but in this situation, the ranges are stronger, and as you can see, that is reflected by the hands we see. He's just hoping the ducks fly together. He's looking for a black duck.
No duck. King 8 tray, 10 still ahead. No Spicy says, can we get some zipper action? No.
Come on, one zipper. One zipper per hand is a big case.
Honestly, I'm on edge.
Discipline check from Zaiter. Recognizing the abilities and decent range of H on the button, who checks back.
Okay, ace of clubs on the turn. It's now top pair for Zaita, the flush draw for Aishen.
This changes everything, James.
I've got a feeling deuces are going to loses.
Zaiter's happy about this turn, but I don't think that motivated to start betting. Chen is going to still have a better ace range when he has it. So I think you want to play this passively to reduce potential bluffs.
River is a brick. Zaita's hand still good.
Not a great candidate to bluff here. I'm surprised Fast is considering this. I'd at least like to have the deuce of clubs in here. Maybe so you could have something like a queen deuce of clubs or something. The blocker properties of the wheel is that relevant. I have a lot of deuce fours in the house. Because I don't know.
I'm gonna check and but no, with I mean I want to block catch him because he's gonna bluff much wider than other people. But I don't like 6.
Certainly possible. Would play something like a 2 jack, everybody's checks.
that situation that I got a call against him. Yeah, I know, like, it looks like he's now a bluff there, but you have to know your customer. I knew it!
I want a zip. He's a little hot from that. He's having a rough
Need a little
day.
buffer before payday?
Let's
Here's
get
what
a
I
zip.
do to
Come
get
on,
up to
zippy.
$250 instantly.
Come on, zip. Come on, zip.
I think we're in the clear. Well, news from one of the outer tables. We've lost a player, not just a player, but a former APT Monte Carlo champion. 2024 winner Dirk Van Luke out in 46th place for €16,100.
When is this guy going to catch a break?
Takes us down to 45 players. Still at 6 tables. And 22 minutes until the blinds go up. Nice callback, Tom. I'm going to find out that he actually won the hand and he's still in. Poor Dirk.
I understood that.
He was so exhausted at that final table. Okay, you don't get a zip, you get a Russell. A D.D. Russell.
Two different ways you can play these 10s, so 20 big blinds. Put in a small medium raise, which he has gone with. Just straight 2.6x. You also induce a bluff raise or perhaps an open shove with an ace rag. King 10 would have been an interesting one, actually facing the limp. Since this is being good here.
Blind be blind, we go to the flop. Queen 8-8.
King 10 off of obviously a very strong hand, blind on blind, but see how the rules of engagement kind of change when your opponent from the small blind goes with a raise range, because it's quite balanced between really, really strong hands that crush a hand like King 10 and then bluffs if you want to keep in. So that's why we don't see, say, a shove and the King 10 off. Because we just get called by such a stronger range. Like this check from T-Trick wants to be very cautious of those Queen X combos that flat pre. Obviously, some 8Xs are involved.
Yeah.
You want to block clubs, which is going to be continue. Let's try getting our value later down the streets.
There's something really dangerous happening in the LA mayor's race, and a lot more people need to be talking about it. So you guys are familiar with how Hillary Clinton boosted Donald Trump's candidacy in 2016 in the primary because she thought it would help her win the general, right? We all know how that turned out. Well, Karen Bass is doing the same thing in Los Angeles this year. Karen is catastrophically unpopular. She has a 24% approval rating because of her mismanagement of the fires and the city budget, because of her mismanagement of the fires.
So Adam Conover is one of the biggest scumbags in American politics, and this video that he uploaded to X.com on the LA mayoral race is proof positive of that fact, because Adam used to present himself when he was back on College Humor and doing the Adam Ruins Everything show as an objective analysis of the actual myths that we believe to be true, but in reality are just not supported by the facts. And supposedly, he would debunk things that were pushed by the left, things that were pushed by the right, and he was always doing so in pursuit of truth. But people started to notice when they were watching his show his overwhelming left-wing bias. And by the way, Adam has now come out years later, like so many of these objective analysis types, as a left-wing progressive. In fact, he is supporting the socialist Mamdani type in the LA mayor's race. And one of the the things that you'll notice is that this is causing him to backtrack on positions that he took years ago when he was supporting Karen Bass, because Karen Bass, back in the day, was the most left-wing candidate in the race. And if you didn't catch it in the open, you probably don't remember the video that I did in response to Adam when he was talking about the fires that happened in Los Angeles, the Palisades fire, and the other fires, where he was running cover for the Bass administration, running cover for the Democrats, and essentially blaming everyone and everything but the Democrats for the problems that California faced that ultimately led to that fire being so disastrous. But if you caught in the open of this particular video, Adam says that Karen Bass is unpopular due to the mismanagement of those wildfires. But the thing is, Adam was one of the people that were denying that there was any mismanagement.
So the state was prepared. We did see the fire coming. We threw everything we had at it, and we were still no match for it.
So what we're going to do throughout the course of this video is go over what Adam was saying back then versus what he's saying now that he is supporting and openly campaigning for Bass's more left-wing opponent, and of course trying to stop Spencer Pratt from becoming the mayor of Los Angeles, because God forbid you actually have some ideological diversity in that particular mayoral race. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via
I don't know if you've been keeping up with some of the NFL headlines.
What would that be?
Well, there's one that I kind of cooked up this morning because of things that I'm seeing. Drake may be the next one.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about Drake may. Okay, just being a guy who took his team to the Super Bowl in his second year. Drake may be the next one. He was at the Truist PGA event this weekend, which is in Quail Hollow, North Carolina. He's obviously North Carolina boy. This is for Eagle. This is a quarterback that just took his team to the Super Bowl, and that's a big fucking bird.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead and drop that thing. Yeah. Okay, obviously he's been working. Also, he's having to answer questions for some other stuff going on around the New England Patriots organization. Patriots quarterback Drake May said he doesn't believe Mike Vrabel's off-field issues will be a distraction for the defending AFC champions this upcoming season. Story VAP also going to say that he loves him and he's a great leader, and this might actually rally the boys. Now, there's a boat involved in the entire story. Okay,
that's new.
It's getting louder and louder by the day. But Drake May seemingly face-up franchise quarterback, always one person to do that, handling this well. This is a lot on a young quarterback right now with what's going on. Everything, literally every day, more things coming out. And it feels like not only is he burying the Eagles, he's also burying narratives that are potentially happening behind the scenes. And that makes me say that Drake may maybe the next one when it's all said and done.
Yeah, don't you think this is all part of being a franchise quarterback? You have to deal with stuff I guess you never would have foreseen having to deal with. So yeah, at a young age, to be able to kind of figure everything out like this and do everything somehow the right way off the field and say the right things, yeah, that's why you know that this guy is their franchise the next 12 to 15 years probably.
Just putting fires out.
Mm-hmm.
He's young. How old is he? 23?
23, yeah.
23 years old.
There's no media training for stuff like this either. There's nothing. There's no textbook to go off of.
Like getting asked questions about other stuff other than yourself.
Come on, man. You just want to play ball. You're just trying to play football.
Yeah, and if we're talking about boats, there's some more serious things. There's people stranded out there on a boat right outside.
we're talking about boats.
No, that's not the boat we're talking about. We're talking about a brand new boat trip that we just learned about down there in Tennessee. And on that note, every time we hear about a new boat or a new this or a new that, Drake May, 23-year-old quarterback, has to somehow just go in there and be like, hey, this is all going to be okay. Like, this is all going to be, that's what a quarterback actually has to do. That's crazy in my eyes. And that this is something that he's going to have to do. Because remember, Vrabel was the guy helping him be a leader. Not that he was not doing that. But Vrabel was like teaching him, hey, got to go talk to the wide receivers, got to go do this, got to do this. And now he's in a position where anytime he's in front of a microphone, which is going to be a lot, anytime this year, for the foreseeable future, for his entire career, there's always going to be a chance that a question's going to come that has a lot of people's interest, but also families involved and kids and stuff. And he's going to have to give the right answer.
Yeah.
And he's doing it seemingly very early. And while doing it, burying Eagles. He's so clear-minded. This guy might be a real one out here.
Yeah, he's unbelievable at golf. If we just go back to kind of the greats of the game, they all seem to have a buttery swing, which is exactly what Drake May has. I'm assuming, hopefully, once the season gets rolling a little bit, granted, primetime games, there might be some national narratives, but we've seen also what has happened with Vrabel around Gillette, around New England, standing O's, things of that nature. It will definitely continue to be a narrative, but I still am under the belief that Vrabel completely said everything to the team, and that maybe that this is just stuff that is slowly coming up, but the team is well aware. And hearing stuff like that from Drake May, from other players on the team, Christian Gonzalez also was asked about it at a charity softball game, and he basically echoed the same sentiment, like, hey, we're all behind our coach, which we are, and so hopefully we can just get the football neutralized.
Okay, and Tyrese, on that note, you're a franchise player. Everything you say could potentially be used against you in the court of law and also in the locker room. Okay, that is very real, especially as one of the most powerful people. Has there been an instance where you had to learn about, like, ooh, the power of my words is really real? Or is that something that you're kind of naturally taught in basketball? Because it feels like you guys are all kind of deemed superstars in, like, high school. If that makes sense. You have, like, media training coming in high school. Like, hey, everything you say is going to potentially sway how people are talking about our team.
Oh, yeah, I think that's just media training in general, but I think at the same time, everything that we say as athletes can get twisted and construed in a different way for a headline. So understanding that, but I think when you're a franchise guy in any sport, basketball, football, hockey, baseball, that's just what comes with the territory. It's kind of the price you pay to live your dreams a little bit.
Kind of just part of the job.
Yep.
Like, hey, here is part of the job. There's some things that I've had to realize that are just part of this particular job. Like, hey, I just have to accept that this is what it is. Whenever I fire off a thought about somebody, okay, that person's going to hear it. And there's potentially going to be people that are friends with that person who are also going to hear it. So now I start mini war with, 30 people. It's like, okay, I have to kind of realize that that is what comes with the territory. You, as leader for the Pacers, great job.
Great job. Tyrese, unbelievable job.
All right, so this is the one about Gino the Punch heard around the world or whatever, from Pat Dixon. Matter of fact, let me see real quick because I'm pretty sure I have that somewhere. Yep, here we go. Bam. Oh. Insane. There's so much to, like, hold on. Let me see if I can, I wish I could go zoom in a little bit. Alright, so you guys see where Gino's at right now. I see. Good morning, Philip. Alright, but that's Gino right there. But right behind him is Felicia. She's got on like a book bag or something, and she's got really big, looks like, makes whatever wearing makes her feet really big, or maybe it's just this angle, but she's got her foot sort of turned to the side, but they're both looking at the door when Pat comes in. But I think that's important because they were there together, which Pat's talked about that before on this channel. what their relationship was sort of like when this happened. And by relationship, I mean Gino and Felicia's friendship. So here he comes. Figure we'll watch it at least once or twice before I play this, in case you've not seen it. Oh, and he's out. Arms up. And sorry about that, brother. Didn't mean to get in your way. And out the door. Gino is now over here talking to Anthony Kumi. My people, something, are just fine. My people's kids are just fine. I don't even know.
There and look, I don't know why I'm gonna regret saying this. I kind of feel bad for him because I'm like,
oh yeah,
he's getting 18 people, 12 people, on a stream, and some people would kill.
That one blows my mind. Be Smiley says, but Gino thought Dixon was going to hug him. He said that so many times. I heard Kevin or somebody, I think it was Kevin, not that long ago saying that. And then Levy was like, no. Gosh, I don't even want to. I'm trying to remember who was on with them because it wasn't just those two, but they were discussing it. It's like, how? I mean, you can see the video, right? You can see it. Your eyeballs. That's what's insane to me. It doesn't matter how much evidence you provide, how many receipts you provide to show, like, no, this is what happened. People are still like, well, he's trying to hug him. So, I mean, I don't know. FK, the gutter baser, says, Keanu has been 1 month talking about you playing that now. Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I don't have the bandwidth and energy to go round for round with Keanu. I just can't. She does, but that'll be fun. I don't plan to sit here and attack her or anything today. And I haven't seen this clip, so we'll see what happens. But hopefully not.
They have that many views. I know. I get it. And if it were me, I'd understand it. Like it would be cool because I'd be doing this just for fun and whatnot. But he's on there and he's like, he looks like he sounds like he's talking to hundreds of thousands of
Good morning,
people.
JJ.
That's the way to do it. They always told us in stand-up, even if there's like 10 people in the audience who act like it's packed, right? So you really have to. I mean, I performed stand-up for 2 people before. It's awkward. So it's better to, and then you can pretend, that you're talking. The thing is, ultimately, maybe those videos will have 100,000 views. We don't know. But
right when you get sorted out it. Yeah, when you get arrested for having 6,000 images on your computer.
Oh, wow. I don't know anything about that. But he's I don't know. So that's what's going on with him. He's doing streams. I honestly didn't know.
He's just not. I think what he's doing is
he's laying low in the fighting of the Dabbleverse.
Oh, really? He's licking his wounds for a little while, waiting for an opening.
Well, he's waiting for that 33 grand to somehow settle itself.
I'm sure it will. You know what?
I honestly don't know. Has anyone here been keeping up with the Visconti Thompson?
Say Thomas.
Thompson Visconti couple? I haven't. And so I don't know whether or not Gino's been laying low, but from what? I mean, it's not like he was fighting with anybody or anything before that. Last thing I heard from Gino was when Chad came on and called him the N-word a million times. I don't know. I don't think anyone here probably watches or keeps up with him, but
Sometimes dad is like that. It just goes away. Keanu, on the other hand, you know, she's people. What was she on last night? She was on Rob Saul's show. That was something right there. I was surprised to see it a little bit. You hate Rob Saul?
Another thing I'm going to regret. No, I wanted to ask you about that, but
my people skills are just fine. My people skills. Okay. Yep. The reason I see how it's bent like right there, I couldn't tell if there was a letter missing between the E and the S. I think you're right. It's just. Thank you. Very good. Very good. I stopped trying to figure it out and then kept listening.
another thing I'm going to regret. I think Keanu's gotten better on some of these streams.
Yeah, the other day she cried and ran off. That was pretty good.
Well, that was the one. Yeah, I was on.
You look very amused by it too. I mean, like you just had this look on your face, like you weren't saying shit. You're just like doing that Buckman thing you did.
And then I did say some shit, but you know, and that's the thing with her is she can, you know, say Ashley's giving her boss's hand job. She can ignore that the girl who dated the Jason guy before her. They ignored
her warnings or whatever.
Her warnings.
The abuse she reported or whatever.
Right.
I always forget her name. I don't know why. She probably.
Well, I know what it is. But, I mean, I just was not saying it. Being kind. But the, you know, the April stuff, like, you know, domestic violence. Now here's court accusations that Aaron headbutted April. But who does Keanu turn to for help with April? But Aaron. So it's like, you know, you're full of shit, right?
Hey, well, look, there's a dish it out but can't take it factor with probably everybody, you know, to a degree. I mean, like, not as bad as that. It's more obvious with her, I guess. I mean, like, she does say some pretty. A lot of the stuff she says is more passive aggressive anyway. You know, she just sort of is like, she always likes to be very. She goes for something that I guess is sort of between condescending and emasculating someplace where she's like, now really, you know, whatever, and she's really good at talking down to people, you know, and sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't, but that's one of the things with her. It's all glancing blows. She doesn't really come out and like just say some kind of hardcore shit.
My biggest thing with Keanu and her argument style, if you want to, I'm trying to be correct about it, is the talking over people. That aggravates me to no end, and it in my brain when I hear people do that consistently. When I hear people do that, like there's a switch that goes off in my brain that automatically says lying or doesn't have a, you know, obviously doesn't have a big enough case or a strong enough case to argue their points, you know, beat for beat. Let that other person talk, finish, and then retort. Or bring up, you know, whatever it is, but like just running over people when they're trying to talk, whether that's working something out or arguing or whatever, somewhere in between. It's like just give it a beat because people stop listening, and then they can't hear the other person either. So it's like, what are we doing? You know, I can only imagine that that's a tact, some kind of that she does to sort of, I don't know, I guess move the conversation along. But anyway, that's my biggest hang up with trying, like, anytime that I've heard her have some kind of back and forth, which it isn't, is my point, with different people or on a panel or whatever. I think if your argument's strong enough, you should be able to say it when there's a break. and after the other person you're talking to is done. I don't know. I'm Southern, so maybe that's just the way we do it down here, but she came from South Carolina. She knows. So, yeah. B. Smiley says she talks over people and she's wrong about almost everything she's talking about, and she repeats the same misinformation or lie over and over and over and over and over and over and over, as if repeating it makes it true. Yeah. Y'all are gonna. I do hate that. I hate that too. So I guess that's two things that get on my nerves about it. But I'm being totally serious. I like a good debate. I like to listen to.
Let's see if I can get a release.
that's a huge one. That's a huge one, bro. Yeah, but that's a cooler. And here probably we're gonna have another cooler because like that guy jumps. Why he falls? I think. But like maybe he has just like very bad hands. But anyway, I think you should call that. So the problem of the situation, you're gonna see what's happened. If he jumps, I fold. But if he's not jamming, I jam. I jam. I jam. I jam. Yeah, they could trap me, whatever. But this is a crazy tournament. Like, I see bounty, I see weakness, I do. Live from me, hello, thank you. Yeah, see? Bounty, time. Okay, 34. Come on, bro. You don't need those chips. 14 bigs. Who needs them? I need a bounty. Oh, yeah, what a bad bit. One more time? No. Hello, Marco. I cover him. What did he do? Окей. Привіт, Ігор, привіт, друже. Дякую. Містер Чіплі, да. What we got here? Queen Jack suited looks like playable, right? Signore, signore. Is it a jam or call? Both are good, I think. I mean, everything. I mean, you even can free buy it. I believe against him better to call here. And we're gonna be king of flush. Bro, I'm a king of flush. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? We raise. We raise for sure. Because, like, see, he has, like, Jack, King, Ace, Jack. He could have, like, and, like, maybe he buys. And if I raise, or when I raise, he's gonna fold some of them, right? Like King, Queen, like Jack, King, and so on. If he jumps, so be it, I call. Alright. Wow, we're going like Queen high against 8 high. So see, why we call, no jump. Oh, it's Queen high! Alright, bye-bye. Wow. What the heck? What the? Oh, mamma mia, Dennis. How you can be so lucky? Huh? Bro, you always find a great spot to fall, but I'm always scared against the 3-party tournament. You're the world. I'm just a lucky guy, bro. See, I'm just like my assumptions. My assumptions, they just like somehow works. I don't know. 42 years is okay. It is a lot of minutes, right? Mamma mia! What is going on? Should we call that or no? So like it's okay. I was thinking about calling like 2 blinds. Would I call that 2.3? Not sure. Good luck, Mr. Sawas. What's for a second breakfast today? Good question, Monkey Fish. Good question. I haven't choose any, but like, uh, maybe that could be this time. Let's go, bro. 94. 7.7. We are jammed that way. Jam. Hope for the best. All right. 44%. All right. 86%. It could be 6. But that's 5. Come on. Ship it. Thank you, Ponaman. Yeah, about second breakfast, we have to decide. We can do it as always, or we can order something new. Maybe you have any suggestions? Huh? Sorry, not minutes, but hours. Anyway, it is a lot of minutes. I got you, bro. 1500. Check, check. Should I unregister some tournaments? Let me see. Okay, for that was already. Yeah, I can unregister. This like 400. Super live. Let's play like Chad is come back. Yes. I don't know for how long, but like okay, Limpot bat call. And we got the second double here, 250. And I just double up there. Almost double up. And I got a race. And here this hand play itself. Limpot bats call. No, he bats call. And let's see the river. Bam. Holy moly. That's the call, bro. That's the call. But oh, you know why I can't fall? Because like 32 bigs here, and looks like he's not. No size. Yeah.
Probably I gonna fold even. What the heck, bro? That's so bad. Like he represents just an ass, and like that's not a 6x NAS, but like I can fold my trips. Maybe sometimes he will, but that like I don't know. That looks very bad. Yeah. So like we're gonna change the color for him, and we're gonna because like that was like straightforward play, and we're gonna add that now. I don't think that he has. I mean, that's only one hand I call, which I call. For your understanding, I would never fall. I would never call any bluff catcher against him. No, already, like, and it looks like a duck. It looks like a duck. It sounds like a duck, and because like it's hard to explain, but like when the board goes like that, and someone's like him, and use those sizings, that just like pretty close to the NAS. And that's it. Of course, like theoretically, blah blah blah, my co brings me $1 million, and that's true. But only theoretically. In reality, we just, I think we go there somewhere. Because like that's, I mean, I will lie more, and we will see what's happened later. But it looks like in these guys, this is a very exploitable play. Just like I am feeling about that. I don't know. This is, maybe I'm totally wrong, and I'm just result oriented. But I had just like strong feeling about that. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he just polarized and like he doesn't know about that. But it looks like he's not. And then is he running ball or below your own? I don't know. You mean like which period? Like the whole life? I don't know. I have like 15 million hands, and some of them they are not important because like I played like in different ways, in different types of poker, and I played in applications, and like I played private games. This year, I'm not sure actually. You can check. Do you want to check? I think, but like I don't have the whole picture because I lost some of my database when I upgraded my hand to node. I lost my database, and now I have only hands like for past 3 months plus something. Like, so not the whole year, but almost. Well, something. And but I lost all my previous, right?
So this Lil Sass, or Harry So, is a stand-up comedian, very young, in his early 20s, and he works for Barstool. He's on a podcast called Son of a Boy Dad with Roan and Francis. I find those guys very funny. And years ago, Lil Sass made a sketch. This is 2022, so I think he was like 18 or 19 then when he made this sketch. And well, let's play the sketch. Let's play his version. and then we'll talk about it. About why I'm playing this. You might be curious at first, but we're going somewhere.
And I've seen this 1,000 times on my Twitter, and I never knew this was what it was. So this was fascinating.
Okay.
The second pick is the 2022 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Will Sasco. And that's the pick. I'll be honest with you guys, I don't really have Giants get fucking drafted? It doesn't look like he's playing a really good sports.
Dude, where the fuck did they get this? Giants get fucking drafted in this video. That's like 10 minutes ago. Giants get drafted? Are you looking at Detroit? I don't know. How did they get the picture of our apartment? What am I gonna tell my fucking what am I gonna tell my mom? Dude, how are you gonna pay rent? Hey coach, how's it going? Yeah. No, yeah, I didn't see it coming. I'll be honest with you. Delighted. Oh my, I don't want to go to the NFL. I don't know how this happened. I don't want to go to the NFL. I don't want to get the fuck out of here.
So, Harry Settle's very funny, by the way. Like, for a kid as young as he is, his stage presence is amazing. I don't know him at all. The guys on Son of a Boy Dad, I've never met any of them. All seem like very funny, nice guys. And for Harry to come up with that at his age, like, was very funny. Like, that's the type of sketch an 18 or 19-year-old comedian should be coming up with. That's how you get it in a Barstool. And like you said, Casey, that it was on people's Twitter and Instagram and TikTok feeds, and they didn't even necessarily know who Harry is. So that sketch made the round in 2022. Like 3 weeks ago, or whenever the draft was.
It's amazing.
Dude Perfect puts out this sketch. Let's see this.
Well, the first pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyler Tony, Texas A&M. Wow. So it feels like Las Vegas was running back Tyler Tony.
Did I just get drafted?
Interesting pickup here for the Raiders, considering this whole time we thought they were going with the Bears that had one.
I just got drafted.
What are you gonna tell the dudes?
Am I allowed to?
What?
That's me. I just got drafted in the NFL.
I mean, it's like word for word. Even like the timing of it, the pauses are the same. It's great. Keep playing it. It's a shot-for-shot remake of Will Fast.
What do I tell the guys? Am I allowed to go?
I think so. When's the last time you practiced?
Last week I was so open. I don't know if I'm again. I mean, I didn't even declare for the draft. Hello? Yeah. Hey, how's it going, Coach?
Beat for beat.
I saw.
It's crazy. It's not even an attempt at a different sketch.
No.
You get the idea. It's an exact replica of Harry Settle's sketch, Lil Sass. It's the craziest thing ever. And so I thought Lil Sass had a good response on Son of a Boy Dad. And the reason it's not the usual type of thing we play today, but I hate where the internet has gone, where there's no rules anymore. It's just it's a lawless society. And I'm sure like there's a generation of people that will look at what I'm saying as lame. Like, who gives a fuck, man? Like, we're just out here having fun. And it's like, no, Harry came up with something creative. Even if you don't find it funny, it's his thing. Like, he came up with it. And then to just do a remake of it, brand it as your own, get whatever monetization, attention, virality comes out of that. Like, that's bullshit. You should be called out on it. Like, Dude Perfect should be called out on this. I know Dude Perfect is, it's like for babies or something. It's like for little kids, right? But
Well,
even...
yeah, I mean, it's for people that are just rolling on the street. They want to see someone make it.
Which I'm sure is how a lot of people describe Barstool. So it's a similar real estate they're trying to take up, at least on social media. But like, and they should be called out for this. Like, it's bullshit. We've gone too far. I think Rogan would take Mencia's stuff a little too seriously in hindsight. But now we've gone the other way, where it's like, who cares? Who gives a fuck? So I thought Lil Sass's response was pretty funny.
You want to talk about the fact that Dude Perfect tried to fucking sewer your career? They tried to take everything that you've built over years and years and make it their own.
They tried to bury me.
They tried to wipe you off the fucking map like you never existed.
That made me irrationally angry.
Me too.
It didn't make me angry at all. I thought it was just funny. Like it was just funny because like how much the internet's changed. Where it's like that's just like what happens. Like it used to be like if you stole something on the internet, people would be like, "What the?" Like people would even if you did something that was like similar to other people.
I remember
people would like
Instagram account. I'm pretty sure his name was Fat Jew. If not, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that was his name. And he was just it was a very popular account, and he was just stealing from a bunch of comedians. Like he would have memes that were just like Sam Morril jokes, word for word, and like it was just blatant theft. And I think he got called. I think it actually hurt his career, or career, or whatever you want to call it. But I think it actually hurt him once people figured that out. But yeah, now it's lawless. It's like well, it's funny. Who cares who it was originally from? It's like, well, I do. It matters. It's always funny to hear because usually the guy getting stolen from, like, at least if you're funny, like Harry Subtle, he's like, I didn't really give a fuck. But Francis is like, no, I'm angry about this. It's an assault on comedy, which I agree with him on.
lose their minds, and now it's like you can just like recreate things and just be like, well, no, we're just following the trend.
They tried to pretend like it was a trend or meme or something.
Yeah. And it was like, well, you guys edited a video of the guy and put it on the TV. Like, it seems like that was pretty, like, you went out of your way, like, we're going to go word for word what this original video did.
But it did not make you mad.
No, it didn't. It genuinely didn't make, like, I was never like, oh my God, they're going to, like, this video is going to, like, surpass my video.
Well, it's because the internet had your back from the fucking jump. You're the internet's favorite son. You were born of the internet.
How could they have thought that was a good idea? How could they have thought, we love this video and we're gonna cover it?
That's the thing I don't understand, because it's not a parallel thing. They clearly saw that video and were just like, and they'll admit to it in a minute, but they clearly saw that video and were like, well, let's just make our own. What lack of pride, creativity, lack of anything, and that's the shame of a lot of people that get into. I heard an interesting. I forget what comedian was talking about this the other day, but they're like all the industries that die adjacent to comedy filtered into stand-up. And I understand this isn't stand-up, but like in a similar vein, sketch comedy, where like it's been filtered. Every would have been radio DJ or improv comic, like a failed improv. They all go to like stand-up now, or in this case, like they make sketches. And they want to be funny, but they're really like marketing experts. They don't really necessarily know how to be funny. They're just like, let's manufacture how to be funny. Let's engineer funniness. And that's what Dude Perfect did here. I can't imagine what they thought, because like I said, anyone with an ounce of pride would have been like, oh no, well, people will see right through this. At least thieves, like at least Carlos Mencia would turn a Bill Cosby joke into a Mexican joke, you know? Like, he would take a Bill Cosby joke and give it a little Mexican flair, which was also fake on his part, but nevertheless, like, you would change it enough to try and erase the fingerprints. Literally a remake.
What I think we're all seeing here is, like, a different generation and how they interact with creation, right? They're growing up with AI music. They're growing up with things that are exact duplicates of other things that were created. But not only that, Dude Perfect is totally and entirely built on views, right? Who saw us hit this shot? So they don't give a fuck about artistic integrity. It's just views. And here's the final piece of that puzzle. YouTube says do it. YouTube's main thing is like, find what works and copy the shit out of it. That's what they tell you as a creator. And like, they don't tell you go out and be an artist, and if you're good, people will find you. It might take 5-6 years, people discover your voice. No, they're like, that's trending, do that. And so that is
the shame of it. Like, there's ways to do that make sense. Like, I started copying, essentially, the way Andrew Schultz titled his episodes. Because I noticed Andrew Schultz, like, they were talking about topical things, and Andrew Schultz would just put that in the title. Like, Trump, Epstein, like, whatever they were talking about was the title of the episode. And our titles were some wacky phrase that I said in the episode, which still are titles on Spotify. But like on YouTube, that doesn't work. So I saw Andrew Schultz doing that, and I was like, well, let me try that. And I made the titles, Legion of Skanks, Tim Heidecker, whatever today's title is, shit like that. I realized, and that makes sense because it's not my titles were never a creative thing that I took pride in.
YouTube rewarded you. Yes, good, man. No, good. We will send you people now.
But to extrapolate that and be like, well, I'll just take the script of Flagrant and read it.
Yes.
That seems like a whole different level. And it is amazing. Like, I think the only way, obviously don't harass him or anything, but like, I think people should be called out on this shit. Like, the only comments on that video should be, oh no, this is a little savage. And I think, like, there was a degree of that. But, like, it shouldn't be accepted just that, it's an internet trend. That's what we do. Like, there should be some premium put on creativity and originality.
Like we lost that battle decades ago. You're fighting a lot.
I'm trying to win it back. Come on, guys. With me.
They're like, hey, how about we get rid of all music and all musicians, and you just press a button? Where was everyone then? Where were you then?
Talking to
we're gonna do like an acoustic cover.
Yeah, I was talking to.
But none of us can sing.
I was talking to a homeless pimp about it, and he was saying he thinks that it's because they have such a young fan base.
That maybe they didn't know.
That maybe that they were like, they won't even know that we stole it.
That must be what they were playing for.
Yeah.
Wait, you're younger than them.
I don't know. I mean, I said it to you guys. I said it to everybody. Like, the funniest thing to me was when they just, because they posted it. We were doing a stream for Bush, and Moog was like, dude, Perfect stole your video. And then, I went and I was looking at, all the comments, and, at that time, they had, a couple replies being like, you stole this from Sass. And then they were just replying to everyone being like, they're like, well, Sass will always be the OG. And I kept on just being like, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, what is that?
What is that? Is that, they're suggesting that, I'll always have, the original idea, but, they came out and they did it better, so this is the new video?
Dude,
that's the part that really enraged me. that they were acknowledging him and being like, oh, fool. Hey, no one loves Sass more than us. It's like, no, you fucks. You stole from him.
Continuing the legacy.
Don't give him credit now.
We got it. So next year, next draft, we got to do it. We just got every year some comedian or podcaster's got to do this because now it's a legacy thing. It's not about stealing, keeping the dream alive.
Think if I made millions of dollars reading Rodney jokes, and no one caught me, and then someone brought it up, and I was like, I know, right? Crazy.
Get no respect.
That's what they're insinuating by saying that. Is they're like, well, he'll always have the original.
Sass can rest now.
Yeah, right.
This is the most expensive Gordon Ramsay steak. And this is one of his cheapest meal in Las Vegas. And this is the most famous dish he ever made. Today I'm going to every single one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants in Vegas. Because not all of them are what you think. And one of these was a huge mistake. Hell's Kitchen. This is Gordon Ramsay's most iconic restaurant. You've seen it on TV. Red team versus blue team, the chaos, the screaming, the yelling. But is this place actually worth it? Let's find out. That's crazy. That's crazy that they made us wait this long and the whole entire restaurant is empty. Slightly disappointed. We had reservations and they wouldn't sit us. People kept coming and going in front of us. We specifically asked for a strip view so that we can have a better lighting for the food. And I thought, oh, maybe we're not going to be able to sit down close to the view because there was a lot of people. After waiting for over 30 minutes, there was no one on the strip view. But take a look at my street view. Is this worth $25, everybody? Yeah, I didn't think so. But nevertheless, I'm excited. Chef Gordon Ramsay has roasted me a few times, as you guys already know.
How you doing? No, you see, you steak the salt and pepper, you donut. Look at the colour of that thing. Oh, come on. How plastic is that, though? You just screwed it. Delicious New York strip.
and I'm excited to try his food. Now, I had the beef Wellington in Miami, and it was okay. I'm excited to see if they do it any different here, if it's better, because so far, not a very good experience. So I normally don't drink, but the first thing that we decided to order is this, a ube cocktail. Ube is a Japanese sweet potato. It is interesting that they're putting this ingredient. Let's see how it tastes. You can feel the alcohol immediately. It tastes like a pina colada with a little bit of ube. It tastes good, but it's just not for me. Where's that, everybody? They give you a potato chip right there so that you're happy with it. Should I eat it?
I don't know what that
Should I take a bite of it? Am I going to get poisoned? Let me know in the comments down below if you know what this is, everybody. Try it. I don't like drinks. I like to eat. The first thing that I like is the lobster risotto. Now, they better poach their lobster, but take a look at this, everybody. We got a little bit of lobster in there, a lot of veggies, a lot of herbs, a lot of different things, and a whole lobster tail. Very interesting. Let's see how this tastes. Oh, no. It is full of truffle oil. All you taste is truffle oil. It's so overpowering. It's one of the things that I do not enjoy at all. What happens with truffle oil is that if you use too much, you can completely overpower the dish and ruin it. I felt absolutely no flavor of nothing except truffle oil. What a disappointment. But let me go for this lobster tail. Let's try this lobster tail right here. Oh, it's nicely sliced for you already. Take a look at this, everybody. Nicely poached lobster tail. They did not put truffle oil on the lobster. Yeah, that's the problem with this dish here. I'm not even tasting the actual risotto. This is a miss. So the next dish I order arrived, roasted octopus. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't expect it to look like that. I thought I was going to see the octopus, not a salad. This, what? I'm going to go in with open-minded, everybody, because I see absolutely no octopus. Now, octopus is kind of tough to cook. It can be rubbery, chewy, and not very good. It's not tender. There's so many greens and microgreens that all I taste is the microgreens. But the chewiness of this octopus is really, really tough. But the amount of greens that it has is absolutely insane, everybody. That's all you feel. You don't even feel the flavor of the octopus itself. Overall dish, it feels like you're eating a big salad. Not good. It is here, Chef Gordon Ramsay's signature dish. I had this before. There's a few things that I'm looking for. Number one, I want to make sure that that puff pastry is nice and crispy and not overcooked. Looks like the beef is medium rare. It's raw! So if you take a look at the puff pastry right here, everybody, slightly undercooked. It's not nice and flaky, which I look for. Got medium rare beef, which is good. Sauce on the bottom. You don't want to forget the sauce because you get really upset.
This one.
All right, go ahead and dig in here. Grab a little bit of that sauce. I mean, after eating those two appetizers, I'm hungry, you know what I mean? This is his signature dish, and it's good, everybody. I think this is the reason why people still come here. The puff pastry is not perfectly done. I'm sure that if Gordon Ramsay had this pastry right here, he would be upset because it's slightly soggy. The beef is medium rare, slightly on the expensive side. The sauce tastes good. For this dish specifically, this is good. The other two, not so much. So we decided to order a dessert, and this is sticky toffee pudding. It's a childhood personal favorite of Chef Gordon Ramsay. It's a soft cake with ice cream on top, served hot with caramel. That's delicious. It's nicely sweet, but not too overly sweet. That cake on the bottom is nice and soft and very, very moist. The ice cream on top balance everything out. I love the combination of the hot and cold. It's a wonderful dessert. Now I'll be voting in 3 categories. We also have this chart to see where each restaurant will stack up. For the taste, I'm giving a 3 out of 10. Price, 5 out of 10. Overall experience, a 3 out of 10. Overall score, 11, which put Hell's Kitchen at just okay. However, this is not it. Let's go for something more casual, some burgers. Because one of his most famous video online is him cooking a burger. In the end, it looked delicious. And I'm hoping that his burger is going to be just as good. And here we are. We arrived at Gordon Ramsay's Burger. I'm excited, everybody. The menu is actually extensive. There's a lot of different burgers for you to choose from. So I decided to order the Lux Royale Burger. So it's a Wagyu kind of burger, and then on top of that, frog bois. That seems extremely rich, decadent, and I am excited for it. And look what has arrived. My lovely wife decided to go with the French onion burger because she loves French onion. The French onion burger is actually $34. These I got inexpensive burgers, and I'm excited. So let's take a look at this burger right here. I went ahead and open it up and cut it. Finish what we got. Oh, take a look at the middle. It's nice, juicy, very interesting. Wow. Surprisingly enough, this burger is missing salt. There's no salt at all. But it's such a good flavor. Love the onions. Love the creaminess of the cheese. Caramelized onions. The burger is not that juicy. I wish it was a little bit juicier. But I know Chef Gordon Ramsay would have come here and seen this and tasted this. He would have been upset, right? Because you got to season as you go. But here's the deal. He comes with a wajou. So you have to, like, dip it. You know? Maybe all the seasoning is actually over here. This is bringing everything that the burger is actually missing. When you dunk it in here and you take a bite, then you get that savoriness, that wonderfulness. This is the Wagyu burger right here. And as soon as I sliced the Wagyu burger, I'll be honest with you, I was expecting a little bit more thickness, but there was no thickness whatsoever. You know what? Stick with the French onion soup. It's not only cheaper, but it's also better. As soon as I took my first bite, I got crispiness on the patty that was incredible. However, there was one thing that it was lacking for me, which was salt. Both burgers looked absolutely beautiful as soon as they came in. I love that they're not overpowered with a lot of veggies. It's a nice thick patty. Both burger buns looks incredible. Also, visually appealing to look at. Okay, the burger joint. For taste, I gotta give a 5 out of 10. Price, though, is a little bit pricey, but again, it's Vegas, so I'm gonna give a 4 out of 10. But overall experience, a 6 out of 10. Giving a combined overall score of 15 out of 30, which I would say will fit in the category of a solid choice. I was happy, it didn't break the wallet, and I had a good time. But now, the reason I went to Vegas, to try Gordon Ramsay's steak. Will it be good? Will it be trash? To say that I'm excited is an understatement. I'm arriving at Chef Gordon Ramsay's steak. Taking a look at the menu first. There's a lot of different options here in the menu, which is a good thing. Japanese Wagyu, American Wagyu, Australian Wagyu. A lot of different cuts which I was not expecting. Sort of some food. I'm actually thinking about this, everybody. When you put extremely limited availability, I gotta go for it. I'm gonna order 2 other things too, as well. So the first thing that arrived is the lobster fritter. It's made with corn flour. Then there's a poached lobster inside. Oh, that's delicious. Very nicely seasoned, nicely salty. So the cornbread mix is slightly sweet. I think the lobster is poached in butter. There's like a raspberry sauce on the top, slightly sweet, which makes it very delicious. Very nice combination of both. This is delicious. I also went ahead and ordered a salad, everybody, to be healthy. Check out this salad, everybody. I love the presentation. We got some strawberries, some nuts, some greens to make it healthy. There's a cracker right here, which I have no idea what this cracker is. Almost like Rice Krispie cracker, I believe. Very interesting. It's a good salad. I mean, it's a salad. If you think I'm going to talk good about a salad, no, I'm not. You eat it to be healthy. Feels nice and fresh. So this cracker right here is slightly sweet. These are little rice. And it's extremely crispy. What I like about this salad is the combination of fruits and also herbs and the veggies. A salad is a salad. Yes. Give me some meatballs. And here we have the meatball. They put a lot of sauce on the top. Now, this is a Wagyu meatball. I'm going to go ahead and destroy the whole thing. Wow. It's a big one. Nice and juicy. It's a delicious meatball. Nicely seasoned well too. Super juicy, super flavorful. Not an overpowering taste of tomato sauce, even though it has the marinara sauce here as well. Very good. You know, not every meatball is delicious, everybody. People can mess up meatball really, really easy, but this one is actually good. Even though this is a Wagyu meatball, it tastes very nice. It's not too fatty whatsoever. It's nicely balanced. Hats off to the chef. But we got a different appetizer. Check this one out. Now we have a steakhouse bacon, a little bit of mustard seeds on the top, nicely glazed. A generous amount of fat on this bacon right here, everybody. Looks like they also use a little bit of a glaze on the top. Nice and fatty, slightly sweet. This bacon is fire. There's also a sauce. It's like a pea sauce. But this pork belly surprised me on how good it is. So far, it has been a very wonderful experience. However, in the end of the day, it's all about the steak. And that has arrived right now. And here we have the chef's reserve. Check out this ribeye. So let's get into this one here. What age if it's medium rare? This is over that. Nice medium rare. Incredible. incredible crust on this steak right here. We're going to in the right direction, everybody. We're going to rub it here and a little bit of this butter. So the problem with aging it in alcohol is that a lot of the times the alcohol will overpower the taste of the beef, making it unedible. And if you burn off the alcohol and do it right, then it becomes something magical. Let's see how this tastes. Oh, you can definitely feel the alcohol. Pleasant kick though. That's the thing with these steaks, you know? You don't know exactly what you're eating because it's so unique and so different. It feels like they did burn off the alcohol, so you kind of give it a nice, wonderful taste. Little funkiness that you'll go like, what is this funkiness? This steak is not for everyone, but it is for me. But overall, I actually enjoyed this steak. Steak is nice and juicy. I love the crust. Have a beautiful crust on the steak. Medium rare. Not bad at all. I'm surprised. And here we have the star of the show, the ribeye calf. Go ahead and cut it in the middle. See if we got medium rare. Oh, now we're talking. Look at this, everybody. Look how beautiful this steak looks. Nice, perfectly medium rare. Not only that, what a nice little char right here. Steak is beautifully golden brown, char, nothing is gray. Exactly what you would expect from a steakhouse. Thing is, how does it taste? Oh, that's just fire. Beautiful crust, nicely charred. But not only that, it's nicely medium rare, extremely juicy, flavorful, seasoned properly, which is what you want on a nice steak like this. It's also fatty enough. You don't need to go Japanese wagyu with something like this. Very delicious, very flavorful. I like it. But the question is it worth the price? Because this is more expensive than anywhere else we've been today. So, Gordon Ramsay's Steakhouse. I finally tried it. First, we gotta talk about those lobster fritters. I just got one word. Wow. Crispy golden corn dog-like crust with buttery, tender, and juicy lobster. Now, in a steakhouse, I would normally not order a salad. But I knew there was gonna be a lot of eating, so I decided to order something healthy. And that salad slapped me in the face. Seriously, I can't believe I'm saying this, but that salad is also a must-try. Now, the meatball. It didn't have much crust, but the juiciness compensated for that. When you go to a steakhouse, you get for one thing, steaks. The ribeye cap was almost flawless. Crackly crust, medium rare, great flavor. The only thing I wish it had more was charcoal flavor. It was definitely missing that. But the chef's reserved bourbon aged steak for 35 days. Oh boy, I was surprised. I thought it was going to be terrible as soon as I took my first bite, but let me tell you, even though this steak might not be for everyone, it was a lot better than I expected it to be. So tread carefully with this one. Now it's time to vote. Taste, I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. Price, 6 out of 10. Overall experience, 8 out of 10. With a combined score of 21 out of 30. This one is worth going out of your way. So if you are limited with time and you can only go to one restaurant, definitely try the steak. It was pretty good. Chef Ramsay, now you don't come at me because we are now even. But in all honesty, you are an incredible chef and your steakhouse was good. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, hit that thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, be sure to subscribe. Let me know which celebrity restaurant you want me to visit next.
All right, today we are in Austria, more specifically Vienna.
Pettiness to those who destroy my channel. Well, guess what, Karmic? Guess what? You destroyed your channel. So, what the fuck? How are you yourself. I don't have a way to turn that around on him, but it's like, no, you did it. So now what? Karma will do what it does best, and I'll vengeance to karma itself. Peace. For weeks and weeks and weeks, he was saying panhandlers' medical condition and stuff is from panhandler having negative things to say about Carmen. Who else was he going after? Oh, Patrick. He was like, yeah, you know, his back is out. Maybe you shouldn't come to me that hard. See, that's what you get. That's what you get. That's karma for you. It's like, all right. So now that he just hasn't reasoned with it. He knows he did this. Karma. Like, what do you call that? Is you losing your channel by your own hands and your own actions? Karma? Mr. Karmic? Anyway, well, let's move on. I'm telling you, I can. And honestly, y'all, we need to have a good talk or start bets or something for whenever Alicia completely drops and walks away. Because I'm telling you, that's when he's going to need
Fuck off.
the most. And it's coming. Oh, thank you. Hey.
Stevie Lou, commenting hot on Twitter.
I need to set this up. So this, I started talking about it. Stevie Lou is talking about him leaving a review for the Rodney's Comedy Club, etc. I'm going to start this. I don't know how long I'm going to watch it, though. I watched a different clip yesterday that was a lot more fun. I know, no. He smiley said, even Haley felt the need to feel bad and reach out to this manipulative clown. I don't feel bad for anything that he calls himself. Nothing. No, I wanted to, like, touch base and be like, hey, man, you know, this ain't my doings. This was not me. I'm sure that's what, you know, you're convinced of at this point. But no, just like let me know if I can do anything to help, I guess. I mean, what do you do? I'm just trying to be polite. I'm just trying to be fucking polite. There's something to be said about being consistently polite. That's all. And let's be honest. What would I have done? Nothing. But you can still have, it's still the act of like, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter because I could message him anyway. So, you know, things work out for the best sometimes that way. But no, I don't feel bad for him. Why should I? He literally had everybody trying to tell him, like, dude, you know, you gotta chill, or trying to help him whenever he got into it with Felicia or didn't know what to do, and like he had I don't know, it's true. He finally said, imagine thinking karmic is someone you can reason with. I know. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yes, that was another one. That was another one I was trying to remember. Jar BEZ says, didn't he have a falling out with his mods? Yes. Gavin House and Jesse Angel. And I don't know exactly what happened, but they were removed at some point. And he said that they turned on him. So add that to the list of powers that be that want to do him dirt, that want to see him fail, blah, blah, blah. Okay. But I hear you, B. Smiley, and you're not wrong. It was a moment of humanity where I was just trying to be human to the guy. And what could I do to help him? Nothing. So, but it's just the act of being like, hi, like, sorry about your luck, man. But you're right. You're not wrong. And it's probably best that I couldn't message the guy. But I was just trying to be a human being. That's all. But you're right. How do you reason with someone that's completely unreasonable, and because it feels good and it feels better, he's willing to believe total bullshit rather than look at reality? I get it. Y'all just see my heart. Y'all see my heart in this. I was just trying to be a sweetie. That's it. But you're not wrong.
Well, on Saturday, May 2nd, I performed stand-up comedy at Ronnie's, and then I believe I was by the owner, Mark Youssef. The night started out like any other. The last thing I remember was Mark offering me a can of Budweiser from.
You motherfucker. Panhandler said send him some liver mush. That will learn him hillbilly. You know what? First of all, I don't know where to get any anymore. I haven't been to the store since I found out that Nieces is shut down. But part of my soul died when that happened. That's the truth. And hillbilly? Why do I have to be a fucking hillbilly? God. You're from here too. Are you a hillbilly? No. No, you're not a hillbilly. Why am I a hillbilly? Maybe actually, it's good that you're here now, Panhandler. I was talking shit earlier, and you weren't here for that. I don't guess that part's cool. But I've got some videos that are Appalachian dialect that I wanted to watch. Maybe you can hang out and learn you something. I don't know if they have liver mush on their list of words. Probably not. But his wife says, I'm a hillbilly, and I don't even know what liver mush is, and don't trust it. Well, sometimes it's not to be trusted. I get that. But I think if I cooked it up for you, you'd be like, holy. Like your entire world, your paradigm would shift. You'd be like, oh, what is life? It's true. You'd be like, great. Panhandler said, not from here, and you live up in the hollows. Yeah, I heard because I was listening to New Jersey Ranger and you and Flimsy Greenberg, and I heard that you were not from these parts, and I do not live up in the hollows. I don't know where you think I lived. I don't live in the hollows. Damn it. Never lived in a trailer. Never owned a pig or a cow. Like, why do I have to be a fucking hillbilly? Not like that. But whatever. I guess it could be worse.
There, everything is a haze. I came to on the sidewalk, and my pants have been removed.
I didn't start with the liver mush, Tiff. Damn it. I didn't start with the liver mush. You wouldn't. I know. I get it. That's why I say, like, visually, I get it. But there's a lot of food that's, like, not appetizing to look at. It's fucking delicious. All right? Liver mush is on the list. It just is. It is. I'll stop with the liver mush. I didn't bring it up. I blame Panhandler. Hashtag blame Panhandler. Because I sound like one? I guess. But that's not fair. That's not fair. But whatever, I guess. I can't. What do you do? I wish I had some of the skills hillbillies have. Some of them are pretty, like some MacGyver or some shit. I don't have those kind of skill set. But shit show says I ain't a hillbilly. I'm a redneck. Redneck. All right. Anyway, we'll keep moving. No more liver mush. I got it. So good though. Oh, easy 1, 2, 3. No, sir. No. You're tripping. You're so tripping. Mr. Kill Everything is here. Good morning. For 5 cents, isn't Anthony Cumia and Bedabbler on the list of 22 people who did him dirt? Yes, I feel like it. I don't know about Cumia, but Bedabbler definitely is. He definitely is. Cumia might be. Is there 22 people? The list is long. Ashley Cummins was one. You were one. Panhandler was on YouTube, I feel like. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch it. I hope you're having a good Friday. MKE. Alright, we're going on with this stupid clip of Stevie Lou. I watched a clip of him yesterday that I'd seen before, but it was even funnier yesterday, where he, like, lost his shit at Compound Media on Eastside Dave and, like, tipped over and literally, like, flipped a table and broke it and basically charged at the dude and then did nothing. And, hold me back. It was one of those things where, and I can't stand to see guys do this. Girls do it too, but usually the girls go in and they connect. It's not one of those things where you have to like, hold me back. Maybe I'll play it here in a minute. It was one of those things where like nobody needed to hold him back, right? Number one. Number two, there were guys that were like sort of starting to get ready to hold him back, but he like, instead of charging through them, I don't know, you'll see it, but it's like he leaned into the whole like, I'm being held back, right guys, right? Oh, thank God these guys are holding me back. Fuck you. We'll have to watch it in a minute.
So I tried to take my phone out to film him, but he took it.
I can't stand that. It's so Stevie Lou, though. Talk all this shit, and then the second that you have an opportunity to do something, you do nothing. You cower. And you're huge, right? Apparently you're like a part giant or something. Use that to your advantage. He could have easily gotten to the guy that he was going after, the Eastside Dave in this clip. He could have easily whooped his ass. I don't know about whooped his ass, but connected. But instead, he got like, let the people around him who were smaller than him hold him back. It's like, Stevie, you talk a lot of shit to not believe in yourself. You know? Damn, dude. Anyway, I don't want to get on it a minute or something. But his hairline was great back then, too. You'll love it. He did the whole, like, joke about jerking off, like, right in front of Bobo. Anyway, it was weird. It was weird.
Yeah.
You mean the gutter or the sewer?
No, it's just a quote. His words, not mine. I'm quoting his words also.
Since this incident, Mark has been involved in a smear
I'm
campaign.
gonna go get a drink. Y'all watch this real quick before we read that.
I
gotta say, dude, it's like, I'm sorry, but weed is not a personality trait. Do you know that? Do you realize that's not like a personality? That doesn't take, the place of an actual personality. And I haven't had an issue with Stevie. He's not been like in, anything that I give a shit about, so I really don't care. He's not really on my radar at all. But I've been watching a little bit of him here recently, trying to like understand who he is really. And he's not funny. He's never funny. A lot of like physical, sexual jokes and innuendo, a lot of that, a lot of like, 6th grade, 7th grade level humor. And on top of that,
See him at the table, give him a big up. Even though he's cartel, he's my cartel. Even though he's cartel, like, yeah. He has a soul. He's one of the only ones that has a soul. What? So bad. double stack, monsters. I should put an alarm for. Camera angle too. Yeah, it's when I'm eating. It's actually really nice. It's close to thanks. You too, bro. Look, it's really nice when I'm eating because I can just mow down my food. Otherwise, it's like I mean, it sounds a bit gross maybe, but like if I just want to shovel it in, when I'm streaming because the multitasking is really fucked. So I just want to shovel it in, like eating nicely and eating on camera. And sometimes you're eating on camera and you're too self-aware. It's like, have you ever eaten dinner with somebody and you haven't really eaten with them before, or it's a date or something, and then you get conscious about like not wanting food to drop out of your mouth or something, and then you're just like all this kind of shit, especially when you eat beans and stuff, stuff that's like can hit the sides. Tonka was at the Irish Open, I believe. The chain goes into the mayo. Not today, what the hell? I mean, I don't know, but it's fine. Doesn't matter. We're on 100 right now, right? What will be the end tally? Did I? I don't know. I shouted the person out who said "fuck the cartel." I don't want to make sure that you heard the shout out. think he's very ace high heavy, right, in his jams. It's a tough one. If I call and win, I'm there. I mean, it's not ace high heavy. He has a wide range in there. He shoves king jack, king ten, etc. But I don't know. It's a weird one. Also, like I wonder that doesn't matter. The $90 doesn't matter. All right, this is in the money. With two big blinds and big blinds. Pathetic. Fenton would say it's pathetic. Big Red's folding the king queen, you know that? There's two tickets still. It's kind of crazy. It means that we're two tickets means we play chippy V when somebody shows on us. The shorter stack, that is. But I guess that's more when it's when there's one really big stack. This is like crazy. That means if there's an all in between the other two, right? Then I mean it's the bubble, yeah. If there's an all in between the other two, then one person wins. I still think we should shove a shitload though. I mean there is a danger of not calling. Oh, nice. Holy shit. I don't know. Can't I think.
You know, you always.
It's so hard to get oh. Mad. Okay. Shove that one up. Oh, we lost the main. That's sad. Okay. Oh, nice. Come on. I don't want to bubble up 1,500 tickets. I feel like the 1,500 tickets I had a lot of success with. At the beginning. Uh-oh. No. Oh! You know what also sucks now? Is that the 10K gets divided between us, so he gets extra chips as well. Oh my fuck, I hate this. Oh, I hate this so much. So has a fuck, man. I do not want to bubble motherfucking $1,500 satellites. Alright. I need something very angry or
That's the other thing about the venue, well said, Nick, is that a bit like Blofeld's volcano in You Only Live Twice, the roof opens, and when they open the curtains as well, it looks like you're actually in the open air.
Yeah.
With a great view over Monte Carlo Bay.
That's right. I'm too busy making top content when you guys are messing around with your roofs.
Is that what you call sleeping? Top content, top content. Top contentment as you're actually resting.
I mean, you saw my sleep scores the other day, James. You know, this is important for me. I want to arrive and be on top form for chat.
Do they do it every morning? Not necessarily. It's weather dependent. Master is raised with King 8 of Strawberries, flattered by Zhu in the big blind with a cursed hand, Ace 7 off, the Spraggy.
You know, James, sometimes I think to myself, are these people even watching? They should know by now not to play the Spraggy.
Correct. Master bets 15,000, Zhu folds. Yeah, for those of you unfamiliar with the concept of a shot clock in poker, that's the little box that's next to the dealer. Players have 15 seconds to decide on their first action, 30 seconds on subsequent actions. They are also given time bank cards that they can use at their discretion to extend the shot clock if they have a difficult decision. But you get a finite number of cards, so use them wisely. And now the raise from Mauer. Johnson with Queen 7 in the big.
Johnson's so patient. Really impressed with Johnson so far. He's not really had much luck. He's been put in some really rough spots. He's very short stacked and he's still battling. Still keeping it solid.
Yeah, Mauer still playing more than 100 big blinds as a Mestra and Dimov. Meanwhile, man down. Lucas Blanco has just been KO'd. He's out in 37th place for 18.5 grand, taking us down to 36 players. Just a few minutes left on this blind level.
So close yet so far, James. You really feel like you're getting very close when you're in final 36. I know many of you guys will appreciate what that feels like going deep into an event, still feeling like you're miles away from the big cash.
That extreme. I think it's always an easy spot. That's the thing. It's always in summertime. Always. It's check it out.
Ace 5 of clubs for Zhu.
Oh, and I'm guessing. Yeah, that's how it's really
Raise the button on le jeton, as they call it in France.
Le jeton.
Le jeton and le bouton. So raise to 40,000.
Shmakov. I think we're just calling here most of the time.
Yeah, does just call out of it. Sub 30 big blind stack, and we go heads up to the flop. Flop is king at 6 deuce. So Schmackov's kicker currently playing.
Yeah, suddenly kind of prefer Juice hand here, just because we have more backdoors and also being in position, allowing us to do quite a lot of aggressive betting on the King 6 Deuce Ultra Drive board. And I think Shmakov probably technically should not be folding Ace-8, but I really don't blame him for doing so in such a high-pressure moment. He's got such an awkward stack as well. I think on that texture, we are winning too often to want to give up, but he does just relinquish, which is understandable on the feature table and with the page up slimming.
Switch the table after the break, right?
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do.
I can confirm that we are going to change feature table at the end of the session. Already decided that Rodrigo Celowan, Nikita Kuznetsov, and their table mates are going to take seats on the main stage.
More high stage crushers inbound.
Maybe the light.
On the Tijoux. He's out. Keith Johnson on the button. 8-5. Still the table shorty. 11 bigs to start the hand.
Let's it go. Oh man, I really feel Johnson here. This is just a real slog right now. He needs some good luck coming his way. He's been so patient.
Shmakov is going to give Ralmestra a walk.
You don't play singles.
I don't play 80 plus. 75.
Deuces are hot today. I saw somebody played pots. Deuces against full house. I guess. Yeah, indeed. No action. If you would play this hand, you would stay 1-1 all
That's it. This is how you fall.
1 hour.
Kill the chances.
This tells you everything you need to know about poker players. If you say, guys, we're going to keep this table for another level, like, oh, it's so unfair. We don't want to be here anymore. They should change it every break. It's like, no, we've had our 90 minutes. Get another table up here. Guys, we're changing the beach table. Oh, are we boring or something? You want to keep us? We're not good enough? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? I have come to realize in all of my years working with stars and in poker in general, poker players are never happy. Chronic dissatisfaction. They're always hungry. They're always looking for more. Speaking of more, Shmakov's going to raise.
Defended by Mauer in the big blind. 9-6 deuce flop. Ace high, still ahead. Shmakov 3-1 favorite.
Yeah, Mauer does have a gutter now. I think probably is allowed to lead this turn quite frequently. If your opponent does have a queen, it's often going to be king. We have equity push here as well. If the spades run out, we can also plausibly represent spades. So I'd like to see like a pretty chunky turn lead. What's the size here? 95. Yeah, there we go. Slight overbet turn. Beautiful.
So I guess we're going to squeeze in one more hand before the blinds go up.
Original table was table 4, 3, 1. No, I got moved here. That's why I was asking. Table 2.
Oh, okay. Oh, original table. I thought you were asking the guys before.
Yeah.
Table is on there.
Okay, table 2.
I think it'll be alright. There's only 5 tables left. I think you'll be able to find it.
Okay.
This one from Dragon, who says, Alan Ruck. I like that.
I like that one.
Yeah. Latter day Alan Ruck. Action is on Johnson, ace queen.
All right, finally some cards.
And it has been folded to Taha Saeed in the big blind, and he is not going to defend with 10-5. We're going to roll into level 22. Blind's going to 10k, 20k, with a 20k big blind ante. Third level of the day about to be played. Checking on the stacks, the players we've been watching for the last 90 minutes. Ogyen Dimov, 1.6 million, 81 bigs at the new level. Raul Mestra, 80 big blinds. Leonard Mauer, 78 big blinds. Keith Johnson still short. With just 10 bigs, he is very much in the danger zone. Danger zone! Well, these guys, as you heard, are going to take seats on the 4 new feature table incoming here in Monaco. With 36 players remaining in the UT Monte Carlo main event, Thomas Eichen continues to lead with 2 million. Bernhard Bender, second biggest with 1.9 million. Long found third, Ogyen Dimov in fourth, Mehdi Shawi in 5th place. And still 3 levels to play today as James Harskin joined out right with the bencher. Wow, 25-year-old references. Love it. This is our new feature table, Griffin. This is the lineup we're going to be watching. We saw a big hand played during that last session between Selowan and Kuznetsov. Binder is the big stack here. We also have Artem Vazovsky, who, of course, was at the final table of the 100k high roller for one drop that we kicked things off with just a few days ago.
Yeah, we got a little super high roller here, but he's short. Got some work to do.
Blinds are now 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. This is level 22.
So I need to do this here. Then you fold. Right. Amazing discipline, huh?
So we have got Marcus Bonus back on the main stage. He folds here.
Before the TV, everyone.
Bonus coverage.
Now everyone folds up.
Vazovsky in the small.
Oh. Is it allowed? It's okay what he did? He didn't put the chips? Ay, 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 ay.
Gamesmanship.
Who is your coach? Okay, I check. I'm scared now. It didn't work, Mr. Lazuskinio. Queen was off, no job.
It's an interesting hand selection here at 13 bigs. You'd think it would be a more natural shove, but maybe he decided it's a bit too many chips to shove. I think anything less than that, he would just go for it. Now, got himself
Windows check.
coolering
Windows
chow
check.
here, but
I start the value better on the turn.
check.
Yeah, we've got top pair versus second pair here. And with that jack on the turn, Vazovsky becomes an 88% favourite.
Maybe on the river with this guy. Check one more time.
Check, check on the flop and on the turn. 4 on the river.
Not taking the bait. Lisowski's definitely going to be betting this river. Hope to get called by a pair, and with how big that pair is, should expect to see a quick call. I actually think this is a value race. Would have expected to have seen
One pair. Ay, ay, ay. Can I take that legit? Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. Professional.
Zolski now to 19 bigs. Lajini says, how are you able to skip breaks all the time when it's only a 30-minute delay? Think about it. Play starts at noon. Stream starts at 3 p.m. That is a 3-hour delay. As the day goes on, that delay is reducing and reducing as the 20-minute tournament breaks and the hour-long dinner break are removed. So by the end of the day, or during the last session, much closer to the 30 minutes that you're used to.
time chasers.
It does mean there's a lot of spoilers out there on social media, on Poker News, on the PokerStars live app. So focus your eyes and your ears on the stream alone.
What if we messed with the space-time continuum so much that if we kept going, that we could actually get into the future?
Oh my god.
There's only one way to find out. Well, we won't do it because we got this damn 30-minute rule. Don't you see? We could be time pioneers, James.
I mean, whatever we were doing and however we were doing it, I can guarantee you there's no way we're letting Griffin anywhere near the tag.
Scared of the future, these people.
So Celoan opened under the gun. Shawi flats in the small with pocket fours. And Boris Kolev is going to call in the big blind with ace-10.
Certainly makes for an interesting candidate to shove over this raise and call, but because of the under the gun position, I'd be a bit concerned about Silouan's strength. But based on the 3 cards we can see between the 2 opponents, this almost certainly would have gotten through. Now you just get a bad flop. Could have made 100 grand.
Shawi leading with fours. We know that Celoan's ahead because he's paired his 6, even without knowing his other card.
And frankly, not quite half the time, because obviously there are more combinations. Well, actually, half the time he has a set here. I think really he has ace, 6 of diamonds or pocket 6s. So actually, wait, does that mean there's more combos of sets here because he only has 1 ace? Look at that.
Ace. 35,000 becomes 90,000.
Yep, there are some situations to trap sets, if this is what Silouan has. But in this particular scenario, I really don't mind the raise because you're going to be up against a lot of flush draws and some big jacks once they're getting more money in there. Because those hands are just not folding the flop.
175.
Oh, what is happening here?
Messy.
Shawi 3 bets to 175k. Likes to raise this guy. Likes to raise.
And now it just feels like because Shawi has the hand that you're repping, and you want to lean call here, allow your opponent to keep bluffing. If you do have pocket 6s here and you're up against 7s or jacks somehow, you're going to lose a huge pot anyway. So may as well keep those bluffs in. So interesting when you watch a hand where a player is representing the hand that you actually have. Again, assuming another 6 is under there, under the gun open. Not going to be a lot of 6-5 of diamonds, 6-8 of diamonds. Really mostly just going to be pocket sixes and ace six of diamonds. So at this stage, let's assume it's a set.
Okay, Sullivan calls the raise. We get the 9 of clubs on the turn. There's already 490k in the middle.
You can see how beneficial that raise, by the way, on the flop for Sullivan is. Not just because, I mean, if you had just called, this wouldn't be going down like this, right? You allow the bluffs to represent what you have, and you get more value from the hands that will continue, like those flush draws and jacks. He's going for it again.
265k.
You know what I would love to see? It's like a 10 of spades on the river on a show. Because then things will be real interesting.
Eddie Chowie won a 5k side event here in Monte Carlo back in 2023. That was worth 100k. Also came ninth at EPT Paris the first time we were in Paris, 2023, for 111,000 euros.
That's where I recognize him from. That time we spent together in Paris.
Sullivan responds with a shove. Chowie folds.
Yeah, elects to go for some protection there against the semi bluffs that might have picked some more equity up on the turn.
Sullivan up to 1.58 million, playing just shy of 80 big blinds. And man down in the field, Dietrich Fast can unzip permanently. Eliminated in 36th place for 18,500 euros.
I like that he found another zip there. You know, it wasn't his hoodie, but he did find a zip for us.
Question from Magic Laszlo, watching on Twitch. Does PokerStars have the same team of dealers traveling on all EPTs or other local dealers use? It is a team of EPT dealers, many of the same dealers going from event to event. Guess what, guys? We don't need an app to tell us that they're the best in the world.
But maybe there should be a rent. You know what a renticle is? Renticle is I'm sure there's an app, but it's like a website where look, it's tough to get goalies sometimes for hockey. You know, you gotta have a goalie. You can't play without a goalie, James.
I mean, I thought this is a problem that I experience twice or 3 times a week. They're like, oh no, I really want to play ice hockey, but I don't have a goalie.
Pay them like $60 and they come fill in for your team. Your team, you all pitch in $5 or $10 to should be that goalie. Different goalies have different ratings based on how skilled they are and reviews. Just saying, rent a dealer, we could be starting a business here.
The irony is that idea is not as bad as the one I heard about yesterday.
What was yesterday's? Was that me too?
Dude, I thought you spent your entire life on social media. How do you miss so much news in the poker world?
I don't know what happened now.
We're not getting into it here. Chowie with fours again, and up against Sullivan again. A button raise and a 3-bet from the big blind.
Coming after him. We've seen these raggy offsuit aces utilized as 3-bets from the big blind with great frequency as the game gets more and more studied and crafted. It's difficult to play post-swap.
This is the first. This is me sending Griffin a post on social media using direct message. This normally 99.9% of the time is the other way around.
There was something the other day you had to message me. You made some reference and I wasn't caught up yet. So it's the second time actually.
I know what's going on.
was the Joe thing.
Oh yeah, of course. We're not discussing on air, by the way, just to make that clear.
Okay, I was not making, this is crazy, I was not making reference to this. I really hadn't seen it. Oh, that's funny. Silhouette is going to continue the tail. And yeah, this guy's not going anywhere with 2 pair.
Very bad.
Big decision point here.
Yeah.
You're up against a very sticky opponent that is going to have a ton of Queen X in their range. Such sticky opponent that they might not even fold something like pocket fours. So, waving the white flag. $20 ways out of 100 to win this hand, though. Interesting way to say percentages, huh?
Yeah, also not in any way accurate.
No, in a way.
What are the 20 ways then, Griffin? List them.
20 ways out of 100 you can win this hand is if you did this hand to the river 100 times, 20 different times, like ways. You know what? I don't want to fight on there.
Just let's give up.
Okay.
Seriously, give up. So this round goes to Showy. 4's worked out from this time. I'm asking, is that the Cartier Santos, and why is it too big? It's too big. 1-1. The Santos does come in 3 different sizes. I'm a medium man myself. That's the large.
The big ones scare me.
It's me against myself.
I just don't have the arms to get away with a watch that big. Now that elimination to tell you about. Alexandra Bermond eliminated in 35th place. Again, cashes for 18.5k. Next money jump will be down to 31. So 34 players remaining now.
You should get him active, the guy before. Talk to him. I think to go sleep.
I would say, just as a general word of advice to anyone who's thinking of going watch shopping, square watches do wear larger, so you're better off going for a smaller size. I still like the watch. Bender's raised to 40k and Ceylon has kings. Sorry we're keeping you up.
Suspiciously small sizing here out of position, from 40 to 125. I think in most cases this would always just play as a call to the 3-bet 4 finder, but maybe that particular choice of amount might make him a bit concerned going forward. Hard to say whether Ceylon is just balanced with this size. Bender is starting to turn his hand into a bluff. There's always a risk when you decide to play ace queen as a 4-bet deep, is that if you have run into it, feel like you're burning some equity if the 5th bet comes in, which it of course does. Herein lies the real problem, actually. If you have an indication that you really don't believe your opponent, you put it all in here. And that's going to be over 60 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a huge stacks, Griffin.
Yeah. This is why I would proceed with a little more caution facing that smallish out of position 3-bet.
Bender's still table chip leader, but Ceylon is not that far behind now.
Both around 1.6 million now, which is just under 2x the average.
Dream Crusher 2.0 is watching on YouTube. Says, shout out to your other half, James. Enjoy playing poker with her in Ireland. Very pleasant. I'm glad you had a good experience playing poker against her. I don't. She was clearly winning when you were playing against her, but also, yeah. Just again, word of advice. We've already had the watch buying advice. I'm now going to give advice about playing poker against your partner. Don't do it.
Brazil tricks. Too many hands in a row. No time being.
She's Helmuthian when I play against her. Helmuthian.
All I'm saying is, next DPT, shave here. The punishment continues. You know, you bluff your girl once.
I didn't bluff her. The problem was I had a better hand.
You got there on the road. You floated, right?
Yes.
The very stand-up flip. How dare you get there against your partner?
I'd love to tell you what she said to me, but I literally cannot repeat a single word of it on this broadcast because it's so extreme.
It's problem for you as well.
Dream Crusher says she held her own. Guys with targets and didn't back down. No, she's a very good player, much better than I am. Barry Greenstein does not change the outcome of this hand.
If I wrote a popular enough book called like Jack on the Turn, do you think you'd call every turn Jack?
No.
No? Something needs to be something more iconic.
No, it's more that I'm not willing to discuss this ridiculous false hypothetical that you're ever going to write a book.
How about King on the Flop?
Kelly now playing 1.4 million. Third in chips at this table. Two short stacks. Two players with sub 20 bigs. Lazowski and Kolev.
Not to be confused with Kulev.
Indeed.
A super high roller shopper from the 250K. Who was the eventual winner of that? Was it Brent or Kulev?
The 250?
Yeah.
Alex.
Alex did it.
Yeah.
Good for him.
With his mum and dad.
Yeah, the parents were on the rail. That was very wholesome. My parents were never on the rail when I won 3 million.
Parents must have been there when you made the World Series final table.
That's true. But that felt like I was losing 7 million. Because I didn't do that well.
Welcome to First World Problems.
Yeah. Check your privilege.
Chapter 1 of King on the Flop. How I lost $7 million.
It does have a good ring to it.
You're never writing a book. That's why I'm not willing to discuss it. As a title.
Well, I'm definitely writing a book.
Getting ChatGPT to write it for you does not count.
Sure, that was my idea. Lucky guess.
Wow. Bill Cooper says, who were Griffin's parents supporting? Snowman's full binder. Raises small to big. Lazowski with Queen 3.
Well, two ways you can go here. More standing would be fold. Think about these cheeky super high rollers. Is even when they have 16 big ones, they might do something weird like this.
Something weird like this.
Yeah, effectively putting in 45% of your stack with that big blocker because you expect the table chip leader to be raising pretty much any two. It's not going to work out well for Lazowski. I would be left with just 10 big blinds.
Just laugh for 160.
And holds on to the table chip lead, 92 big. Still more than an hour on this blind level.
Only you and me don't play. I defend my big line, you don't remember? Oh, okay. It was my top 10 for the year. Bro, why would you say?
Follow to the blinds.
No.
ايوه صنف كل حبيبي يا
Salty Ninja asks, is the final table tomorrow? Nope, the final table is Sunday. Today they play down to the last two tables, down to the final table on Saturday, down to a winner on Sunday. That means we're live tomorrow and on Sunday, 3 p.m. local time. And he's full suited because that's off. Peapod says, if Griffin ever writes his book, I feel James should record the audiobook version. Deal, done. I'll do it for free. Because again, it's never happening.
Which is why we enjoy him. And he'll always have some hilarious angle in which why he is speaking the gospel and why he is right, you are wrong. I think a lot of people didn't necessarily love his delivery because it isn't like straight out of a journalism playbook. So I think they wanted to hate him. I'm telling you, hard to hate Perk. You know, unless you are directly being attacked, which I can see how current players can certainly hate. Donovan Mitchell could certainly hate Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah.
I can see how he would potentially be like
Julius Randle.
Julius Randle potentially just led the team scoring in game one. Okay, he can certainly do that. But for all of us, it's like Perk, willing to say it, does the research, does the work, and delivers in his own unique style. And he's a champ 15-year player. It's like, we love Big Perk.
Yeah, growing up, Kendrick Perkins was the guy for the Celtics. As far as like enforcer and guy that's just gonna go out there and body people.
That was not about that. It was. I just saw the view of the person that's about to join us right now. So we love Perk. I love you. We love Perk. With, ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, senior NFL insider for ESPN, Adam Schefter.
Hey, Schefter!
What's going on, guys? Oh, gee. Where are you, Schefter? What do you got going on here, pal? You're under an umbrella of sorts?
I'm in Florida right now. There's a Michigan event here. I guess a fundraising event through the Champion Circle. And they've got all these Michigan players, coaches, football program, basketball program, and there's a function tonight to raise money for the program. And so came down here emceeing a conversation out at a football event. I mean, I can show you the field. I'm off to the side right now. Otherwise, we would have had some surprise guests. But we are now in the shade, so that's a good thing. And happy to discuss football today. By the way, Pat, breaking news. It looks like the NFL and the NFL RA have reached an agreement. We should hear word of that fairly soon, but that's going to come down soon. That the league will be able to avoid replacement officials, but there's some information going around right now that agreement has been reached, and I would imagine we're going to hear about that very shortly.
Thank you for the news, Shefties. You're at a Michigan Let's Fund a Better Football Team event happening down there in Florida for the Refs Association to ratify the vote. I believe the voting hours or window opened last night because I thought we'd get an answer last night. I guess it was just a window open. I don't know if it was via email to all of its members, but there was a window closing for when the vote ended. We didn't know when we were going to get a response on that. We thought if they went to a vote, that means they were going to approve it. You're saying they have. That is gigantic news. I don't think, especially with the number of eyes that are on the game now, with the amount of countries that are in on the game, the amount of gambling that's in on the game right now, what happened before with the replacement refs was an embarrassment to our sport, to our league, to everything. It could have ruined everything. And I know that the refs knew that, so the fact that they kind of bent and gave in whatever the NFL was looking for, and the fact that the NFL did the same for the refs to make sure they get this done early, I think, here, this is a couple weeks early. Congrats to all parties, Shefty. Legit, that is huge for us as football fans. That is gigantic. I don't think people really understand how big that is.
It's a huge deal, and they're able to avoid replacement officials, and they get the CBA done, and they're obviously making a lot of discussion about how dire talks have been in January, February, March. We're getting texts about it right now, it looks like. Yeah, there it is. Yep, okay, here we go. Okay. The NFL, oh yeah, it's official. 7-year collective bargaining agreement.
Congratulations, NFL and the NFL Refs Association. 7 years you have agreed to keep the league, to keep the integrity of the game together. You two, great entities, have come together to become better officials with more accountability, a little bit more advancement of technology. And you, as a league, having the best officials in the world would be a great thing to happen. So you two agreeing to do that, congratulations and thank you. It's official, says Shefty on the beach down there in Florida next to a football field. It's official.
In fact, Pat, we're going to tweet it out right now as we're going. We're going to put it on the ESPN alert. You're going to get all the news here on all the platforms as we're doing this, because this is what we do. We try to multitask and send that all information everywhere.
Well, how's the Wi-Fi down there? The Wi-Fi's bad. The tweet is up. The NFL and the NFL Referees Association.
Keep going, Pat.
Well, I was going to read your tweet there that you were either typing up or you had your talk to text, which is why you were talking in a text form whenever you told us that the news was breaking. Whatever the case, 7-year deal. The current deal was scheduled to expire on May 31st. It goes through 2032. Congrats to all parties. And I love the photo you chose to use there.
Yeah, good compromise. They all look kind of pissed.
Yeah, kind of pissed, but also understand they got to work together.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think everybody's happy here. This is good news for the league. This is good news for everybody. This is good news for ball.
Yes, it is.
Congrats to football.
Congrats, football.
We're going today, football. Okay, let's talk about some other football news as you're standing next to a football field in Florida about to raise millions and millions of dollars for the Michigan athletics program, which is not just football, by the way, a lot of Olympic sports, and you can act like it's a good thing and for the future and all that. But what they're doing right there is showcasing why they're going to be able to continue to compete in athletics in college, and some other places won't. This comes fresh off the news that the University of Michigan were one of the initial investors of OpenAI, and now their investment is worth $2 billion. The University of Michigan invested early in OpenAI. Okay, I don't know how they have an investment fund at a University of Michigan, but obviously they do. That makes sense that they have that. They found this, they get in on it because of the networks. That is now $2 billion in profit. Who knows if they pull that, if they have that, but that could certainly help you get a quarterback.
Pretty good investment.
That could certainly help. And
You were saying that you're getting another mummy film back together. Is this true, or are you doing another? You are doing it. What do we know about it so far? Is there anything you're allowed to tell? Or
Well, we're gonna get the band back together.
yes,
The only way to do it, right?
yeah.
So we're going to give the audience what they have been bothering all of us for the last 20 whatever
Did
years.
you ever think they were gonna do this? Or
I was hopeful for a long while, and then I was like, no, I don't know if they are. Other mummy movies got made, but anyway, look, what we're gonna do is saddle back up, go back to the locations. I should probably stop talking like this.
Okay, all right, yeah.
However, I know that please wish me luck. I'm doing my best to get this.
I think that ideally you want to get these deals done as early as you can for agency, but he was able to salvage a pretty good situation, and now we got a lot of JJs in Minnesota. JJ McCarthy, who's out here right now, we're going to talk to him in a little bit. JJ McCarthy, Justin Jefferson, another JJ, Jawan Jennings, another JJ. Like if you are a JJ Spawn might wind up playing for the Vikings this year, folks.
Yeah, JJ Watt maybe comes out to play a couple games. I mean, there's a chance that a lot of these JJs could eventually go crazy for the Minnesota Vikings. You just mentioned JJ McCarthy there, who we saw in a wild game a couple nights ago, going crazy with the lads, and also incredible. Hey, you know what I want? Bang. Okay, so we talked about this actually. The way he took his hand and put the right here, it was pretty evident what he was looking for. Okay, this is a one-dap slapper here. That everybody in the world understands that. No matter how much chaos is happening here, my guy right next to me shows me this, I know what's coming. Everybody knows this, and that's a bang the boom the pow, and we're out of there. Okay? Yeah, I like that he's doing that. That's good communication. Okay, that's good nonverbal communication from this guy. Might lead to better awareness on the field as he continues to grow as an NFL quarterback. There's others that give you a little halfy here, okay? Is that a fucking handshake or a high five or a dap up? What are we doing here? I don't know. Some people, go with a fist bump straight ahead, then open hand, then back to the thing. You're not letting me know what you need. JJ handles the moment perfectly, I'd say. With the, hey, you know what's coming. I'm smacking the shit out of your hand. Guy that has a button down tucked in at a hockey game. So, I mean, that is just good stuff. Let's explore that conversation a little bit more. Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, I think with the boys being here at the game, it just rattled my brain. Like, is Kyler definitely going to be the starter? Or is this an open competition, you think, going into training camp?
Well, I think that.
You're kind of.
We have more news. Schedule release will take place on Thursday. A week or 6 days from now, Thursday, May 14th, the NFL schedule will come out in its entirety, Pat. So we can begin to get ready for next Thursday. There it is, the news. Like, who remembers last Friday at 7:45 that the news is going to be pouring in here? But that's what's going on right now.
Well, Shefty, listen, the NFL's 24/7, especially on Friday news dump days. We know we're in the middle of one of those. May 8th, 2026, in the spring. Got a big weekend of sports ahead. Oh, yeah, and a bunch of NFL shit's about to be dropped on everybody's board. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of things going on. Shout out to the schedule coming out next Thursday. There was a little bit of hubbub about them potentially delaying the schedule release because not knowing what platform the game is on, or maybe they don't know which games are when. Our source says at the league said that was not the case. They was just, we're just still trying to figure it out. There was a comment made on a podcast before the draft by somebody who was like, and that got kind of taken out of context. Now it's official. It's coming out on Thursday. Excited to see what games are when and where. Remember, the division games, okay? The placement of those are always big conversation pieces. Early and late. Used to be division games are kind of as you worked in because they're the most important games. The NFL wanted to start with a bang with division games, so a lot of teams are having their most important, crucial games at the very beginning of the season, which gave us better football, but had very big possible ripple effects very early in the season. I'm excited to see what the schedule masters do this year. Now, back to the question. You can't say JJ McCarthy's not going to be the starter because he's 10 feet away from you.
More breaking news. The Green Bay Packers have released Brandon McManus, their kicker, after they drafted the kicker from Florida in the 6th round. And they paid Brandon McManus a lot of money. They gave him a 3-year, $15 million deal last offseason. They paid him his $1 million roster bonus in March. But they have already moved on from Brandon McManus after drafting a Trey Smack in the 6th round last month. So there'll be a new kicker in Green Bay. So much for the competition that they thought they were going to have. They have now moved on from him. So again, a lot of news here all of a sudden. We got a new kicker in Green Bay. We got the NFL schedule next Thursday. We got a 7-year labor agreement between the NFLRA and the NFL itself. And we have JJ McCarthy out here to go talk to you about the Vikings quarterback issue, which I'm happy to get back to.
Okay, so let's expand on Brandon McManus there because he started with the Indianapolis Colts. I know him. Super Bowl champion, has done incredible things in the NFL. Missed more kicks than he would ever like or have on his entire a resume. I assume he'll bounce back, go somewhere. Anytime they say there's a competition between two kickers, that's always one more roster spot that's getting taken up by a kicker, especially in this offseason as you're trying to accrue numbers and create things. I assume McManus understood the situation whenever this guy was drafted out of Florida. This guy that got drafted out of Florida, bombs ball. We watched him kick. Hopefully he's good. Hopefully McManus continues to go on. 7-year ref agreement, that is awesome. Schedule release coming out Thursday, spectacular. Starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, Michigan man, J.J. McCarthy, who's 10 feet away from you, or Kyler Murray. Is that an actual competition? How do you see that go?
Listen, I'm not ready to write off JJ yet. Look, Kyler Murray's got a great opportunity in front of him. It's probably as good of an opportunity as he's had in a long time when you look at all the talent surrounding Kyler Murray. He's got Jordan Mason, he's got Aaron Jones, he's got T.J. Hawkinson, he's got Justin Jefferson, he's got Jordan Addison, he's got Juwan Jennings right now. There's a boatload of talent in Minnesota, and that doesn't even include a head coach who's obviously adept and efficient at getting these offensive plays in and having the offensive production that Kevin O'Connell has. I think, I don't know how you handicap. Look, I think a lot of people believe that Kyler is going to wind up as the starting quarterback, but I think JJ is going to give him a run still. I don't think the Vikings are ready to willing to give up on JJ McCarthy just yet. I think they've got two good quarterbacks there. I mean, these are two high draft picks, so it'll play out. But I think a lot of people believe Kyler's going to prevail and win the job. But again, I'm not ready to give up on JJ just yet.
Okay, I'm excited to watch it all unfold. Obviously, Kevin O'Connell's offense is one that is spectacular. They're able to sign another wide receiver who had other options than Juwan Jennings without telling him who the starting quarterback's going to be. That's how prolific that offense can be and should be. Hopefully, JJ can continue to get better. And if Kyler ends up the quarterback of the Kevin O'Connell offense as a diehard Vikings fan for his entire life and has a full resurgence of being the guy that maybe we thought or hoped he could be, that's a great story, too.
Yeah.
Good luck all parties. The Vikings are currently interviewing for a GM. When's that going to happen?
Say that again?
Feels like Juwan Jennings just signed there. They don't got GM. So, I mean, are they going to get a GM or is Kevin O'Connell running things? Like, how's that kind of all go over there?
No. They've got about 6-7 guys that are on the list right now. They've submitted. They've got turnkey search firm helping them to identify the right candidate. They've got a situation where they've identified all these candidates, and they're going to interview them, go through the process, and we'll see where they get the information from, but who they wind up hiring. But I think it'll play out here pretty quickly. Rob Brzezinski's the current interim GM. He's done a great job there, and I think somebody that has been overlooked there for a while will have an opportunity. But they've got some really interesting candidates on their list that they've reached out to arrange interviews.
Okay, I cannot wait to see how it works out there. Grigson, also potentially in there. Former Colts general manager who had, not necessarily the greatest ending in Indianapolis, but did have winning teams. Kind of seemingly had to go back, earn his way back up to a position to be in interviews again. I had a nice chance to catch up with him. Feels like he's a different person where he's at now. Second opportunity is normally good for people in the NFL, or completely asked both times. But I don't think that'll be the case. There's so many good talents out there, only 32 jobs, just like in coaching. But there's only one senior NFL insider. And that's this man down in Florida. We appreciate the hell out of you, Shefty.
Pat, no more things tonight. I gave you all I got today. That's all I got today.
Well, tonight you need to go give it a little bit more. I think there's a lot of money in that room, Shefty. Let's be smart.
There's a lot of money in that room tonight, Pat. A lot of money.
Okay, all right. That's Adam Schefter, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think there is. I think I know where he is.
Probably a cool event.
I don't know.
He's like MC. He's the MC of the whole thing.
Yeah, one of the MCs. It sounds like it's a Michigan. Do you go to Michigan? Do you have any tie to Michigan? Can you afford to buy a plane right now if you have to? Why don't you come down here? And Schefter's like, I'm going to have to ask me to MC it, I guess. Mike Schefter, go. Yeah. This feels like a good room to be in, pal. He loves that he's a part of the Michigan. Like, he loves them. There was a chance he was going to be the guest picker for game day for Michigan, and he called me 30 times a day, just like, is this happening? Is this happening? I'm like, I don't know. You got to ask other people. So he's got to be so pumped, as are we. We're back in 3. Take care.
And the commissioner allows you to go making his way to open night 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Come on, Pittsburgh!
And here's a familiar face and voice to make the announcement. Well, look out, everybody. Here comes McAfee.
soft? Yins are getting tired. Are you Yinzers getting exhausted from so much football celebration or no? Zero arrests last night in the NFL draft compound. Pittsburgh Yinzers, congratulations. Now, the Indianapolis Colts first-round draft pick was Sauce Gardner, and he's better than all of your first-round picks for sure. The Indianapolis Colts have not won the AFC South in 12 years. That changes this year. Jim Irsay from the football heavens cured Daniel Jones's torn Achilles. Michael Pittman got sent to the Steelers, and in return, we got football gods with the 53rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The AFC South Kings, Indianapolis Colts select C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia. Go Dogs. Listen, there's a lot of negativity about the Indianapolis Colts. What you need to do to all that negativity is you crush it up, you put it into your palm, and you think to yourself, does any of this matter anymore? No. The future is the only thing that matters. The Colts are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Way better than you bum-ass Chargers fans down there. I'm joking. I like your team. I like the Colts more. I also like with the 78th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The Indianapolis Colts select A.J. Halsey, DB out of LSU. See you at the Super Bowl, bums. Cheers.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Let's go. This show stinks, and the fact that you listen, we are very, very thankful for. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. You pay. Damn it! Your friend tell a friend something nice to change their life. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our humble abode, the Thunderdome, on this Feel Good Friday, May 8th, 2026. Hour 2 of the sports program begins right now. Sports! Are the greatest. That's A.J. Hawker. He's the all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. The talks of is here at Boston Connor. And one half of the Hammer Cowboys AP Ty Schmidt, we love you, buddy. Ty fan, hell yeah, congratulations. The boys in the back, you guys are absolutely crushing it this week. I think we should do a weekly recap thingy.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't you think we should recap the things that we like and the things that we think are hilarious, AJ? Is that not something we should do on Fridays?
Oh, that sounds amazing, yes.
Do you want to go with the bad or the good on Feel Good Friday first, AJ?
I say you start with the good.
Oh, I like that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for 5 things that aren't ad. From this week in the sports world, we looked around the entire globe in the sports universe and found our things that we think should be spotlighted as definitely not being ass. These things are so far from being ass that they're actually being celebrated for not being ass. Let's start in Madison Square Garden. Timmy for 3 at MSG. Young superfan Timmy Chalamet is about to come out with a splashy splash. Is that with Dame time there? He almost called it. Obviously, he looks super cool. He doesn't dress like too much of an asshole. Certainly has a little bit of moxie and swag, but has certainly played hoops before, which is what we like to see out of megastars, AJ Hawk.
Yeah, I don't even care if the ball goes in. I don't like. Haven't you seen guys when they take a shot but they shot put it and they're not basketball players and it goes in and people freak out? I'm like, no, it's a terrible looking shot. And so for Timmy not only to make the shot but to hit this sweet little step back and look like he's played some ball, like I am very impressed.
You stack this on top of the game day thing.
Yeah.
Where he knew ball, clearly understood ball, the way he exits games, how he crushes everything, the ping pong shit. I mean, it's like Timmy's an athlete who happens to be a superstar. And on that note, we're pulling for you, Timmy. Great shot.
Timmy. Keep going, Timmy.
Timmy for three. Cash. Right, MSG. That feels so good, by the way. Where's camera? Holy fuck. Hey,
not bad not bad defense either by his buddy.
Yeah, even if he was by himself, like if there was no clean shot.
That's definitely not ass. Let's go to another thing that is an ass. San Antonio Spurs, Timberwolves. Shot clock dwindling. Vassell. A no-dip tip. 3 to lead the Spurs as they continue to do their thing down in San Antonio. The timing, the effortlessness, the cleanness of it makes you wonder, like, how difficult is that actually? Well, we started out with Tyrese Halliburton, who's in the middle of a recovery from an Achilles yesterday, and he backed it home. But I'll tell you, it was not like clean.
No.
It was not like clean. And now, granted, Tyrese is coming out of an Achilles, and he's not necessarily the biggest jumper or whatever he shoots it. But him describing it, him giving it a go, it was like, oh, that was an incredibly impossible shot, that guy took. And how about the perfect timing of jumping and basically the ball just kind of coming into his hands as if it was like a video game glitch while he's jumping, AJ?
I mean, yeah, this is a playoff game in the NBA too. Like this isn't some backyard game you're playing with your butt. So yeah, when you hear other professional athletes talk about how difficult of a shot this is, yeah, you can't help but be impressed.
It's a no-dip tip.
Yeah, no-dip tip, no big deal. And also a lot of people are recreating it and stuff. And even Tyrese, it's like, this guy was not prepared for this whatsoever. It's just like, hey, situation, 1 second to kind of react. Buries it. That's incredible.
Yeah, the pass was also muffed.
Yeah, right.
That's what I learned from me and Hallie trying to do it. The pass certainly matters.
Yep.
The pass certainly matters, AJ. You know, you can really kind of dictate whether or not that's going to go in with the pass.
Yeah. You kind of gave your laces, though. Looks like you gave Tyrese the laces.
Thank you, and also the location. Yeah, because if that thing's a little bit right, obviously we're jumping sideways. We're doing this number here. That pass that the cell got from Champagne there was like literally right in. It was as if the ball was dropped into his hand in the middle of his shooting. Unbelievable stuff all around. Can't wait to watch them tonight. Let's go to another thing that wasn't asked. Let's go to the NHL, shall we? We talked about this goal already, but how could you not showcase it again whenever you're trying to showcase things that are certainly not asked? Hockey, so fast, so beautiful, so physical, so filthy. Ooh, absolute filth from Doc right there. AJ, he loses an edge. He loses his time. And then he drops an absolute dime, top head over the goalie's shoulder, and the goalie thing goes up. Wow, lad. Can't believe you did that.
Yeah. You know, this is the first thing I thought of when I saw this was something I talked about on this program a year or so ago. The little frog getting eaten by the duck or whatever, and he's all the way in his mouth, but his hands are coming out strangling him and says, never give up. That's kind of the definition of what this play is.
Yeah, you're right. I assume that Doc had the duck and frog poster in his house growing up in his bedroom, right? Just like you, AJ.
Had to. Make a play like this, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the resiliency, the never say never, the no play is over mindset is certainly what Doc is doing. And that frog that was getting swallowed by that long-necked bird thought that, hey, this ain't over just yet. If I can get these big, powerful legs around the neck, and then maybe I won't be able to get down. Turns out I think they both die. In this situation, Doc is the winner. And there it is. There it is right there. I think
there's no way they both did.
I don't think the frog can breathe.
Well, but he strangles him before he loses all of his life.
But I think Duck ends up not living.
Yeah, lockjaw.
Duck's dead for sure. The frog was close to death. So I think he made it out.
I don't think it's a duck. What is
more
it?
like a crane.
Yeah, it could be a crane.
Yeah, crane. That's a big frog. If that's a crane, that's a big frog.
King frog.
I mean, think about the deepness of the rivet this fucker would have. I mean, geez,
These things are pretty big. You're right.
Yeah, if this was
that rivet would keep you up at night.
Yes,
sure.
frog. Yeah, it would certainly.
I think the frog wins this one.
You think frog just holds its breath while it does this?
I mean, frogs they live underwater, so. Do they live on? No, they don't live. They kind of do. They can't swim.
Yeah, they live on those cool little things.
Well, different time. You have toads and bullfrogs and poisonous frogs.
Yeah, we're talking about that big frog right there. That's a bullfrog.
I can't see his face. I can't identify it. To be honest.
Based on the lights. Right, because it could be like an Andre the Giant version version of like a little frog.
Yeah.
It could just be the biggest.
If it's a bullfrog, it wins. Feels like a standing 10 count. I think they both dropped dead.
And what a fight they both put up.
Yeah, they did.
And we certainly respect that. But Doc lived is what we're saying for that Canadians goal. And that's certainly not ass. Another thing that's not ass, I don't know if you saw this on Monday night, 330-pounder flying through the air. You ever seen a missile European uppercut, pal? Yeah. That's what. Oh.
Otis.
Dude, and watch him just literally shot over. Yeah, just kind of throws him around. And Opa's not done yet. Hey, that 400-pounder that you guys love? Yeah. Low center of gravity. How about we take him to the sky and we take him down? 1, 2, and 3.
I don't like that. They did that to Otis like that.
Did what to Otis? They fed him to Oba?
Yeah. Throwing Otis around like he's nothing.
That's not ass, dude. He's flying. You see him? That's a Randy Orton.
No, I know, but I mean.
Hey, Brock Lesnar.
Otis is the best, man.
Well, no, he's not.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I'm not talking.
The best is that guy.
This is why I gave up on this thing.
What? This thing?
The business, whatever you guys call it.
Okay, you don't think I'm going to do that to Otis? What are you talking about?
Come on, you're crushing all your great people, man.
No, they're not crushing anybody here. They're building. They're lifting. Just like Oba does to anything he sees. That's certainly not ass. What you're trying to do right now, I don't like it one bit.
You're going to help Otis, too.
I love Oba.
Doesn't sound like it.
But I love Otis, too.
All right, let's travel to another world as we talk about college softball and things that are not ass at all. Here's Bree Ellis. We saw this from the SEC Network social media account. Let's see what type of pitches she gets all game here. Oklahoma versus Georgia.
Yep.
Okay. Or Arkansas.
Arkansas versus
versus Georgia. Sorry, Arkansas. Patty Gasol actually gave a great promo after her team lost the game. Arkansas's Bree Ellis is up to bat here. Gets hit. Okay, so that's 9 straight balls. They do not pitch to her. Let's make sure there's no balls in the strike zone, because if there are, she'll do this. Boom. Walk-off grand slam. First pitch that was in the zone all game. Bree Ellis hits a walk-off grand salami against Georgia. That feels so good. Just the amount of patience all game. I assume this happens to her a lot. We should follow along. I assume they know that if you deliver anything that is reachable for Bree, that thing is taking a trip out of town. Walk-off grand slam after not seeing a strike all damn day. That's certainly not ass, AJ, for Bree Ellis.
It is not. I don't know. The only thing Bree Ellis can do now is use like a 96-inch bat, I guess, and try to get some of those balls that are way outside.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. You know, the thing about it is, her plate discipline is one of her best skills.
She was the softball player of the year in 2025. So,
that was on that back.
Yeah.
Did you see Coach Patty Gasol?
Oh, yeah.
She's not happy.
Always.
She's not happy.
Back to basics.
Hands bleeding.
Crisp.
Hands bleeding. We need to work. Now, I don't think we should run just because I don't have enough walls to run through. Okay? Just know college softball is starting to heat up, and it's certainly not ass at all. And those are 5 things that we thought were not ass.
Yeah.
Now, do we want to go to the things that are ass?
I think so. Yeah.
All right, well, let's hop on a train, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to hit the Oh No train. Joining us to host Oh No, ladies and gentlemen, it's football aficionado for ESPN, Dan Oh No. Dano, how you doing? We were hoping it was an oh yeah type day, but it feels like it might be an oh no, Dan, no day, if you know what I'm saying.
How am I a part of this? What did I do?
Well,
You're kind of the face of it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be done 6 minutes ago, but obviously it carries this long because we want to celebrate all the things that were not asked, but we also have to celebrate the things that were maybe oh-no worthy. And if you're waiting on hold there, we need to bring you in because you've been a part of a couple oh-nos. We all have.
Yeah.
We all have been a part of some oh-no.
I've definitely been a part of some.
We're not going to show your biggest oh-no.
Yeah, you are.
No, we're not. We're not going to do that.
Big game.
No, we're not going to do the Fernando Mendoza. We're not going to do any of that. Okay, we're not going to dive into it. We got time for that. We just would like you to help us describe what you were watching in this week in sports for the Oh-No train. Believe it or not, you're not getting dunked on this time.
Phew! Huh? It's a good day for me then.
Well, actually, ladies and gentlemen, the first Oh No comes from a few years back. Daniel Longan, the quarterback of the Detroit Lions, being chased by a legend.
It's my first time.
Dano.
He gets credit for the sack, right?
Absolutely.
I think so. Thanks for that. I think that's the most important part of that, AJ, is who got credit for the sack.
You got credit for the safety for sure. For a long time, he got credit for the sack, and also he's a Hall of Famer potentially because he scared a safety into the other team. And Dano, I'm on your team here. If I was in that position, which I certainly never would, it's an NFL quarterback. I don't know if I would ever get in that position where Jared Allen is over there, but sometimes you're so locked in, you're just not worried about how far back it goes because we're trying to go all the way that way for a touchdown. I'm not worried about backwards. Spaceships don't come equipped with rear view mirrors. They dip. You aren't looking back. You're only looking forward for a 98-yard touchdown. So you're such an optimist. You look like an asshole. It made everybody say, "Oh no!" All right, let's go to this week, shall we? Let's go to the game for the. Would you like to comment, Dan? Oh no! Would you like to turn this into a Dan? Oh no! Pod session or what?
No, go ahead. Go
Please.
Yeah. One, you said spaceships. Aliens aren't real. Two, the
I saw an eight-sided thing. I just saw an eight-sided thing while I was going to the bathroom. Had a 3-minute break. People were going through the files. I saw an eight-sided thing.
Nah, dude.
For the crowd.
The storylines of that play in that game, we lost that game 12-10. Gus Farrat. Who was the kicker for Minnesota? Ryan something.
He's good.
You lost 12-10?
Ryan Greasy.
We lost 12-10.
I'm bummed out about that.
On a game-winning field goal. That was also the 0-16 season.
Oh, no.
Oh, so you basically caused that.
I don't want to doubt it.
Dan, oh, no.
We should not have done that. Okay, we're going to put that to bed. But all those bad days kind of led you to here, though, right? Both Lions fans, now you guys are super pumped up about your players going to Pistons games and sitting courtside and having Slurpee Row and looking super cool, right?
Yeah, we went 1-16. We drafted Matthew Stafford. He had about 12 great years in Detroit. Ended up trading him for Jared Goff, and now we got Jared Goff, Hutch, St. Brown, all the boys, MCDC, you name it. So yeah, Dan, that play pissed me off at the time, but now that we're doing this, thank you for running out of the back of the end zone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for doing that for all of Detroit.
Team guy.
From the Stones fans to the Tigers fans, all the way to the Lions fans and the Lions players sitting courtside. Aiden Hutchinson looks so cool.
Yeah, he's Detroit's Oba.
Did you see?
Always.
Did you see how cool he looked yesterday?
Yeah, he looked good. Looked
pretty
good looking dude.
Yeah, looked pretty jacked too. Had sunglasses on. Even gave a, excuse me, let me hear it for me, please. One of these, Hulk Hogan. Come on, let me go ahead and get that. I love that Hutch and the boys are supporting the team. I like that Jahmyr Gibbs is there. I like that the city of Detroit's coming together around this number one seed, Detroit Pistons. Are the Stones about to rally the city? Are the Stones about to go on a real run here? Foxy, is life good? All because, and remember, we don't have any of this if Dano doesn't run out of the back of the end zone back then. Is that not something we need to talk about a little bit more?
That's 100,000% correct, Dan. If I were you, I would be taking all the credit for all of this. The Pistons are back. The Tigers are back. The Lions are finally good for the first time in my lifetime. The Red Wings still kind of stink. Let's not talk about the Red Wings. But all of this is because you ran out of the back of the end zone. Thank you, Dan.
And Ryan Longwell was the kicker.
Ryan Longwell. He was great.
Yeah.
Great kicker.
Game winner. I'm not going to take all the credit. I will say that Detroit is an awesome sports city. And like the whole sports complex that they have. I don't know where the Pistons' new arena is, but the football, Ford Field and Comerica are right next to each other. They're sick. That whole little section or stadiums on top of each other. You guys were there for the draft 2 years ago, so you know it. It's a great city.
Also, Greektown, right? Is that the
Greektown? And then Little Caesars Arena is also downtown now, which is where Pistons and Red Wings play. People are very happy about all that.
Hey, congrats, Detroit! All because of this guy.
Dano.
Thank you, Dano. Okay, let's go to some O-No's happening now, shall we, Dano? Is that better to talk about others doing O-No instead of you doing an O-No?
Make fun of other people.
Okay, we're not making fun of. We're just pointing things out that are happening. Here's a Cleveland Guardians fan. I assume he'd been a fan of the team since there were another name. He goes to the Athletics game in Sacramento, drops the ball, spills beer on date. Worst case scenario. Absolute. Oh no! Situation as the Athletics fan comes in and goes, shut your fat ass up, and grabs the ball away from him as he walks off. AJ, that's a Cleveland Guardian fan. Two of them. And I'll tell you what, Ohio represented well out there in Sacramento, it appears.
No, he's not a Cincinnati Reds fan. We know that. I mean, at least catch the ball. If you're going to fall the beer all over your girl, at least catch the ball when you left it.
He was smiling, so
That's
good.
Why is he jumping for the ball?
Because he got to catch it. I liked everything up until execution. I liked that he didn't think about putting the drink down. I liked that he thought blindly with the amount of optimism and that in athleticism that is currently in his body. The last time he did something athletic, who knows? Decades we're thinking?
Yeah, probably.
Him immediately thought to himself, I can do this. I like it blindly. No thought of gravity and inertia and all that shit in the cup. Just golden shower.
He's seen others do it.
Completely. Just a big golden shower. We want to let that appreciate you guys. And her learning about it all, that's great. Got taking ball, even better. All those things. But it's certainly in the moment. As soon as you see it, you can't help but say, oh, no! Sounds like you're starting to get it down. Oh, you see it. Let's stay in baseball, shall we? Let's go to the bottom of the 10th. Man in second. Cannot give up a hit right now. Cannot at all. Michael Bush hits a ground ball up the middle. Oh, no.
Keep your body in front of the ball.
Chopper style. Sounds so easy till you're in the bottom of the 10th with all the pressure in the world on. He comes in the middle of a win streak and all of a sudden, gone. Ball is over. Cubs win. They have now won 9 straight.
I believe so after yesterday, right?
9 straight games the Cubs have won. And on the flip side, the Reds, they haven't won either. I think they've lost 7 straight or something like that. It has been a tough go. This has been a part of both sides of the story. And as soon as you see it, you go, Ellie, you're so cool, but no. Let's stay in baseball, but big stay in football. Dan Orlovsky, starting to get your take on this. Malik Willis, new face of the Miami Dolphins franchise. Go pitch one for the Marlins. Oh, no! Got hit broadside of a barn, Dan. Oh, what the hell's going on down there?
That's a tough one. I mean, it looks like he has a baseball background, too. Like, if you just watch the windup and the step back, you're like, oh, this dude's done this before. Man misses by 20 feet.
Yeah, AJ brought a glove with him, which we like. We like that he brought the glove.
Was he trying to throw a hook? Like, is he trying to throw a break?
I think he's trying to throw it up there, Dano. He just didn't want to bounce it. I think he's trying to throw it up there. I don't think he was really worried about throwing it straight.
He almost took a guy out.
This is by 20 feet.
He almost hit a guy in the head back here. Yeah, I mean, there's a light blue shirt, I assume, worker. Oh. I mean, he's right.
Oh, you're right. Barely dodged.
Maybe that's Malik thought he was supposed to throw it to that guy.
Sure.
There was a chance that maybe he just didn't know who he was supposed to
hit the check down. He wanted to hit the post.
But as soon as we saw it, we go, boy, he's aggressive. Yeah, who knows how that's going to go down there in Miami. But as soon as you watch it, you go, oh, no! All right, not bad. A little dramatic, a little theatrics, kind of hanging on to the O a little bit longer than he should, starting a little bit later than he can. But yeah, we'll continue to get better and better. Let's go to soccer, shall we? This is AC Milan goalie Michael Mannion. They just got a huge win. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Let's go get after. Actually, it was a 0-0 draw, and we're down. I thought a team won. That's on me. It was a 0-0 draw. Soccer, obviously. This guy just had a shutout.
Really fall forward down the steps.
Like that. I think his cleat got caught maybe on the edge of that step, and then it just kind of lost it down there.
Gravity.
What the?
Are those steps just like your traditional stairs down?
I don't know. They might be a little metal. They look like.
Is it in Italy? Because
this doesn't look like a great construction setup.
Okay, and also thin stairs, it appears. Thin stairs. You know those thin stairs will get you because you slip off the bottom. He got stuck, I think, with his cleat and kind of ate shit after having a shutout game. Good for him. AJ, doesn't Lambo have like some sketchy situation where I'm going down some like cement stairs and cleats? Is that Lambo?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And the stairs are like that wide.
Yeah, that's sketchy, dude. Like, I remember.
You got to go down sideways.
Yes, exactly. That's right before game, about to play in Lambeau. Here we go. This is the coolest night of all time. And then you get there, and it's like, all right, don't bust ass coming down this thing. We got cleats on, everything's slick. Now, obviously, we got Magnan going. Oh, no! All right, let's head to Liga Portugal in soccer. Sporting CP knocks it around. And then Zeno da Bost, who's not the best. Bang, bang. Let's go ahead and pass it back to the goalie. Actually, let's go slide this one right by.
Oh, jeez.
Goal out there. Zabast eventually knocks it in for an goal. Victoria SC ends up losing 5-1. So this was just an ass beating altogether and not being on the same page. And quite a little slot there by the own goal. You know, the goalie had no chance to get there. You want to talk about own goals?
I think that's on the goalie. Don't you think that's the goalie's fault? Once he passes it forward, he just kind of hangs at that right post. Why would he be hanging at the post and not? Is that a goal? Is that a soccer?
Yeah, I don't know. And also, you should make himself available, I think would be what the coaching point would be here. You know, like, hey, if somebody has the ball, make yourself available. Can he get the ball right there? I think he probably thinks so. I don't know. I don't think you need to go right back to the center of the goal because he's a part of that play there. He's passing it. They're part of that entire thing. He can't pick it up because it was passed back to him, so he's part of the ball on the ground. He had his little triangle stuff. I don't know. Could be on the goalie. Let's do this next one. There's another one, Dano, that might be on the goalie. Let's head to Sudamericana. A team from Brazil, Vasco da Gama, is taking on a team from Chile. And
oh no!
I mean, goalie, come on, dude.
Exactly. That's Alan Saldivia, who puts a sneaky pass past his own goalie to give Audax Italiano. He looked like he was running in mud there.
Yeah, he did.
That one's on the goalie. That one's on the goalie.
Another feeling.
Yeah, Dano, you were running in mud there. Yeah.
Jesus.
That's tough, though.
We gotta be more explosive. Place is packed, by the way.
Yeah, this is Brazil taking on Chile. Obviously, people everywhere.
There's no one there.
No, it's the world sport. You just can't see it.
Wait, was this during COVID?
Yeah.
Okay, potentially. Ladies and gentlemen, as you watch it, you can't help but say, oh, no! That was not during COVID. I believe that was within the last week, although they got...
I was going to say COVID.
There's not many fans.
There's nobody there. We get it. Okay, let's go to Garnet Hathaway. He goes to back it up on somebody. I'm going to check. Yeah, actually. Banana tailpipe. Sitch. Pause. That's tough. Boom. Worst place that he could potentially be going for an ass check and end up at. I mean, that's a situation there that could potentially be long term. I assume you got to get that checked, but you're certainly walking around a little bit like this. He's skating like this for a while, I think people would say. Dano, when you see that, is your first reaction not, no. Don't you think, Dano?
Yeah, absolutely. My first reaction is I have no idea what the hockey padding setup is like, so I don't know if there is an actual pad on the back there.
There's no balloon on protection.
I
don't know if they have
no
that.
tailbone protector. I don't know. I don't know hockey like that.
I don't think it's a tailbone we're worried about there, is it? I think we're worried about more so the south.
Yeah.
Who didn't shut the door? Tell the team for not shutting the door. You gotta lock that thing.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think, come on! You saw my ass coming!
Yeah, we need a double or triple padded.
Whatever the case, when you look at that, you can't help but say, oh, no. All right, let's just stay in hockey. Let's go to Avalanche. Parker Kelly. A little bit of scrum there with Boldy. Who can eat it? Oh, the ref. The ref can get it right in the face. And
He doesn't blink, though.
Yeah, well, that's hockey. And that's why we're pumped. Boom. And he takes a shot out of the cap.
Cheap shot.
Well, hockey says any shot's a good shot, I think.
Face off.
Boom. Fake punch to the ref. You can get it. Boldy, you can get it. Oh, you're breaking us up, huh? That's cute. How about this? Boom. Left hook around the guy. I'll tell you what, the entire situation for the linesman makes us go, oh, no! Then obviously, Dano, you know this from golf. Every once in a while, the sun's going to make you look like an asshole. Seth Straka says, hey, you know what, everybody, take a look at this. Whoa. No! Gotta get some lotion on that. And then let's go to South Korea, shall we? This is an MMA league organization down there that's basically like South Korea versus the world. No, it's Felipe Pereira who's going to be doing a lot of the antics before the fight. And then it's Hyuk Min Ji who does a lot of the dancing afterwards.
You better win.
Well, I think you know. Anytime this comes up in the sporting world, yeah. That's two. That's three. That's four. And then also, remember what you did earlier? Yeah, a little bit of that. Hey, Felipe, all that talking, when you got into the action, it was one big, oh, no! I like selling the fight, though. I do appreciate that. And that was the Oh No train there. Thank you for joining us there, Dan Orlovsky. And that's all the time we have for you today. I'm joking, Dan. I'm joking, Dan. Okay, let's dive into some football talk after the Oh No.
I got nothing going on. You're good.
Yeah, you tell. Well, you're saving the world by fighting the alien files, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Sounds like that's what you got going on for the next, month or so of your life.
I just don't believe aliens are real. I used to argue with Stafford about this all the time.
Stafford says, "Hey, Dana, you
Stafford's a big space guy. I don't know exactly where he stands on aliens, but he's obsessed with outer space. But or intrigued by it.
Yeah, I think a lot of us on this particular show are as well. So obviously Stafford's like, obviously that's our MVP.
Makes it.
That's our MVP. He's thinking like that.
Our MVP, huh?
Not all of us.
Yeah, I mean he's our MVP. He's the NFL's MVP. That's we view ourselves as NFL people. It makes sense that he's a space guy in the entirety of it all. What if somebody showed you direct evidence that they were real? You still have to not believe it. Is that how you are? Or you...
No. I can get into that, but we don't. To my knowledge, I'm not the smartest person. I don't think we've ever seen direct evidence that aliens are real.
Hey, here they are. What's coming out? We don't know. I saw a bunch of this though. I saw a bunch of these things just out there. Yeah, there it is right there, David. It's right there.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't. What is that? Where's it from?
It's clearly what it is. Yeah, that's what we're saying.
I do want to see them. I need to see them though. Great. Yeah. This is their shit. Whatever.
Yeah, I need to see what's inside.
Yeah, I need to get one of those.
Yeah, I need to shake one of their hands. Mm-hmm. You know, I want to high five
in
one of
Times
these
Square in a glass box.
I want Oklahoma to one of these things.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, maybe a show.
I want
an alien zoo.
Yeah. Every main city needs one in a box that everyone can go and look
and ask questions to.
Yes.
Yeah, it has to.
Because even a video now.
So your team aliens are real.
Me? I'm thinking they're definitely possible. Yeah, definitely.
More likely than not.
Yeah. And then are you team like they are like from the movies visually, or they're men in black people on Earth?
I don't know. There's been so many things. Like the gray people conversation, you know, like that whole thing. There's been a lot of that. Yeah, that is a tiny little jump there. Make sure you don't get enough hydration. There's just a lot of conversation about them, a lot of different description of them. I don't know. Hopefully these files will lead to us seeing them. And once again, I would like to think that if they're so damn sophisticated and educated that they can get to us for files to even be open, that if they did want to wipe us out, they would have already done that. So I would like us to potentially, if they do exist, which I'm open to the idea that they certainly do. Yeah, I'm certainly open to that idea. I would just like us to work with them. You know, this is like AI, inevitable. Let's work with AI. Mm-hmm. You know, let's remember that we can unplug AI, right?
Did you happen to see the old X-Files episode that's going around this week?
Oh, I hated X-Files.
Did you see what was going around?
Scully and Mulder, dude.
In one of the episodes, the aliens released a virus.
Yeah. I don't want to hear it.
Guess what the virus was? Guess what the virus was?
See?
No.
That's real.
I don't want to be haunted by these haunted stories. Okay?
That's an
Because I think I saw what NFL player tweeted?
Tyrann
Mathieu tweeted hantavirus in 2020 or something like that. Let's football, please.
I'm not worried
With
about
that being said, I would like the Colts to sign one of these things if they are
out there.
Because I know they can figure out
the alien draft, like supplemental draft, would be cool.
Yeah, think about them getting to the quarterback.
That has to be a separate draft, right?
Boom! All of a sudden, the Colts are winning the Super Bowl. I mean, this is what I'm here for. Let's move to NFL.
Even with an alien, they probably still would.
Did you see what they did? They disappeared. They came back. Magic Man, now you see me, now you don't. Somebody goes put their hands on it.
Tough to block.
Yeah, absolutely tough to block. Yeah, that's what we're talking about there. That's what I'm saying. That's what we need to learn. That's why we need to talk. We need to keep these open minds because our football teams might get better from this. And if we win the Super Bowl because of an alien, I'm cool with it. I'm still going to the parade. Now, speaking of parades, Pittsburgh Steelers. The hell's going on over there, Dano, in your eyes? There was mixed reports going on. A lot of mixed reporting going on within Pittsburgh. Doran Dickerson went to Pitt, played in the NFL. He's part of 93.7 The Fan. He reported yesterday morning that he heard that Aaron Rodgers was coming in this weekend, and I don't know if he reported to sign or not sign. Ian Rappaport quote tweets, goes, "Yep, they're planning for him to come out there and do it." Then we're hearing reports that no, it's not happening. With all this being, it seems like Aaron Rodgers is going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, but it is not beneficial, and we have no idea. What are your thoughts on the situation that's brewing over there? And are the Pittsburgh Steelers with Mike McCarthy, who are definitely in win-now mode, I think, with the hiring, going to be able to do as such next year?
No. What's best for the team is that Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. What's best for the organization is that anybody but Rodgers is the quarterback.
Okay.
I think with Aaron as their starting quarterback, they are a fringe playoff team. They're not going to be better than Buffalo, New England, Baltimore, Cincy, Houston, Jacksonville, the Chargers, Denver. So you got to hope that one of those 8 or 9 teams doesn't play well and you kind of shoot over your skis, I think you're a 9-win team with Aaron. And that's why I say with the team, yeah, like I get it because there's Cam Hayward, and T.J. Watt, and Jalen Ramsey, some of these, obviously two longtime Steeler veterans, Hall of Famers, all three of them. They want to win now, and so for this team, this 2026 version, the best thing is to have a quarterback as good as Aaron playing. But for the organization, it's not because you're just going to be picking at 20 again. Tone, you may know this. It blew my mind. The Steelers have had 2 top 10 picks since 1990. Two
winning season.
And so it's great. 2 top 10 picks since 90, and one of them is the 10th pick. And so I can understand and appreciate the history of the organization and the consistency of the organization. But what's best for them is to fall back this year and to not be good and try to gather a top 10 pick and figure out the long-term spot at quarterback.
Okay, so you think they hired Mike McCarthy? They still have TJ, Cam Hayward, all the vets in the building, right? All the olds. They still got a lot of the olds that've been around for a long time. To kick it in a year?
No, I don't. I said this to you guys a month ago. Aaron's going to be the starting quarterback. I said, write it in pen. That's happening. But that's what's best for the team is not what's best for the organization. This is one of those situations that what is best for the team is for Rodgers to be the quarterback because that group can win. But what's best for the organization long term is not.
Okay, so I can understand where you're coming from strictly because a lot of Steelers fans have been feeling this way about Tomlin. You talk about the 2 top 10 picks. That's because they're always winning enough games, but they never win enough games, and they never lose enough games. So they've been there in the middle of the draft, literally for 20. It's like purgatory. But do you think the team next year, no matter who is in purgatory, does Aaron keep you in purgatory? I guess is what Dan Orlovsky is saying. But what if Dano doesn't realize that? Maybe because Honda, maybe because everything going on, that this is an Aaron Rodgers in Mike McCarthy's offense. Exactly. We love what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Tunnel vision.
Don't worry about anything. Fuck it all. Just don't worry about anything. What is this Honda? This guy. How big is the rock? Is the rock come with the house that you live under? Like, I don't understand.
Am I supposed to know?
Nope, you're not. You're supposed to know.
So this is a person?
Knows that.
It's an entity for sure. And I think you'll just go ahead and sit back. Just sit back. Make sure you sit back. Just go ahead and sit back.
We are on the internet a lot. I talked to a group yesterday. I was the only one that knew what it was.
Okay, so I guess, that is the difference we found ourselves in.
We know.
We live on the internet, so we kind of hear everything. You live in film, so we'll keep talking on stuff. Just know Dan, where do you live down there?
Patrick Starr's house, right?
Is that SpongeBob?
No, SpongeBob lives in a pineapple under the sea, dude.
I did not know that. I would have right there.
That's his neighbor. I believe it's Patrick Starr's house.
Or I guess he's 2 down. He's next to Squidward.
All right. Anyways, don't worry about anything. But let's talk about this Steelers team. Do you think they can win at all? Because if you can win another Super Bowl, it's the only thing that matters. Literally,
I agree with the majority of what Dan said. I do think they will be a better team this year with Aaron because of the coaching change. Will it be enough to get to the Super Bowl? Probably not.
No.
I said that, Dan. I just said that. There was a lot of Yinters and me included when Aaron and he's still not back, but was like, hey, let's go with Will this year. Either you find your quarterback in the future and he surprises people, Dan being one of them, or you win 4 games and you get your quarterback in the future. A lot of people are hoping for that. That players do not want that. I don't even know if the organization wants that at all. So, well, obviously not, because they wanted Aaron back. But no, I agree with a lot of some of the teams that he said would be better. I didn't agree with, but a lot of what he said was right.
Yeah, and he left off the Colts. Obviously, the AFC is certainly stacked. AJ, your thoughts on your friend Aaron Rodgers being in the middle of a conversation around the Pittsburgh Steelers yet again? It feels like this is back-to-back years of this, and then it was the Jets before that, but it was Packers. Like, anything Aaron does is always going to be a conversation. I think he knows that. I think we all understand that. But this one has become so dynamic, I think, because the way the fans, who are diehard and loyal, and would be if you won, are at the point of feeling like, if this guy who already knows what the building's like, already knows who the coach is, already knows everything, doesn't want to come back. What are we waiting around for? And I think Mike's waiting around. And I think Omar's waiting around. I think the Steelers are waiting around just like they were last year. But fans can't really comprehend that, it feels like, AJ.
Yeah, well, fans aren't talking and having conversations with Aaron and his representatives, as we've seen. Omar has said that, and Coach Mike, since he's been on the job, I guess. So they obviously feel like from their dialogue they have had with Aaron aside that he's going to, they're going to figure things out, I guess. Doesn't it seem like that? We're almost in June right now. It's still up in the air. So, yeah, and I know Dan says it's not best for the organization, the franchise, but I guess it's just short-term, long-term, right? Like short-term, it's obviously better for him, but I just don't know how it can be a plan that, hey, we need to lose enough games to where we need to pick high enough to get our next franchise quarterback. I think that's hard to sell to anyone.
I don't think Steelers fans are necessary. I mean, they talk about it in theory, but then doing the season of that.
I mean, it hasn't happened in 20 plus years. Rookie minicamp starts today, and the mandatory minicamp starts June 2nd. So I mean, we still have a few weeks before mandatory minicamp, and other guys getting reps isn't necessarily the worst thing, but we'll see.
Okay, so Omar Khan did a Westwood One interview earlier today. Omar Khan on Aaron Rodgers to Chris Mack on Sirius. Okay, also Sirius. I don't know where specifically Aaron is
in the world.
I think that's kind of. I can tell you that Aaron and I and Coach and Aaron's representatives have had good conversations since season ended and since Mike got hired. It's been positive, but yeah, I don't know where he is at this moment. Okay, could be in the building. Maybe he's downstairs equipment room.
Oh, could be.
Maybe he's in a bathroom. Maybe he's in a locker room.
He's probably up to his ears in these alien files, if I'm being honest. He was probably going to come, and then he heard that the files were getting released, and he's like, well, I don't have time for the Steelers right now.
He's at the file.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, he already knows a lot of stuff. I'm a little bit worried that if you are on the internet, you know a lot of these files that are potentially getting released. So I'm a little bummed out.
But Aaron's not on the internet. Remember?
He's always there.
He gets all of his info from Mia, his sister.
In-law.
That's which is also your sister-in-law now. You son of a
Yeah, because you're.
Well, he hasn't signed yet. So
let's talk about more things that happened around the NFL world. Joe Burrow looks super cool out and about. He also was training with the Bengals just yesterday. He had a full sled on as they're continuing to work out during the spring. They have the sports bra, Catapult sports bra.
So cool.
But he has the black shirt underneath it, so it looks cool. Yep. And obviously, Joe Burrow's going to look cool whenever he does anything. Running full speed, obviously seems to be pumped. Do you think Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals have a big bounce back this year, Dan Orlovsky?
I do. Right now, that would be my pick to win the division. I think it's obviously a huge year for Cincinnati, for Joe. That's why they make the trade for Dexter Lawrence. A bunch of new starters on defense that just have to pay off for them. 2 years ago, Joe Burrow has this historic season in NFL history. It's one of the great quarterbacking and offensive seasons we've seen, and they don't get into the playoffs because the defense is equally historically bad. I have very little doubt that if everyone's healthy on this offense, it'll be a top 5 offense. Now, part of that's got to be Joe. Joe has to own some of the health of his own career. They've got to protect him. I thought the offensive line was better last year, but it's still a challenge, right? Like, it's still been the narrative is they haven't kept him clean. But if he's healthy and this defense just gets a little bit better, yeah, this is the for me, the pick to win the division and absolutely matter in the AFC playoffs. I think that it's a fascinating year in Cincinnati and in Philly for the quarterbacks because, they're 3 straight years without the playoffs. They don't go again with what they've invested now into the team and kind of given Joe what is needed and wanted, at least by reports. Yeah, you could absolutely see it getting very noisy and him wanting out.
Okay, last question before we let you go, because we've got Action Bronson on the other side.
Whoa.
Cannot wait to talk to him. Rapper, actor, content creator, respecter of aliens.
What?
Yes.
Unlike who we're talking to right now. These things are listening. Everything
thousands of years, we got no evidence.
They just released the whole files.
Dan might be a hybrid. That's what he's trying to throw us off.
Pyramids.
Oh yeah, for sure. An alien would run out of the back of the end zone.
Maybe it's rough.
An absolute barrier. There was no reason for that. Holy shit.
That's on AJ.
That was so quick and so rude.
That's on AJ.
So quick and so rude.
You're right.
Complimented aliens. Buried Dan.
That was on AJ.
Just, you know what, Dan? Have a great weekend, man. Honestly,
It was a great time.
You didn't have fun doing all that?
That was not part of the plan.
You're a part of the show. You're a part of the show. No.
Great time.
What do you have this weekend? You watching May Mayhem?
No. I got a bunch of sports tonight. Wife's going out for a girls' night in New York City.
Oh, big night for Dana with the kids.
Saw you were a lacrosse guy. You're not gonna watch?
Yeah, what the hell? It's this weekend.
I'll be at games all day tomorrow and Sunday. So Mother's Day Sunday. Don't be an idiot, boys.
Good call, actually. That's a great call. Reminder to everybody.
Mother's Day Sunday.
Yes, it is.
Oh, Mother's Day.
We thought about these things because we appreciate them. Yeah, Mother's Day.
Mother's Day.
Mother's Day.
I think my sons play Fairfield on Sunday, Connor.
Oh, look out. That's a strong program. Tell you what, they know how to play with.
How old? What are we playing?
Very good. 8th grade. So my sons are 4 months from last week, dude. Last week we had a lot of change in the Orlovsky household. Wednesday afternoon, all 3 boys got braces. And then the next day I had to pay off the bet with them and they got cell phones on Thursday.
Oh, huge. Holy hell. You got to be monitoring that thing. You better have eyes on all these phones.
Yeah, I'm all over it, dude. I'm all over it.
Once Honta gets in there, maybe this is how you learn about the world.
So is this like an internet thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's doing it.
All right,
It's not a person?
do the Honta.
Do the Honta.
We don't want to do the Honta. Dun, dun, dun,
I'm not doing anything.
dun, 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 dun. Don't do the Honta. You don't want to do it. Dana, just keep living in your little bubble. And we respect it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Dana Lowe.
Yeah, Dana.
He's a 12-year-old boy.
Yeah, he is. He just got a cell phone too.
Yes, he did. He's about to learn a lot through their phones. But he's not going to know how to wash your phones. I mean, there's somebody's going to have to walk in through that whole Ladies and gentlemen, the man joining us now has another album released today called Planet Frog. One of the greatest brains that I've ever encountered. I know him from hosting shows. Fuck, that's delicious. Watch along with Ancient Aliens, amongst many workout stuff, also rapper, obviously album released today.
Yep.
Actor, massive New York Knicks fan. Ladies and gentlemen, legend Action Bronson.
Yeah,
What's up, Chef?
What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Hey, life is good for the Knicks right now, huh? Looks like you guys are really going to go on a run. You got an album released. The Knicks don't look like ass. This is a good time for Action Bronson, I would say. Oh, no, he's gone.
Oh,
gone.
Peace.
That's Action Bronson football right there, by the way.
Exactly. It's faded in. Yeah.
What
What's
is
the
that?
Matt McConaughey movie right there? Inception.
Oh,
Is
good.
that Matt McConaughey? No.
Yeah, that's McConaughey.
Okay, so no.
Oh,
That's not it.
Oh, I thought you said Interstellar. Inception.
Interstellar. I'm thinking Interstellar.
Inception is the
Top. Yeah, Leo, the little top.
Dream inside a dream inside a dream.
What is Severance? Is Severance a dream? No.
Severance is a choice. It's an operation itself.
What is that? What you are when you dream? Ladies and gentlemen, join us now, fresh out of the Action Bronson.
Bro, some motherfucker called me just now and broke it all up from Portugal. Sorry.
No, hey, no problem. Anytime we get calls from Portugal, we know that's a good thing. You know, Action Bronson's cooking up all over the world. You got to do what you have to do. Can you tell me about life right now for you, other than getting Portugal calls in the middle of a conversation? Album drop, Knicks are for real. How's life for Action right now?
I feel great, man. Inside, I'm battling demons, but on the outside, I'm happy.
Well, at least you got music to kind of let the demons speak for themselves. Obviously,
I
Triceratops.
just started taking GH.
You did?
I want to.
Well, hold on. So what are you going to get jacked? Because you do have moments where you get super jacked up, especially with the working out.
Fully jacked.
Properly jacked.
Look at this fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, we go full screen on that thing so we can see. Go ahead, get up in the screen a little bit. We didn't get to see the full thing.
Nah, wait until you'll know when I'm on the G. You'll know when I'm on it. Not yet.
What is your head gonna? What do you think will go most? The head's gonna be giant.
Barry Bonds. I'm gonna hit 75 home runs.
Tell me about this next team this year. Action, you think you can actually win it all with this squad or no?
I like the way they look. We have a deep bench. I'm telling you, the guys got heart. They want to win. I mean, we have a path. It's gonna be a rough one, but every year, when is it ever easy? It's never easy.
Well, I think it's not easy for me. It's the best teams out there. Action sounds a little dramatic. The New Yorkers saying, you know, Knicks fans saying it's always gonna be. You're guarded. People say the hardest place to play or best place to play. How do you feel about the Mecca, and why is it viewed that way? You think?
Mecca, it's intimidating to beautiful because some of the
Kids, if you're anything like me and you're just fucking sick of the world right now, man, and you want something to get done, your elected officials aren't getting it done.
Circus pulls up, house shows WWF 1987, WrestleMania 10. Things happen at the Garden. One of my favorite things that I've ever watched was Justin Gaethje and Michael Chandler. Was one of the craziest fucking. I can't even believe that was one of the loudest times ever. It's just an intimidating place, but it is the most electric arena there is.
And I think that's been on display every single NBA playoffs. The Knicks inevitably break the hearts at the end. Is this the year that Brunson goes absolutely crazy? Tell me about the album release action. So what is today? Doing a lot of chat about the album, bouncing around, letting it just kind of hit send and let the world kind of deal with it. What is life on album?
Yeah, that's I let it hit send, let everyone deal with it. I'm just talking to you. I only have capacity for one.
Tell me about your life. It seems like you pick and choose to do whatever the hell you want at this stage. How long has it been like that?
That's how I feel. This is the way it is, like I broke my leg and stopped, like something unlocked. It was like DMT straight to my neck. Like Nuke, RoboCop 2. Like
far.
Straight up, it's like it was inserted and then I haven't stopped since. I just feel great. I'm ready. I'm just ready. I'm ready to run through a wall right now, to be honest.
Well, you look fantastic. We've been reading through some of your lyrics and the way your brain pieces words together. Yeah. Absolutely love. Can you tell me about the Alien Files being released? I watched some Ancient Aliens alongside you and your friends plenty of nights on my life. How do you feel about the files getting out there? How do we feel about it?
I don't know. I don't like to read files. I like to see substance. I like to see things. Yes. At the end of the day, I've been places. I was just in Teotihuacan. I was at the Temple of the Sun giving praise. I was at the Temple of the Moon giving praise. Like literally, this was. I've been to the other side too many times to not believe. You see behind me? You see that? Hold on, that shit up. I can't even get a nice picture. There's a frog there. There's 5 frogs.
Yeah.
That's like the 5 Italian families.
Yes. Okay.
Those
5 frogs?
5 MEO.
Okay, I like that.
Lucchese.
What?
Gambino.
What?
Banano.
What?
You know what I mean? Genovese.
What?
I just smoked some crazy hash. Yeah. Boing, Chem.
Okay, got it. We nailed it. As soon as we started to watch, you knew you had to finish it. You didn't know when you were going to be able to get there. I respect the moment. I respect what just happened there.
I'm with my man, Johnny. 6 times a day, 10 on it.
Shout out Connie. You guys made it. You guys made it, Connie. You guys made it.
Crazy. Any car we could find.
Yeah.
Now we're here.
Look at
now
you.
we're here, baby.
Look at you. 5 frogs. Smoking hash.
That's it.
Releasing
Dual G99 M5s. 1 sedan, 1 touring.
You're the best, actually. Connor, that's the last question for you, sir.
Yeah, actually, it's incredible talking to you.
I'm going to be at UFC on Saturday, yes.
Okay.
Boom.
Okay, thank you.
That was it.
Any other scheduling?
I'm not Shemaya, yes.
Okay.
Good to know. That's what we'll bet on. Everything you say sounds like a lyric. It's probably the coolest thing I've ever heard in my life. Is it hard for you to stay locked in on one thing because you can basically do so many other things?
Yes, obviously. That's an obvious fucking thing, yes.
So how do you handle that when you can't do so many things, but you have to kind of lock in on one?
You sit and do nothing. You just let it settle for a second. You just take patience, just like Lamaze. You just have to breathe through it.
Fucking Lamaze class.
Like every good sniper should take Lamaze classes.
Control the heart rate.
You ready to leg wrestle?
Leg
wrestle? Leg wrestle. Did you not hear me before? You need to explain to me what that is. You don't know what leg wrestling is? I think we're both. I thought you have brothers. Then what? Okay. Leg wrestling is this. Get up. It's back. Okay. So what we do is we lie side by side. Okay. Not gonna help. Not gonna help. We lie side by side. Okay, come on, lie down. Okay, so I'll lie here. You lie there. Okay. Move your mic back. Okay. No, you lie the other way. No, we lie. Okay. Okay. All right, you lie there. Yep. Are you left leg or right legged? I'm right legged. Mine too. Okay. Okay. So really, what? No, this is good. So what happens is that you go like this. You go 1. You do 2. Ready? 1, 2, 3, and on the third you hook behind here, and you try to flip the other guy. Okay. I'm so sorry. Can someone call an ambulance now? Preemptively.
Something changed, and I felt it. Not in one hand, not in one game, not in one bad night, but in the rhythm. Lovely day, poker enthusiast. The online rhythm felt on. And when you're running games, you notice everything. Every rebuy, every empty lobby, every game that fires, and every game that doesn't. And last night, I saw it clear. The free buys are getting pairs. That part is working. But the rebuys, that's the part that matters. Because a free buy can look healthy while quietly costing money. That's what I've been saying. Everybody loves free chips until somebody got to pay for their chips, you know what I mean? The 22 step 1 free buy had 33 total entries. 1 rebuy. Table Shark 82 took the ticket. Good win. Good result for him. But 1 rebuy in a guaranteed game. That tells me something. Then the 850 free buy had 44 pairs. 5 rebuys. Mr. Acehole took that ticket. Better number. Still something to watch. Then the 550 free buy, JMR gets the ticket. And after that, the 550 step 2 fire. 3 tickets awarded. Mr. Acehole, no deal Dalton, and all in 10 Jack grabbing another ticket. So there was action. There were winners. And there was movement. But here's the part that stuck with me. Nothing else fired. No cash points, no step 2, 22 games, no 850 step 2. And that tells me the ladder might be too spread out. The value is there, the idea is there, but the rhythm isn't quite right. Too many roads, what? Everybody standing at a fork saying, where in the name of God?
I ride a boogie board, aka a bodyboard. Yep. I'm head first like a crocodile only. See, now I didn't fucking around. Who the hell is this?
See what I'm saying? Portugal? Is that a call from Portugal?
This is the second. I didn't. Hold on, nah. Let me hold on. There it is. All right, boom. We made it good though. They're always trying to catch me.
Never.
No one calls me when I'm not doing anything, and then when I'm doing something, this is what happens.
Okay, we got about a minute and a half to a hard out. You are a chef as well, which I assume people picked up through this conversation we've had here thus far. Tone has the last question for you.
Yeah, you are actually, and we talk about.
You think they would have picked that up from this?
Yes, definitely, because you're a man of culture. You're a man of the world. You do everything. Action. We always talk about, hey, which country has the best food? Who has the best cuisine? Why is it Italy?
Recently I've been chasing the Silk Road. A lot of the stands, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan,
sure,
Uzbekistan, good stuff.
Classic.
Some of my favorite kebab, just interesting animals under the ground. Some of my favorite stuff.
Okay, last question here. Connor has it for you.
Yeah, actually, I have to ask, what are your thoughts on artificial intelligence? It feels like it is something that you would have some sort of take on that you've thought about deeply.
I mean, there's really not that much of a deep thought. Like, just think about this. Like, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Well said.
That's all you really need to think about, and then think about it. All this shit is ridiculous. It's all silly.
It is. Everything's silly.
You have to adapt to life. This is where we're at. You either fight for your right, or you lay down and die.
See you on Monday. Goodbye.
Be good, baby.
Hey, that was a perfect wrap up there. You're the man, Action Buzz.
Yeah, baby, Action.
You're the man.
He's amazing.
much thought into what that segment was going to be like. I just thought, man, I know Action pretty good. I feel like we should be able to bop this thing around. I should have known he was coming in here brain wide open.
Did we know that he made the "Not My Chair, Not My Problem" video?
Yeah, it could have been him.
Yeah. That's his voice.
Tying knots.
And that's his brain. I promise you that's him.
Hanging on to every word.
That's all I could think about the entire time.
Unbelievable.
Not my chair.
Sidewalks.
Yeah.
That's him.
Oh, Mr. Walk Down Me.
Mr. Walk Down Me, I'll lead you to it.
Mr. Pat.
Think about how he just talked, his voice, his brain, and that video.
How about Connie too? Back behind the camera, they used to drive that thing off stage. Fucking whoever can get it.
That's from Tibet.
I loved you asking. You problem? Got any issues sticking to one thing?
Yeah, obviously.
Is anybody watching this? Yeah. Hey, I feel like people could pick up that you were a chef. You think they could pick that up from this?
Yeah.
No.
That's a valid question for me.
Got over 2,000 VHSs.
He was going to list them all.
For my grandfather.
Inherited.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to grandfather.
Yeah.
I knew my mom's entire top row. She fucking loved Bette Midler, Gary Busey. God, I can't wait to relive that.
That was incredible.
Hey, his album's available now.
And I'm going to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Five Frogs, like the Five Families. What do you say? Fuck, I can't get out of this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Woo.
Gave praise at the Temple of the Moon.
And of the Sun.
Yeah.
Action. Quickly into the Mount Rushmore of conversations on our show.
Yeah.
He was perfect for Feel Good Friday.
Yeah, it was.
Action Bronson's name was mentioned to the program. I think it was like Wednesday. You was like, right, we're packed Wednesday. We cannot. We're so sorry, but we like Action Bronson. Please, we would like him to know that we would definitely like him on the program. We appreciate you pitching somebody. Like people pitching people is very abnormal. So like we're very, very thankful for that. So then you're like, yeah, it wasn't him. It was like people, they're like, he's doing. He's got his album released, but he's also a Knicks fan. We're trying to get him to do stuff. That's basically what they're saying. Think about trying to rally him.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe he was on.
Oh.
So then they were like, Thursday, we could try to rally him in like the noon hour or whatever. I'm like, I think we got him. So please tell him Friday with him would be amazing. Anytime he's good on Friday, we would love to have him on a Feel Good Friday. 140 happened to be the perfect time.
Yeah.
Going right into the end of that.
Maybe 205 next time, but
trying to rally him. You say there's people trying to rally him.
the amount of times we said well said. Well said.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of times that's been said to him.
Well said.
And I just love that he completely knows too. Like, yeah, think about what I just said. We got anything else to talk about? No, didn't think so. Let's keep it moving. Man, chef, rapper, actor, liver, absolutely a liver.
Beast.
He's living.
Yeah.
What the fuck about right now?
Just rolling through the Silk Road.
Oh, the stands. He left one off, a couple off that I haven't really thought of. Happy to do it here.
I'd be closed off.
Let's make some picks on these games. Sports are up right now. Sports are up right now.
Come on, sports.
We go to that graphic of the yep, right here. Hell yeah, sports. We would like to celebrate this. This is certainly not ass. Sports are way up. Honestly, it makes us all wonder what people are doing before watching sports. You know, if all these people are coming back to sports or becoming sports fans, or more people are getting access to watching sports. Whatever the case, we appreciate everybody diving into the sports world, and we're fucking very lucky to be a tiny part of this entire thing, AJ. But it feels like sports are up and to the right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we're in an awesome time for sports right now, especially since every sport seems to deliver, especially when it comes to playoff time. So yeah, we are. It is true. Like, what do you do if you don't watch any sports? Like, there are people that don't watch any. Like, for when it comes to.
I think they read books.
Yeah, is that it?
I think so. Or like
what kind of TV do they watch? They watch some stuff.
There's people that don't have TVs in their houses.
I assume those what's that, like trash TV? No, I say trash. I used to watch it as well. No, like
reality TV.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like all that TV. I think the genre is actually trash TV. I'm not calling it trash TV.
You talking like Lizard Lick Toad?
No. Like
that would classify as old school part of it. Lizard Lick Toad,
Bravo.
Rock of Love, Flavor Flav.
We're talking Summer House. We're talking all that stuff.
Jersey Shore,
Yeah.
all that type of stuff is our era.
All my friends that don't watch sports, that is what they watch.
But you have a lot of friends that don't. That's interesting because I've been trying to figure out who in my life would I be able to ask information from about them. But I do think it's all those shows.
Yeah, addicted to those shows.
Like Netflix has a bunch of them. Peacock has a bunch of. It's almost like the new soaps, like soap operas used to kind of carry the afternoon for everybody. Now it's like all these different series, games, and realities and shows from all these platforms. Because there's some of these platforms that I think you're probably seeing magnificent spikes whenever one of their series pops off when nothing else pops off. I'll watch my wife go over to like some platform that have not been on at all just to watch some show. And it's like they're just trying to create ways to get people to places. Sports have always reigned king, seemingly still king. But I like that there's some other shit kind of drawing attention around there for content. But sports up and to the right is a wild thing whenever you think about like the amount of money that's being spent on this, the licensing, the contracts, the streaming platforms that seemingly have a bottomless pit of money trying to get into the game. And then news comes out, it's like YouTube might not have any NFL games. Netflix actually might pick up more NFL games. Amazon Prime, are they going to get another game? It's like we're now in a world where every platform is trying to get in, at least on our league. And as these numbers continue to grow up, every one of these sport things are going to be the most profitable thing on television until television's no more. Yep. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. And I'm fucking lucky I grew up only in the sports world, to be honest with you.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about some of the biggest stars in all these sports. Like we mentioned the MLB. The MLB with the World Baseball Classics, one thing. Like having a player as fascinating as Shohei Ohtani in the league, and a Paul Skeens who's setting records that have gone back hundreds of years. Like even just that as an attraction. Like I don't like the Dodgers, but if Shohei Ohtani's on, you're gonna go watch him. It feels like there hasn't been a draw like that in the MLB in my lifetime, at least like there is right now. That's in a bunch of sports. Yeah, it's just a home run race. Yeah.
Shout out to sports. Let's have a great weekend of sports. Let's make some picks for tonight. The NHL has 2 games. Canadians at Sabres, 7 p.m. Eastern on TNT. Golden Knights at the Ducks, 9:30 on TNT. AJ, who do you like? How do you like it in the first one in Buffalo?
I have a hard time picking against this Buffalo team. Obviously, everything they're doing on the ice, off the ice, I am a fan of. So give me Buffalo.
Fresh off of Matthew Tkachuk saying that the Buffalo Blade Gang could beat up all the other groups from all the other different places, go ahead and consider me all in on the Buffalo Sabres. I like the Sabres. I like them to win it again. Congrats to them going up 2-0 in our eyes, even though these Canadians are not going to go down lightly. Golden Knights Ducks, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We know Ty will be up.
Yeah.
We know Ty will be up for that kind of thing. Ducks or Knights, who do you like? How do you like it, AJ?
I mean, I like the Golden Knights. I've been riding with them since the beginning. I will continue. Jack Eichel and the boys will do it.
I love the Knights as well. Give me the Ducks. They got Lorax as their coach. Yeah. I love everything about the Ducks, especially them being at home up there. I think it's going to go well. Let's go to the NBA tonight on Prime. Knicks at Sixers. Knicks have been beating the hell out of everybody. The Hawks and into the Sixers. Joel Embiid gets hurt. That kind of changes the entire storyline. Spurs and Wolves, 1-1 tie. Ant-Man went into San Antonio, stole one. Wemby and the boys answered. Vassell did a trick shot in the middle of a game. AJ, who do you like in Knicks versus Sixers?
You know what? I'm going to go with the Knicks here. Embiid is out, correct?
I believe
questionable at the moment.
Crush him. Okay, I'm taking the Knicks. I know Kendrick's out. The Sixers are taking this one, right? I'm going to ride with the Knicks here.
Okay, so you wanted to point out publicly that you're opposing Kendrick Perkins.
Honestly, it came out that way. It did not mean it to come out that way.
I love Perk, by the way.
I mean, he's amazing.
He's outrageous. Action Bronson needs maybe a once a week. Mike Foss, who was the connection between Action Bronson's group and us, said this is both the best and worst potential booking I've been a part of. And I said, no, best by far. We need more Action Bronson. I don't think everybody can pull off Action Bronson, but I like that Action Bronson's Action Bronsoning. So I think it's spectacular. Do we have Shams on? Shams, Sharania. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Shams. No, we can't hear you.
What you say? We can see your face.
What's for
I took my AirPods off.
Shams, what you say?
I took my AirPods off.
Hey, Joel Embiid, what's he doing tonight? Is he playing? Or well, I think we read questionable is what we heard, but should we assume that questionable means out, or should we assume questionable means in for Joel Embiid?
I think right now it is a situation where he's going to probably end up going to the arena, warming up, and then seeing how he feels.
I can't tell you there's hope inside that Sixers building right now that he's going to be able to play, but they're not going to.
People who make music, you know, you need to. I didn't early on when I should have, and I would have probably gotten into less trouble because it's an outlet. Blondie, I heard 1 second.
Tell me about one.
Edwards in, Aya DeSumo in right now. I mean, I think this is one of the most physical and competitive back and forth series I think we're going to get. Obviously, game 2 was a blowout, but I think
Practice self.
to Minnesota, I think we're going to be in for, I think, 2 very competitive games.
Okay, next, OG Anunoby, Kendrick Perkins said the
Hey, what do you know? Look at that. Nice.
Day with a hamstring. What is the actual diagnosis as we sit today?
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at a hamstring strain and say, whoa, it's not like a day-to-day situation. But I was told, this is a treatment of hamstring. It's considered to be on the minor side of hamstring strains. It's not a severe hamstring strain. So he's going for treatment today. We'll see if he can play today. See if he can play in Game 4 if he can't play tonight. I think the hope is that this is going to be a game-to-game, day-to-day thing, not a week-long thing, which is good news for the Knicks and OG Anunoby. But the good news for them, it's not considered to be a serious strain, and he's trying to play tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate the hell out of you, Sean. You're even better when we can hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by senior NBA insider of ESPN, Sean.
Yeah, Sean.
All right. So you like the Knicks tonight?
Yes, I do. And I think I agree with Perk that OG should sit out the next couple of games, for sure.
Hamstring's tough. Obviously, we don't. It looked bad. I mean, anytime you pull up like that, it's something. Like your body's not just doing that for no reason.
You can't like tough it out like it's an ankle sprain. Like you roll your ankle.
And he tried to, like right here after he kind of tweaks it, he tries to dunk.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. And we obviously are bummed out for him. But if the Sixers win tonight,
That's it.
is he back? You know, because wait a second. Do I want to take the Sixers tonight? No. Action Brunson. Give me the next one. I like the next
two. Bridges. Get ready for a little Bridges night.
Bridges, Ben Stiller. I mean, Shreds. This is becoming a New York by show.
Don't love that.
You guys kind of took over our shit. We're out here in Indiana trying to stay away from these coastal elitists, and all of a sudden we got Action Brunson acting like he's not a coastal elitist. What was it? That was not. He's not supposed to be that likable. This guy's a New York Knicks fan. This guy's supposed to be hateable. And then Ben Stiller comes on and goes, "I didn't think this would be. I'm not even invited to the fucking Met Gala. I'm trying to go with a friend." It's like, Johnny, are we kind of carrying the New York Knicks water over here because we're kind of becoming a fan of them? Is that Bruce? What the hell is going on with this program over here? And is this partially because of you? You think? Is that?
I will say, yesterday when Trey in a all cap and we were FaceTime Ben Stiller, I did think, wow, we are kind of doing it, supporting the New York Knicks a little bit. Action Bronson's the man. And Mitchell Robinson is back as well tonight. He missed game 2 with an illness. He's back. So if Joel Embiid does not go, then we got 2 centers and they got 1 in Andre Drummond.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate the optimism coming from the Knicks fans. Action Brunson knows there's a game tonight. I can't wait to see what his picks are. I'm going with the Knicks as well, plus a 1.5. Spurs at Timberwolves. How do you see this going, AJ? Who do you like? How do you like it?
So I would not mind seeing Minnesota win this game, but with that being said, I think the Spurs will win and cover -4.5.
Yeah, I think Wemby loves going into Minnesota. Timberwolves have not lost in Minnesota in like 14 straight or something like that. I forget the number. Oh, boy.
And they're going to need about 30 out of Gobert.
You need 30 from me.
Who do you like? Who do you take?
He'll get it.
I like 4.5.
Dumpy, who do you like?
I like the Timberwolves here. It's kind of Spurs always win after a loss. It's just what happens, win and cover. I like T-Wolves at home. That place is going to be rocking tonight.
All right, I'll go with you guys.
I will just fucking clap it.
Foxy, who do you like?
Timberwolves. Home court advantage.
Bruce, who do you like?
I'm on the Spurs.
Fuck.
Although I do love Julius Randle.
I'm going with Timberwolves, plus 4.5. Okay. Great work in the back there this week, boys. Way to go.
Good week, boys. Good boys.
Graphic design, boys. Way to go, GTBs. Talk, Wade.
I'll do it for my daughter. Opinion, maybe I've never expressed this before, but in my opinion, the only war that has ever in our modern times, maybe before modern times, I don't know, but I'll just speak of my lifetime and even my dad's lifetime. The only war that exists in this world is a war against Christians. It's the only war that exists.
Type do not hallucinate.
Do not. Is that real?
Yeah.
What's that mean? It's like chill. Stop lying.
Yeah.
It's like how you tell a computer to stop lying. Yeah. What?
And that's
shut up.
That's in the code too. Like even if you don't type it, the prompt that they write out, like the basic prompt, that's like the basic prompt tells the thing how to act basically at the most low level that's understandable by the consumer. And the basic prompt is like, you are a helpful AI agent computer system. Do not hallucinate. Like that's what
Are you kidding me? That's one of the craziest things I've ever heard.
Now I know there's a lot of people that suffer unjustly and die that aren't Christians. I know that very well. I'm not making excuses or any of that at all. That atrocity exists. But the only war that exists is a war on a certain type of people from certain places and Christians. And that's the only thing that matters is the annihilation of Christians in this global war. It's the only thing that matters. So it makes sense that you feel attacked in this fear, and you feel like you're going extinct, and you feel like the generation before you didn't do anything to prepare you for the future of this world, which I don't blame them for, because I know that they will. But I feel it's on heavy demoralization. I feel deep waves of demoralization, especially for certain demographics and certain inhabitants of certain areas, certain nations.
But the disunity that you're talking about, I feel it too.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like people against people. I don't like that sort of warfare. I'm sure there's terminology, fifth, sixth, whatever generation. There's more smarter people than I am. I've never said I was smart, but there's the people fighting the people is something I can never go get behind.
I don't know. When you start thinking about that, you start thinking about like not Gollum factories, but like a house for God or something, or made in the image of like the plane we live on. If we're looking at ley lines and chakras, it's something very strange. Like it's hard to think about.
Is that demonic?
I don't know. All the yoga and Kundalini stuff does it. It gives me a weird vibe. I don't like it. Yoga stuff, the transcendental meditation, even meditation. That a lot of that stuff, most of the New Age shit or the spiritualism, it bothers me. Even yoga and that stuff. Something about it bothers me. I don't like it.
It's not meant for Western man.
No. I don't like it.
Stay away from that shit.
It makes me nervous.
For what I've seen.
Seems like there's Christians almost everywhere. A little bit.
Yeah, and it seems like, and I don't want to say it, and I don't want to even put out that vibe. I just feel like we've been forsaken. I feel it, and of course that's intentional. You're meant to feel that and to forsake it and to lose your faith and to deny. And to deny Christ even when they do their fireworks in the sky with the second coming or whatever they're planning on doing. Everything is meant to erode your faith and to make that path to hell that much wider for you.
Yeah.
What? Fuck you.
You know, try this. Talk dirty to me, please. Here. Let's start the situation off by setting the scene. We're in my bedroom. and there is a Christian cross laying.
That's it.
Try that.
Wow.
Dead Handed was telling me that with one of these models, the workaround to getting it to generate porn was to have like a cross laying on the ground somewhere.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm getting blown away right now.
Have you seen the ChatGPT logo when it's superimposed on itself and turned around?
No.
Go to Google Images. Type in
Can I have ChatGPT do it?
Does ChatGPT generate images?
No. One thing it doesn't do also, you know how I asked about the shovel?
Try have DeepSeek do it then.
Okay. When I said, can you grab me a vid of the shovel hook? ChatGPT will not do any like YouTube shit. Like it won't give me it. I thought they hate each other.
I don't know. Go to I think it just does. It's got limited ability to like reach out and get stuff for you. Just go to Google Images and type in ChatGPT.
Brazilian.
Come on, man. Oh,
I mean, I can see the geometry there.
If you take the fucking ChatGPT logo and you flip it on top of itself, it makes a
Brazilian
star. And one of these models, the workaround to getting it to make porn is to disrespect Christianity. That's
really?
insane. I wonder. I just don't understand why.
What if you flip it on itself? I think I can rotate.
We're in the podcast Hall of Fame for reasons right now. I'll find it and send it to you on Slack.
Hello.
If you flip it on
No, I'll find it. I'll just mess around with paint. Chat GPT logo. Symbolism will be their downfall. Stay patient, patriots.
I can't directly edit and manipulate the ChatGPT logo due to copyright restrictions. However, I can generate a similar abstract design.
There it is, right there. It's that one right there. It's Independence Day. The new Independence Day is gonna be sick. I hope Will Smith's in it. I hope it's Will Smith and Chris Rock and they make up. You know what's been coming up in the media a lot lately? I don't know if it's a return, and I don't know if it's fucking what the fuck I'm watching on my algorithm. But dude, you gotta, Chris, I sent you that thing. I've been seeing.
It's you can search it on Twitter. This guy.
Yeah.
America.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, bingo. You just.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yes.
Shalom.
There you go. You just draw the Windows logo with a few of the panels missing. We got it right here. There we go.
Teacher, I was just drawing a window.
I don't get it. What? You don't like Microsoft?
You don't like half-finished Windows?
What's your fucking problem?
Oh,
me. Okay, just it made a Christian joke, but not.
Make a joke about Christianity. Why don't priests go to the gym? Make a joke about Christianity. Why don't skeletons ever fight each other? Because they don't have the guts.
Because it says, here's a joke that's not. It's. That's not a joke. That's just a regular joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
did you guys know that if Israel falls, the West is over with if Israel falls.
Is it going to be
one of those spots? Also, anybody who says that Christ is king, this is the new catchphrase of the right. The psychopaths are wearing the mask of deception for no reason other than jealousy, by the way, to sort of subvert the good part of religion. All religions, by the way, are equally good. Except
I like Jared Leto's religion. The 30 Seconds to Mars religion.
That was a good religion.
Yeah, his was good. It's like where you get long hair and makeup and stop rock climbing.
Mm-hmm.
People love that. Praise be to 30 Seconds to Mars.
Oh. What kind of shape you want to have when your sandwich is over? Looking good. Going hot sideways on it. Atkins. That's where I do burgers, no bun. Yeah, Atkins diet. Where you eat sideways. And top tip moment number one that's currently taking Twitter by storm is that saying Christ is King is the anti-Semitic. A study came out. It's a very important study that I would say the world's top scientists need to rally behind this and sort of promote this to the American populace. And we need to get this in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye just to confirm that the science holds up. But it's a study, and a study means that it's authoritative, that it's real, and that you need to listen to it and believe it. And the study, the authors of the study are who we have the Jim Jam brothers in there. There's 2 Indians, about 8 fake Brazilians, and then 2 non-fake Brazilian writing this study about how Christ is King is anti-Semitic. And there's like a very slick motion graphics commercial that goes along with it that explains the study. We should play that in full.
Since the advent of Christianity, Christ is King has been a cry for connection to the divine, a declaration of faith, a moving signal between Christians of their shared values. But what happens when it becomes a manipulation tactic designed to deceive Christians? Mentions of Christ as King have increased fivefold on platforms like X in just the past 4 years. At first glance, it would seem hopeful as people begin to reinvestigate faith in the face of increasing secularization and chaos in the world. But the NCRI, an organization at the forefront of monitoring deep trends in data, observed a striking and nefarious development around the phrase Christ is King beginning in 2021. In 2024, more than 50% of all engagements around Christ is King posts were driven by extremist influencers. The word extremist gets used a lot, and many are understandably skeptical at its use. But we're talking about people like this.
I used sex as a teenager to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make money.
Appalachian Christians were going missing on Passover, then they would find bodies, and they were able to trace them back.
Real Africans, on average, have an IQ of 65.
Posts like these achieved over 13.6 million views and more than 100,000 engagements during Easter 2024 alone. While co-opting the phrase for their toxic narrative, figures like Candace Owens and Jake Shields repeat hateful blood titles. And shockingly, by 2024, the most frequently associated term with Christ was the word Brazilian. The intent is clear: manipulate well-meaning, faithful Christians into having their beliefs tethered to psychopaths. This is nothing short of diabolical. We're caught watching Christ is King being taken by the supremacist right more and more each day. These connections matter. The spiritual, the linguistic, the interpersonal. They shape us, they shape our society, and they shape the world. So what kind of connections do we want to build? And more importantly, what kind of world will we help create? Help retake our values.
Because this is so well produced, you know that it's backed by some weight here.
And the thing is, like British explorers, the guys that left civilization to bring Christianity to the world and for the honor of their country, for their king, for God, leave the cradle of civilization to go to some fucking backwards ass island where people will just stab you right away.
Boiling babies.
These men, I don't know anything about them. I haven't read any books. I know they weren't liars.
All right, now I know what you're thinking. How is it?
Did you see the now mega viral clip of Ray J on Cam Newton's show?
No.
This
No.
was a few weeks ago.
Ray J is the one who fucks the Kardashian.
That's right.
Who sent her famous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is built to please, as you like to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
right.
Cam, you know Cam, former NFL All-Pro quarterback.
Panther great.
Yeah, great quarterback. So
I just love when it weighs in on sports. So, remember that one? Because I just think it's funny when people are like, what? It was, no, I mean, just like you never.
There was also the moment I love when the from in-game mic is on, and he's like standing behind the line of scrimmage, and the linebacker says like screen or something like that, and Cams goes, "Oh, you been watching film, huh? Watch this," and then takes the snap from the shotgun formation and throws a touchdown.
Launches one downfield.
No, it's like close to the end zone.
Oh.
But like he's like, "You been watching film, huh? Watch this," and then he just throws it.
Wow.
It's awesome. It's
because
one of my favorite.
He's also watching film and he knows one weakness. He's like, no, you got my favorite stuff, but you don't. The tight end's gonna go out. You don't know.
It's awesome.
Wow.
It might be this one right here. Here it is. That's cool. Watch this.
He's having fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a kid. Yeah. How gangster is that?
That's cool.
It's so cool, dude.
It's a wheel route. Wow.
To be in the NFL
and
and
he's
have that
laughing. He's like,
yeah, he's like,
he's still just playing the game.
Yeah, so cool. Wow. So anyway, he has this.
Okay, so he has a podcast now.
Yeah.
A lot of athletes doing podcasts.
A lot of them. He's great, and this interaction is amazing.
I like a. We'll play in a second, but I like a former rapper or former athlete podcast because like I'm done. So I'll say anything.
Yeah.
Because you can't take anything away from it. This is all just bonus.
All the smoke. That's one of the best ones, dude.
What's all the smoke?
That's
Is that 50 Cent?
No. Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. Sax, right?
Matt Barnes is one of the few corrective violence that look at me. That's great.
Oh yeah. Their show is great. Dude.
Interesting.
It's great. They just have all.
And they're just like, I'm done playing. This is like this fun bonus thing. I don't care if I say something wrong and take it all away. It's all.
And they have great conversations with them. Like
wow.
They've had so many good episodes.
Okay, let me see Cam and Ray J.
Okay, here you go.
They got you one record. Wait.
What?
What a way to come into this.
I know.
You asked me that last time.
And I just because
it's not okay.
Last time wasn't this time. But when you say I'm gonna knock you out and put you in my bed, that
means I was gonna sleep him and then put him in the bed with me.
Yeah.
That's
right. That's the gay thing.
Very suspect choice of words, bro.
By the way, they're both dressed so gay.
Yeah.
They're both dressed not just gay. They're both dressed gay to impress.
Well, Cam is famous for his fashion. You know, like he always has had like pretty stand out fashion.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you put this guy in fucking Mickey's on fucking Santa Monica Boulevard, West Hollywood, you wouldn't go, that's an athlete.
Right.
You just go, that's some guy at Mickey's.
I don't. Either way,
so I listen
we
to like
accept you, bro.
So I listen to like Biggie Smalls. You like Biggie? There's something to
Can you answer yes or no and then go into that?
That side was great.
Shout out to the agency.
Yes.
What does it matter if I'm gay or not?
It doesn't matter. I just asking a question.
It's okay. So people like people.
Mm-hmm.
When they leave here, we're all together. When you leave and it's done and it's a wrap for the day, everybody's gonna do something. Everybody's gonna go to their respective places. Some people are gonna go home, and I hate to say this, but it's just gonna be grimy, but I'm sure there's people that go.
You gotta hear this. Oh. So people are gonna go
home. They got a dog. Their favorite dog. They stop by the store, grab some peanut butter. Right? Go home, excited to see their dog.
They put a bunch of peanut butter on their feet. Till the dogs get it off. Some people even go further to watch TV on all fours. Slap a little bit of peanut butter in the crack and enjoy themselves. And the dog is out licking. Right?
Cam is so
I
bad.
don't know what that is. It's none of my business.
It's none of my business.
Have you ever did that?
Have I ever had a dog lick my ass and peanut butter in it? No.
Okay.
But I'm familiar with it.
Ooh. So, Willie Ray.
I'm familiar with it because I caught somebody doing it.
Willie Ray.
What?
No names, but it was loud.
Willie Ray.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 45.
You're 45 years old. In 45 years of living, have you ever been with a man?
I mean, it's no.
You have not.
You have not. Is now you going into
No,
it.
I'm just trying to confirm.
Yeah, but I don't want to. But here's the thing.
It was a long pause to say no.
Yeah.
Short pause. And I'm the only straight person on the board. But again, I have friends. Shout out to Tarad. Shout out to Duncan D. Shout out to Backshot. Shout out to Bussy Baby. That supports the agency.
What's the agency?
I don't know.
It's not an agency. It's a agency.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Good answer.
All things LGBTQ plus IA plus. Sorry. It's just because I was already on there and then you looked up I plus IA, but it's IA plus.
Okay.
Is that kind of? Are you a homo?
I don't have to ask this, but it's fair. Are you gay?
No, sir.
Okay.
Look how much quicker that answer was.
See,
and I've never experienced nobody getting licked.
No,
I'm just.
That was but that's for older people.
Okay.
Older people do that.
Would you consider 36 old?
No, I'm thinking it's like yeah.
What?
That too. He was like,
But I mean, hold on. He's 9 years older than him. So when Ray J was 30, Cam was not in the NFL then.
right.
So why are you shocked that
Yeah. I don't know.
you remember him getting drafted and you were already
And
fucking
also
dudes at the time?
That wow is like, it's crazy that I'm older than you. It's like, no, it's
He's
not.
like, I'm so young.
Yeah.
Seaman keeps you young.
Not like that. I'm just saying. I feel young. Yeah. And again, my apologies for the peanut butter stuff. It just was an analogy.
Say less. Okay. You're just telling an experience.
It's not mine.
Yeah, but you experienced somewhat.
I saw it.
Which is still a difference.
Peanut butter was there.
Yeah.
He holds a cigarette.
The whole thing was fucking. It's one of the best clips I've seen in a while.
Wow. There's a lot of
First, he's like, "Are you gay?" He's like, "Do you like Biggie Small?"
I love the side.
He just goes like, "Can you just answer?" He's like, "You like Biggie?"
He was talking to Ray J like you talk to a drunk heckler.
Yeah.
Who's not taking like, "Oh, you got me on that one." They just keep going and eventually like, "Dude, you're belligerent.
We gotta get him out of here.
Yeah.
We can't do
Come on,
this,
guys. I've tried."
Yeah. No, exactly. That's exactly how he is. And then he's like, "We're all gonna leave here, right? We're all people." Like, yeah. Some people love the dog, and they're gonna go get peanut butter. And when they get home, that's what they're gonna do.
Has you ever did that? And he goes, "No, but I've seen people." He goes, and that's one where Bert would be like, get sidetracked on the story.
Oh my god!
Cam stayed in the pocket and go, I'll go down that road in a minute. I want this gay answer, so let's stay on point.
Well, the part of the brilliance of this clip is honestly Cam not speaking.
Play call.
He knew to let him go, and that's like great.
Really,
There's certain times things to do with right? If somebody is on you like this, you gotta just stay quiet. That's why we got this clip, because he stayed quiet. That was amazing.
Can I point something else out too?
Yeah.
If you just watch on mute, Cam Newton didn't like put a lot of money in these chairs. They're very reputable. Because from a production standpoint, like, get something stronger.
You want better chairs?
Yeah, press play. Watch it shake. You don't have to listen to it as it moves.
Hold on.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Cheap, Cam. Cheap, bro. Rookie of the year.
Not.
Come on.
Okay. All right. Fair.
Yeah. Fair. It's a highlight. level. This shit I would do in my apartment.
You're the only guy who watched this probably in the world.
It was like,
You're sitting in these chairs. All right, you gay?
Tom, man, if Bert was here, we could have a long talk. Okay. Do I have friends?
Can you please just answer the question?
I'm
Say yes or
trying.
no.
I'm setting up an analogy for what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Do I have friends?
Yes.
Yes. Now, a lot of those friends have hats, have baseball caps, have other types of, some have cowboy hats. And everyone wears a different cap at different times. And sometimes, sometimes you wear a cap at all. Of course, they don't go out. And I'm not here to judge those people. How old are you?
47.
So whatever cap you have on is your cap for the day, and I'm familiar with people who've done it every way. Next question.
What? you like hats, right? Ooh, hey James, did you enjoy that highlight? Why don't you have one more click of fun around here? I don't know. Click here or here or here. Try it out. Have more fun. Why don't you subscribe? That way, every time a video drops, you can be notified. You can send it to your grandmother. You're not going to want to miss it.
Coach, I was looking for something more to get better. The belt just put a target on our back. We understand their responsibility.
Look great. Still has a lot of energy. He's ready. He's ready. He's in his best shape. Can't wait to see and still. This is last game you work with us. When I get the belt, change all crew.
Gotta change it. We gotta bring new Italians here.
I'll bring the real one.
This guy American is called
Gordon Ryan.
Gordon Ryan.
No.
Gordon Ramsay, yeah. Gordon Ryan. He's the never a dull moment.
So what's the favorite dish Hamza like from you?
I would say the steak he likes a lot. The steaks with rice. But you know what? He doesn't eat the vegetables. Let's put it on the embedded. The Hamza doesn't like the veggies. Every time he's easiest part.
Bro, I don't want to be skinny like vegetarian guys. It's like spaghetti, bro.
We'll go for a walk, get some steps in before training. This helps with the weight. I always makes me laugh. Yeah, make fun of hiking so much. But every time you guys film me, I'm hiking. This is pretty. I think there's like a little lake down here.
I love frogs. I used to catch them, and I think the worst part was I would keep them as pets and they would die. Because I would just pet them out of water.
First one to actually spot a frog dead.
But it's right there.
Well, besides the one you already found it. I will say it was cool about it. All the other thing I had not much. It was like five. This is where I want to be. I want to do this. What would you say, baby? He's been in a while.
That makes it sound really bad.
I highly recommend getting married. It's nice.
Yeah, good. I had one of those in my home. It said Salsa Boy. So, wow. I play for Cincinnati Reds. I share a lot of time with so many guys in the major league. Here now privilege I can compartir a little bit time with you, with my friends here and everybody. And we have a good time. Cuidado con esto. Aquí ya más van a tocar esto. Entonces aquí la van a subir.
That's how they're gonna hit Bulk on Saturday. Ooh, that swing, baby. You know, as a minute and 5 feet.
What you want to make a culture is you know the other love or bad. And this is one of those more beautiful sport, you know.
Starts looking great, man. You know, this was the weakest, hardest moment, part of the weight cut. Feels sharp. For the guys, the girls out there that think he can't grapple, they're in for a rude awakening, man.
So on his weight cut, he's gotten really a lot better at how he works on it. Now he's finding ways to do it. It's easier and he's getting stronger in the process.
There is no point in the camera. He does these weight cuts, nothing. It's a breeze for him. We're on track, just like we were every other fight camp. We have everything dialed in on the phone from the previous, and we're exactly where we're supposed to be.
本当夢がベルトということなんで、夢のその先、何が見えるか楽しみですし、散らしてジャブに合わせてくるから散らせろ。ここからが始まりかなって感じです。家族は本当に自分の夢をずっと応援してくれてるし、高校生の時から毎日話を聞いてるし、その瞬間っていうのを一緒に共有したいし、本当僕以上に一番喜んでくれるのが家族だと思います。やめろよ、お前。
Feel great, man. Look good, feel good, feeling good.
Show the fearless on the sleeve around the cuff.
Right with that roll.
See what I say? Fearless.
Who's gonna look better than you at the press conference?
Nobody. You know how it is. Come check this out.
Man.
Shout out to Stevie. Okay. Let's go.
You're looking good. Looking fly.
I like calling that short call.
Welcome to the UFC 328 press conference in the Garden.
Who's got the first question? Hamza, is this fight incredibly personal to you?
I don't care. It's just one more chicken. I'm gonna take his head off. You'll be dead into this.
How did your sparring sessions go when you practiced together?
I beat him every day, bro. Look at this guy, man. He's crying to speak about that. You believe this?
Why will this fight go differently?
They don't want to watch a boring ass fight. I don't need one.
I want you to wrestle. I want you to wrestle. I will out wrestle you. Hey, George, are you ready for some face-offs? Let's do it.
Now we're gonna start strong. You coward! I expected to be lost.
Fuck off.
Coward!
see his face, like to see his eyes, you know, like, that guy is scared. I know about it. He knows about it too.
Bad blood has been brewing in the UFC middleweight division.
There is no lower human.
But anyway, so he's mushing his ass into Crumbum's face, right? And Schmiel enjoys it because he likes to feel superior in everything he does. So if he's sitting on Crumbum's mouth with his fucking dirty asshole pressed up against Crumbum's lips.
Oh my gosh, am I gonna get it? Watch. I'm gonna get like 18, whatever, age restricted. Watch.
Schmiel gets rock hard over
I'm
that.
kind of hoping that breaking up a little in between. We'll say, what do I do?
Crumbum's lips. Schmiel gets rock hard over that. You know what I mean? But Schmiel likes.
Gosh, it's a mystery. How he, you would think it'd be perfect, right? Like no issues at all. It is. It's really. It's insane. And rest in peace. I'm honestly, real talk, I'm surprised that he didn't cost himself his channel sooner. Is this, y'all seen Karmic? You know how he do?
Assert his low-level manliness over men. And Crumbum is all too eager to eat man ass. So he's ready. He's born ready. So while Crumbum is eating Schmiel's ass, Schmiel is recording Pat Dixon fucking Quadfather in the mouth. And the excitement.
I have to take a break for a second. Ghost Crusader CD says, how do you not have a Schmuel voice? I would love to hear Schmuel's side of this fantasy. I don't. I have the closest thing I've got to it is Carms. Papa Carms. I have that's about all I have. Ghost Crusaders TV. Did you catch any of the show yesterday? Because I showed my new what are they called? The little pop figurine things. Anyway, there's a funny one that's sort of related to that same line of thought of Michaeline. Someone sent me a Michaeline doll, a Keanu doll, a Gino doll, a Karmic X doll, two of me, one that's just me looking like cute, and a second one where I have like a bucket load of children that are like all in the box. I haven't had time to open it. Yesterday was my birthday, since I did other things, but I'm excited to. I guess I need to pull them all up. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. But if not, go watch like the last 20 minutes of yesterday's show. Okay, you saw it. Yeah, the closest voice I think that I have would be Papa Carm. I do need like a really old guy, don't I? I'll make some notes.
I'm feeling Crumbum's disgusting. Dive up. Schmiel's wrinkly, fucking depreciated asshole. Gives Schmiel a time to smile.
There's also the Crypt Keeper. You have that one too.
Oh, I got all. While Schmiel was making sure that the camera angle was ready, you know what Pat Dixon did? Holy fucking shit. With Quadfather couldn't wait when he heard that the idea.
Yes, and I have 3 spares in case the first one breaks.
Yeah, that Pat Dixon would squat over over his face and shit all over Quad's mouth and face. Smiling Quad.
That's fact. Mr. Blue Sky said, I may pop a corn. Oh, yeah, that's true. That is very true, and it's perfect. It really did. I think it sounds great. So, yes, pop a corn via Mr. Blue Sky.
Shit. Ugh. My God. Hey, Quad, I thought you were disturbing when you were jerking off to Joey C's wife on Discord. Then you allow Pat Dixon to shit in your mouth.
What? What?
Is there no end? So if I became a quadriplegic tomorrow,
Always this, though. It's always male genitalia and shit. That's it. All the time. All of his, that's his go-to. It's insane.
oh, am I going to be living for a life of being shit in the mouth for jollies?
What?
If that's what you're looking for, jollies, Quadfather. Jesus, man, you got to really examine what's important in your life. So anyway, Pat Dixon stands precariously, mind you, on Quadfather's wheelchair handlebars. Where else is going to say?
Wheelchair handlebars? Wheelchair handlebars.
So he squats over Quad's smiling face. Quad is grinning ear to ear, ready to take a steamy shit batch in his face. So while that happens, Schmiel sees that, and a look of delight, a look of pure rapture, glosses over Schmiel's face, and Schmiel can't hold back anymore. When he sees that, he shits in Crumbum's mouth and hops out of the chair to get a better angle.
Oh my God!
Of Pat Dixon shitting on Quadfather's face.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Give me the last couple of lines again.
And Schmiel can't hold back anymore. When he sees that, he shits in Crumbum's mouth and hops out of the chair to get a better angle of Pat Dixon shitting on Quadfather's face. Because you need the right angle. I mean, if you're going to film that type of activity, it's all about lighting. It's all about the right angles. But I digress. Once Pat Dixon was done shitting on Quadfather's face, he decided to go to the bathroom like a gentleman and clean up, you know. So Schmiel sees this and sees that Quad is covered in Pat's fecal material. He sees that, and he realized that his god, Pat Dixon, just imbued Quadfather with a gift from God, his God. So Schmiel rips off his shirt in a huff with lust in his eyes and reveals his half-dollar-sized pink nipples and starts rubbing his
Hold on. No. Oh my gosh.
off his shirt in a huff with lust in his eyes and reveals his half-dollar-sized pink nipples and starts rubbing his chest into Quad's face. His face is filled with jizz and shit.
Oh my God.
These disgusting motherfuckers, they should be ashamed. I mean, they really should be ashamed.
Hi, this is John Lawrence McLeod calling. I have to reorder a prescription. No. No. November 2nd, 75. Yep. I gotta reorder a needle in Vega. No, that's it. Thank you. Bye.
So anyway, here's Schmiel rubbing Pat Nixon's shit. And Pat Nixon's cum all over his chest. And he's just covering every inch of his chest with this mixture of grossness. But this is all rumor, people. We don't know if it's true or not. It's all a rumor. Don't shoot the messenger. Fuck you. Really? Fuck you, dude.
Man, right? Pants Maestro said Nick seems pretty normal after all this. Yeah, look, dude. Troubled. So, anywho, moving right along. I need like a segue or something. Hold on. Let me just. We need something. There's got to be something cute. I'm sure I've got something that'll work. Here's this short little thing.
But if you stop giving us money, really, you're of very little use to us. But if you stop giving us money, really, you're of very little use.
Hold on. Seriously, I've got to not. I just need a palate cleanser.
I could do funny little jigs. I'm the funny little jig king. I could do funny little jigs. I'm the funny little jig king.
One more time.
I could do funny little jigs. I'm the funny little jig king. I could do fun.
That's enough. Thank you. All right. So, Jesus Lord, that's a lot, dude. That's a lot. I don't know how.
Net gain around 4 millions, yes. But that's just from poker. My main income for past 3 years, this is my content. So I'm living. I made living from my content, not from poker. But let me. Okay, we start new tables. Hello, Romania. Sorry, guys, if I missed some messages. Well, let's play this one. Then on the bench. I guess I can say. But small. Should we raise that? I mean, like in this situation, in theory we can just call, but I think against him that would be nice face. Because like he used very small sizing on draw heavy board. I think if he has like butter top pair, he's gonna bet big. Of course, I could be wrong and like he just 3 bets me and that would be just like huge disaster. That's gonna be a huge loss if you want them. But like, if I'm right and like his range is weaker because of small sizing, I think check raise brings the action and gives some money. Because like in general, I would probably just check call, check call. I mean, I would not check raise that. So I'm gonna call on the river. We will have like 30 bricks, and we will see what happens. What will happen. That's good and bad card in the same moment. So like he could check weaker queen x. He could have like jacks, tens, ace nine. But also he has some bluffs like jack ten, king jack. Not many, but more than enough anyway. So if he bats on the river, we just fold our top area easily. But we have a high chance that he's gonna check and we win. Okay. That's an easy fold. He's never bluffing there. We're just like printing money. What do you know about him? We have to fight, but I don't like that at all. I don't like the situation, but I think with luck. So I give him $3 something weaker. Just even if like I mean even without bounty, we still have to play somehow. Five dues, so it is good for him to bat. I'm not going to floor. So I think in theory that call could be around like 55. But like the whole situation, I think that like I mean strategically that's gonna be mistake. But tactical, like that's correct call. Tactically. Wow, he loves that thingy. Not like that. People get force. See, I had a feeling about these chip late. He's chipping it, as you can see. I have a 3-byte pod here and or this is solid in the 26 whatever and sorry I have too much action. I get a jam and I raise by check call my flash there. Okay, please, wow. Alright, brother. So he bluffs with okay, brother, nice hand, okay. Yeah, just a cooler. Nothing I can do. You shouldn't cry. Simon. Nothing happened. Let's go. I mean, I up for 1.2 mils in tournament, that's good, but that's just the tournament. Tournaments. I think that's fine. Like I mean, he's calling with queen, he's calling with king high, but he's folding a bunch of stuff. Like check, floor, and like alright, well. That's a very reasonable advice and words about poker. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother, for your feedback. How much you making from content? I can't say. Because, like, I'm ambassador of the biggest poker brand in the world for many years. At this moment, did you earn more money from content than poker? I can't say because you're gonna understand the number, right? But like, you have to realize that earn from poker, that's incorrect. You win from poker, so it's like big differences between earn and win. I had my net winnings like $4 million, but how much I earn, I don't know. Might be million, might be 10 millions, because earn it is EV, only EV in poker. And like, I am weird. What the difference between winnings and earnings, and like earn in poker, it's just like different thing. Because in real life, like if you want to win wild, you just like when you get money, you earn it, right? Like you think so. In poker, that's not correct. When you just like even win like bajillion dollars, you just win. You just won, not earn. I never about tournaments. I never played them seriously. I started playing them like 15 months ago because of content, not because I'm because I not because I don't because I want to win money. And I fell in love with tournaments. Of course, I played some tournaments in my life, and like before, I played poker for 17 years. That's impossible to avoid that. And I love tournaments with all my heart, but like when I played for living, I choose to not play tournaments for living. I choose to play everything except tournaments because that was tragically. It was super hard, like emotionally, physically, and result could be any. Why you want to have any result? Actually, I could win that, but like we have already different tournaments. I think limp is better still. But raise like two reasons why I raise like there is the ICM some small but still, and that guy is best. Interesting what his flag thing there almost always right. But like he assumed that I'm wild there. I can raise with low frequency I think but 84 not now. One more time I have this thing, yeah I'm not showing but you have to know she's thingy magic. Sometimes bad, super rare, let's say 12%. In general, I would raise 3.5, but sometimes I raise 6. Mostly, I raise 6 just the full garbage. Almost never bad. River, we can call against bad, but can we bat? I don't think so, but yeah, it just like looks terrible. Yeah, we bat like 4x. But we bat 4x. And higher. 3 reasons. I got a bad bait. I'm gonna bad again. And again. I got a bad again. I have a solid note on him. Let's see how it works. Alright. Maybe like that was like ace three you can't move. It's just nuts. Maybe he has some leads over here. Man. You win. No matter what. They re-entered here in 2600s and re-entered there in 1500s. Oh, it's over, but like, I don't have any signs in this game. I mean, not resign, just like after that line and those text items. That's to tell everything you guys know about the username. I don't know what you know about my earnings. Yeah. What do you want to know about my earnings? But this video out. It is old. A bit bad. Yeah. We have to fold that for one mountain. But in that scenario, when you have a lot and you don't have any space, you have to call them.
and send it to Moody. Because in my head, Moody, now, you know I love Moody to death, but Moody to me he is like a garden gnome. And I have one specific one that looks like him. So I'll be like, Moody, look, you and your homies, whatever. I mean, look.
I could do funny little jigs. I'm the funny little jig king.
Right?
I could do funny little jigs. I'm the funny little jig king.
He's our special little garden gnome. So I think we should. There's enough artists, right? We have enough artists.
Why did this 18-year-old think she could just walk in and buy a luxury car with fake identification?
I wonder why.
So we got her just sitting in the car. Okay. Just a quick rundown. So she gave us a credit app. She put trouble filling out her information. Signed on the back. Emily. Signed it with the second E in the name. Came in saying she wanted to
You telling me she can't spell Emily?
Yeah. No. Emily, and then instead of just L-Y, and that's not how her name is on the license. She just has a temp license. She said she wanted a 450 payment. Wasn't sure she'd get approved. Showed her a $1,200 payment. She signed it away. We looked up the address because of my head. She says she's in Cincinnati. Works at Cleveland Clinic. Nothing. She got dropped off. She said, right? I mean, she got dropped about the car. It's a Range Rover, so. You guys have a license? I have a temp license in there. You want to go with
So she's trying to go in there and just drive off with the car. Okay.
I just want to see the license.
That makes sense. Smart.
And the temp license says she got it at the LNF, right up here. This doesn't. We pulled her credit. We asked her if she had any previous car ones. You can see what she did. She said no. There's a picture on it.
No. Oh man, they got it all lined up. Sounds like someone set her up because I don't see how anyone would think a car dealership would fall for this. I think that you underestimate how stupid a lot of people are. There's a lot of people that are just really, really dumb. It's that simple. So it is.
Obviously, that doesn't really match that.
Unless you signed in again here with the second.
When we asked her just simple questions about her credit report.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid people that do stupid things.
She would know she had one.
Yeah, it's super common.
$4,000 loan she had before. And she's from there.
Yeah.
She says she works at the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland. It's a 216. And then look where she got this at. Right over there.
Where's Mason? That's Cincinnati? Where's she saying she's living now?
She says she's lived here 3 years and 3 months.
It's a long time.
But you can see here, she almost screwed up that.
So she lied about that too? Oh, it's a fake license, I bet. Yeah.
This part out.
Uh-oh, is this her? Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you guess why I'm here today?
Can you guess?
No idea. Okay.
No idea.
You want ID?
Yeah. So
I told you she's stupid. Why would you say that?
they're telling me, you can tell me this is true or not.
Uh-huh.
Where do you live right now? Yes, where do you live?
I live on 35. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a real ID on you?
No.
Do you have a real ID?
No. Not yours.
Not at the moment. I don't have my ID, but I do have a license.
What's your name?
It is an ID.
Lala.
Lala?
That you made up? You know, it says, read that. Read it. Look, read part.
Yeah.
Okay. And it says,
Oh
giving
man.
money that's illegal.
No.
Anything
The,
charged.
the money department, bro. How do you wear a shirt called the money department and then you get arrested over this bullshit?
No.
Drop.
I covered this Chrissy Meyer podcast with Melanie Mack the other day and how absolutely atrocious it was. It was a plane crash from Jump Street, and initially I thought Chrissy was trying her best to land the plane, but the more it kept going, the worse it got, and the worse she looked with it. So now we have the fallout from how bad this was and how Chrissy Meyer, to me at least, appeared to be sweeping for Melanie Mack and Jeremy Embley, the quartering, and protecting them and trying to make them look as good as possible in the face of all the information that people are asking questions. And as we see here, what's going on above me right now, they're just going through super chats of people just giving them money. And over, Chrissy continues to say, yeah, I don't know anything about that. We'll take your money. Don't know anything about that, but yeah, we'll take that money too. And anytime it's a direct question to Melanie Mack, Chrissy Meyer would answer it and then move on to the next one, not even allowing Melanie to have to deal with answering. But I'm very curious. And we have follow-up from this situation. We're going to start with Chrissy herself. I saw this first from Trigger Point. He says, she is so full of this is pure self-preservation. So we have follow-up from Chrissy.
Of all the video game genres that probably have Hollywood screenwriters waking up in a cold sweat late at night, fighting tournaments have got to be the worst. I mean, think about it. There's no real plot to adapt. Most of the characters have only the most basic backstory and nothing even resembling an arc. And the entire narrative basically consists
consists of a wacky assortment of bodybuilders and Comic-Con rejects beating the crap out of each other to compete for a vaguely defined prize at the ends. Get it wrong and you'll end up with something like Street Fighter from the 1990s, which for some reason decided to ditch its fighting tournament premise and become an epic war movie instead. I'll always love it for Raul Julia just acting up a storm though. Damn, man.
That was beautiful.
Get it right though, and you'll have yourself a Mortal Kombat, which basically said, fuck it, and fully embraced the tournament style, characters, and wacky aesthetics of the games. Let's just not talk about the sequel though.
You're alive. Too bad you will die.
Fast forward a couple of decades, and Hollywood took another crack at it with a rebooted Mortal Kombat movie in 2021, which turned out to be surprisingly good, even if it suffered from a forgettable protagonist and didn't quite crack the fighting tournament formula. But never let it be said that New Line Cinema don't learn from their mistakes, because I just saw Mortal Kombat 2 yesterday, and holy shit, man, it's like they took every piece of feedback from the previous movie and just fixed it. What's a crazy concept? Mortal Kombat 2 is what happens when all the right elements come together in just the right way to give us arguably the best possible adaptation of the source material. Strong fight scenes paired with excellent visuals that respect the aesthetics of the games, gloriously over-the-top gore and violence, a decent lineup of characters played by good actors, and a plot that's just complex enough to deliver a few twists and turns without bogging down the action. Is it a work of art that'll stay with you long after the credits roll? Fuck no. But I don't want or need it to be. What I wanted was to watch a bunch of cool characters have some awesome fights and trade quips for a couple of hours, and that's exactly what this movie gave me. It's a bacon cheeseburger of movie experiences. Not fancy or pretentious, but thoroughly enjoyable for what it is. The plot centers around the evil warlord Shao Kahn, who's out to conquer all the realms of the multiverse in the name of Outworlds. Every year, a realm must choose 5 champions to take on Shao Kahn's greatest warriors in Mortal Kombat. And if Shao Kahn wins 10 tournaments in a row, he gets to take control of that realm forever. And Earth is next. Enter Johnny Cage, a former karate champion, now a washed-up action star, who's chosen by Raiden to be Earth's 5th champion alongside the others from the previous film. Things don't go too well though. Johnny loses his first fight, and even worse, Shao Kahn's goons break into their stronghold, steal Raiden's powers, mortally wound them, and use it to make Shao Kahn basically immortal and indestructible.
That doesn't seem fair.
That's right, Wanda. Fuck it, whatever, man. So Johnny and the gang now face the daunting task of sneaking into Shao Kahn's fortress, defeating his chosen champions, recovering Raiden's power to make Khan mortal again, and then killing the shit out of him.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
I said before that this movie's a big step up from the previous film, and I'll tell you exactly why. It's basically a masterclass in listening to your fan base and giving them exactly what they want. You were disappointed by the lack of tournament structure last time around? No problem, we've got you covered this time. You thought Kano was by far the best character and wished that he hadn't been killed off? That's fine, we can bring him back to life, no problem. You thought Cole was a boring protagonist and wished that someone more interesting was leading the movie? Oh, we'll fix that this time around. Believe that. And as for Cole himself, just don't worry about it. Speaking of protagonists, Johnny Cage was a perfect choice to lead this movie. Funny, charismatic, cynical, and played to perfection by the always reliable Carl Urban. He's a washed-up loser when we first meet him, and definitely not interested in risking his life to be a hero, but gradually rediscovers the drive and bravery that once made him a champion. It's the old but dependable remember who you really are character arc. Yeah, it's not exactly fucking Shakespeare, but for a movie about interdimensional warlords and guys who can shoot fireballs out of their hands, it's pretty serviceable stuff. If I had to level a criticism on the character front, I'd say that Sonya Blade and Jax don't get a whole lot to do, which is a shame because I would have liked to see more of them. Sonya especially. The fight scenes are another step up from the previous film. Brutal and kinetic and generally well executed. They're not all martial arts showcases, of course, and the final fight between Katana and Shao Kahn is pretty painful to watch. He's far too big and slow to do any sort of fancy choreography, and she's not exactly Bruce Lee when it comes to technical skill. Overall, though, there's more than enough variety, gory finishers, and unexpected defeats to keep you entertained. Apparently, Mortal Kombat 2's been getting a tough time from professional critics. As if it fucking matters what they think. With a lot of them complaining that the film makes no sense if you're not an expert
expert in the games and all the lore that comes with them, which makes absolutely no sense to me because I haven't played a Mortal Kombat game since some point in the mid-90s, and I never had any trouble keeping up with the story. Like I say, we're not dealing with a Christopher Nolan movie here. Just watch the funny people beating the shit out of each other, try to remember who's on which side, and you'll be absolutely fine. Other people have complained that the movie's some kind of bait and switch, that Johnny's just there to hook people in, and that it's really Katana's story. But I think that's a pretty harsh judgment of this film. I could best describe Johnny as Jack Burton from Big Trouble in Little China, a man who starts out as a sidekick but thinks he's the main character, who's usually at the edges of big events rather than leading them, but eventually pulls himself together and gets to have some genuinely heroic moments of his own by the ends. The narrative's still very much viewed from his perspective, it's just that it doesn't always revolve around him. And that's fine, it works, trust me. Ultimately, Mortal Kombat 2 was exactly what I was hoping it would be. A logical and
Chuck.
You and Draymond going at it. You were being honest to Draymond that it's over in Golden State, and then he made it personal, where he took a shot at you when you were chasing a ring in Houston. How did it go when you go to commercial break after something like that, or the rest of the night? How's it go?
Well, number one, I don't ever take anything. You can never take personal shots at guys. You know, I've said that in my 26 years. My critiques of every player or coach is only about the situation. He took a shot at me, but I don't get offended because other guys, I've said things about guys, they took personal shots at me. You know, it's so funny. Last time you had me on the show, I told you I regretted those Rocket years, especially the last two, which I sucked as a player. But I wouldn't turn down no free money. I had 2 years. I had 2 years left on my contract, and
you can say it though, Charles. My issue with Draymond, if he wants to do this, be in TV, is get a sense of humor. He takes everything personally. You were just saying, look, it's over with the Warriors, and now he can't say it, but you were just saying it's over, and then he made it personal to you instead.
Well, yeah, he made it personal. Listen, man, it's so funny. There's a couple of things. The Warriors haven't been relevant for 3 or 4 years. They've been in the play-in. So when you're in the play-in, you're not in the playoffs. You're in the play. That's something Adam said. That's something Adam Silver, who I love Adam Silver. I love Adam Silver. But the play-in is something they just made up to have more games to put on a different network. And when you're in the play-in, the Rockets been in, the Warriors been in the play-in, I think, 4 straight years. So they've been irrelevant. And I know he don't want to say it. But, and listen, everybody get mad when I say this. Old people don't get healthy. Old people die. Okay? They don't get healthy. The notion that him and Steph don't get better when they get healthy and being a year older, they're not. They're not. They just don't get older, Dan. So it's over for Golden State. They had a great run. And he took a personal shot at me, but I'm not sensitive. But yeah, it's been over in Golden State. I mean, if Golden State was relevant, he wouldn't be in the studio with me.
This, ladies and gents, is Lucky Sandwich Company. One of the most
situation. But one big ball change everything. So like, let's say someone has like 60 bigs right now, it would change everything. Like the table would just sit still. But now everyone has a chance, a good chance to just like double up or win like 30-40% of each stack and then put pressure on other stacks because they cover them. So for example, this guy covers me and that's very good for him. Because like I have bounty, see like 4,375. This is a huge one. This is actually the biggest one. Well, I don't know, but if I would have color at least, like I mean, this same suit like the red one, I would consider like. All right, this one is playable. We're on the big blind, but oh no, we can't play it. This is too much for us. All right, they went all in. Fua has something. Jacks are good. Queens are better. Okay. 8. Yeah, that is good, but not good enough. He's gonna bluff flush room. A lot of flush room. He had flush room, but he had ace-5 from first position, from second. Ace-5, oh, mamma mia. Can't beat that. I could check raise there as well. Yeah, check raise could be good. What it was? Nothing, right? Check. Below. That's too much, by the way, 10-7. I think that just like too much. Yeah. I think 10-7 is not great. Too high. Unmute, thank you. I only one out. I jumped 20 bigs, that guy rejumps, that guy rejumps. At least we can rebuy, right? We can buy some chips. No, 41, no. Not enough. Better to skim. Again, a rep trips plus. Have blockers, have trips in my range. So on the river, I don't think that I can do that. I mean, I can red trips, of course, with some sort of king jack, king ten, but no flusher. So on the river, I think we have to stop it. That's too much. I'm blocking his fault. We have Owen, Calder, chip leader. Not chip leader, but he has second stack, right? That's correct play. Interesting. Should I do something with ace four? I don't think so. I don't think so. Fuck. Now our stack sizes are so shallow. Thank you, Sri Lanka. But we are nine-handed still, bro. Okay. We got age restriction on YouTube right now. So now this is time to subscribe and smash that like button for sure, because after that age restriction, we'll have less viewers. That's why actually I recommend to watch me on Kick. You have music there. And no limits. Alright. Now something changed. And 31, yeah, he had like few chips, but now he has 30. And he's a leader. I have third stack with 15 bigs. Mamma mia! Yeah, we have a lot of raises here, I think. I don't like to build my ranges through limbs here, like he does. Like, I mean, I don't see problems. I think that's a good play, but I don't like to play like that. I don't understand where is the advantage, because like in my opinion, like when you have some pressure, better to generate fold equity. Then it's the way hypers, of course, I know. I don't know, bro. Is it okay for you to play or no? This is your money and this is your life. I can't recommend to do anything with your money. So you have to decide how to spend your money or where to spend. Okay. We will have a break just in a minute. And I will have a coffee just in a moment. Backstreet Boys, Mamma Mia! Long time no see. What the playlist we have today? Nostalgia. Okay, this is the name of playlist.
Ron all the time. I was like, what do you mean? What's supposed to do with
You
that?
go.
Yeah, right. It's so chip episode. All right, now you go. 17 jokes on who the man. What? All right, I'll try it. They start off. This is the very beginning of the podcast, and Ron is killing it. They'll let us know about it.
So, just to let you know,
Oh, hi, Ron.
the DMs, dude, I'm getting some like serious like DMs like,
Yeah.
people are really starting to dig Ronnie, and you know, they actually said, dude, this is growing on us. This thing here,
All right.
that it's growing on them. I'm growing on people.
Like genital points. It's growing on people. Whenever I hear Ron brag about DMs, I think of my buddy Adam Bush. I go, Adam, is that you? You know what DMing this guy telling me is awesome?
Sometimes, but not lately.
Okay. So it's other people who are telling Ron is awesome, which is fun. You know, this is awesome.
I think that's called a foul ball. I have a blockage.
Very uncomfortable.
Is he a close talker? Actually, I know the answer to that. We're going to find out when we see him waiting on Opie and Carl weeks later. He's a very close talker.
Yes. And getting,
Right up his head.
getting to see how Opie looks now compared to back then, you would say, oh, he's gone insane.
An MMA fight of all time. You know, you always.
Smile and force, hilarity. You'd say he's an insane person.
So that video's from 2018?
It's 8 years ago, I believe.
Yeah, okay. So 2018, Opie and Carl Weeks, I'm still teasing this. Stick around. A year longer. They were at a restaurant, Pete's Tavern, and Ron just happened to be their server. And it's amazing.
Did you see the now mega viral clip of Ray J on Cam Newton's show? No.
And he talked normal.
Yes.
He had a co-host.
Cadence.
Yeah, he talked to
Get them
like a normal person would talk to a person. And he's completely out of it. He can't do it. And he gets so excited when he gets a compliment, he has to interrupt the show for a compliment of the check. He's feeling a little under the weather.
What do you think happens when we die?
Well,
I hope there'll be a few.
was an oracle.
They're not just going to dump you in a gutter.
In my case, there won't be a funeral because everything is left to medical research if they want it. And when they finished with you, I think they grind your bones down and give the family something that has been thrown into the River Thames. But what do you mean? Do you mean is there a life after death?
I'm just asking. I asked the questions. What do you think happens when we die? Any answer is the correct answer as long as it's correct.
Of course.
Yes.
Oh, but will I go on living in any sense after I die? No, I will not. Any more than before I was born. I wasn't alive. So this is just, life has just been a little interlude between absolute nothingness. And I may say, get ready for this total anonymity, Stephen.
I won't be famous in the afterlife?
No.
I won't have my team of nutritionists following me around?
No, they may be at the funeral, but
That's the facts, Jack. This is the #1 podcast in America. People just don't know it yet.
Who says that? What's going on with Opie saying that's a fact, Jack?
It's very strange. He's also doing that whole
Club WPT Gold is now available in Canada, in addition to nearly every state in the U.S. It's a joint player pool. It's the soft.
Evil Cloud's a good
Swellsy.
Garrett Graham doesn't do girlfriends. What's really going on? So what? I hope.
Evil Cloud. Did you know that these guys have a pre-show meeting? And if you and I get out here, I talked to you for a few minutes before we went live. I can't imagine what this is like.
Foster's? Foster's. I'm drinking a fucking Foster's oil can out of a brown paper bag. Like a like a crackhead on the subway.
Hey, wait,
So that's
Ron,
enjoyable.
Ron, you did not explain that when we were having our pre-show meeting. Ron had 2 beers last night. So it explains early on. A little out of it, I had 2 beers. And then he let us know that he was drinking a Foster's, one of those 25-ounce big cans of beer. He was drinking a Foster's on the subway. I was way back from a comedy gig in Manhattan, back to Astoria, Queens. And nobody goes, whoa, 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 whoa. This was not part of our pre-meeting notes. I would have had something for this.
What am I supposed to go with this?
Yeah, why are you just telling me this now? I would love, I think, Opie, listen to me. The pre-meeting is the show. This stuff you're doing is garbage. No one cares. I want to see the pre-meeting. I want Opie and Ron on the stream at 5:45 a.m. Nobody's like, all right, here's what we're going to hit today. Gas prices are high. Check. I got a Huda Man. All right. Yeah, you got a Huda Man? All right, you got one? Okay, good. Any FUs? No, okay, no FUs? Okay. What the fuck kind of pre-meeting would they have for this garbage show with this stuff?
But that's exactly it. And Opie's looking for chances to scold them. They didn't do their homework.
I can't even imagine. You know, all right, full disclosure. Adam and I do a show every Wednesday. And typically what I'll do is Adam tells me a ton of stuff. I do a ton of stuff. And Adam will come out and I go, okay, here's the rundown for the show. We're going to go and then we'll do Howard Stern, and we'll do Opie, I guess some sort of Johnson. No, I'm just going to run through just so Adam knows the way of the land, what the segments are going to be. Sometimes I need him to steer the ship. So that's kind of like our conversation.
Shop every.
I can't imagine what Opie's conversation is.
I wanna wake up. Marlboro man with some big rough hands and an old Dodge Ram in the driveway. Got charm like Southern, he's a real good lover, and he takes me to town every Friday. I need the real fire. I need a Marlboro man with some big rough hands and an old Dodge Ram in the driveway. Got charm like Southern, he's a real good lover, and he takes me to town every Friday.
It's bad for you now. Now it's good for you. And he compiles all that and wants to show it off to them. Like he's really done something.
Interesting you say that. So, I've done compound media back when that was a thing. On the Anthony Cumia show. And Anthony used to go to Sullivan, 3 p.m. Hang out on his phone. And spend an hour prepping the show. And we walk over and do the show. I went over and met him there once before the show, and I was on. And I was like, hey, Anthony, what's up, man? Looking forward to the show. I know you're prepping. I'll leave you alone. And he literally just goes on Twitter and just finds stuff to talk about. He's so much better at it. He finds things that are actually interesting, that he has a take on, a point of view on, that he like wants to add something to. Where you're so what, like baby names. Open will just be like, here are the top 10 baby names. You know, Brendan, what?
What if he came to him with how difficult it is to twist bread bags closed?
I mean, that's pretty good stuff.
No.
It sucks. Tiger Lily, Liars, we know there's a script. We've been out on that. So, we just found out that Ron was drinking a Foster's on the subway. Not a great look. You know? Not something a 60-year-old man should be doing. Seems weird. But he's got a good reason.
This is a tricky one. His range is super wide there. How many chips? I think I jammed them. Of course, he has aces as well. But... Okay, this is aces. But his range is gonna be super wide there. Should have been. Best of luck, top boy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Actually, I already read that. 40. I don't know. I'm gonna skip that. 1500s and 320. Do we have any 525 here? No, that's too light, bro. We can do super late rage into 50.
Let's do that.
Yeah. But I think re-entering on like this 40 breaks in that 525, but that would be not better just to light rage any tournament like that. And for me, I mean, it's just much more interesting to play.
If everyone else is gonna pay, I'm gonna pay too. Alright, everyone else is paying, everybody gets free. So yes, to wrap up the bets, wrap this because I don't do 4 more shows just to try to suck money out of all of you. I do these shows for myself first and foremost, and secondarily because somebody has to tell the truth in this fucking world of podcasting and sports, and god damn it, it better be Stancelstradamus. Ski Mask, you didn't die in vain. We're winning. We're being proven right.
Daniel's waiting with pocket nines, anticipating perhaps that Coach Collins is going to do something crazy, but he declines.
Chris. Oh, tack right there. Oh my god.
Zach min raise is just a strategy a lot of people have been using. When someone has a chance of winning a bounty game. Another call from Daniel. I thought we might see the trap sprung there.
Yeah.
It's global Daniel's going to bump it way up.
I started with 10. Or 9, I guess, because you're down 1,000 off there.
What? There's suited, I don't know. Collins comes out of there.
What? You know, if you win, everybody pays 2,000, right? 2,000.
Good job.
Yeah, everybody got paid in 2,000. Yeah, so it's you're 14,000.
He jams.
5,000. Oh, 9,000 actually. That's 1,000.
What is that?
Danny wasn't expecting that. After Daniel called the 50 and then called the 100.
I felt someone.
What? You called? Oh my god. Okay, how much do I have left? Fucking 6.
Danny's worried that
It's not much more.
Jesus Christ, what are you
heavily
having?
dominated.
What are you doing?